All right. Mic check, mic check. Let me do this. I know where the microphone is. It's right in front of me. But how's it going, everyone? How is it going? Galaxy, Santa, Jeff, Star, Santa. Did I say Santa twice? Hopefully everyone's doing all right. Looking forward to some more Shibuya Scramble. Let me actually go live on this side as well. You know what? Yeah. Would that be a fine title? Okay. Cool. And this is 18 plus. Bum, 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 bam, wow. Yeah, and I also had to turn on the AC because it was getting pretty warm. Sadly. Not too warm, but still. And we are good to go. Saru was good. Yeah, last night we ended up on some to be continues and some keep outs and bad ends. What would be the solution here? That's kind of why I didn't want to leave off last night as well, just because I was like, what if I mess something up? What if I forget where we're supposed to go? Kenji Osawa. That's probably what we're supposed to do. Let's go with that. And then at least we'll have like some type of lead. No, I pressed the wrong thing. Yo, Bobby was good. Did you guys end up Marino parting? Am I at the right jump? No, I am. Got mac and cheese in the oven. Let's go. We got blown up a bunch. Yeah, that's why I was like, dude, I gotta make sure this this blue minivan stops doing that, because it is not fun. It is not fun. Wait, that was for this section. Don't get a bad ending. That's a solution. True. Let me see. Because we're still stuck in this keep out. That guy? So I think we have to end up figuring this out. Still, how do we help Kano and not get this bad end? Because we need Miku to show up, right? Miku Prage? Still, if we jump to Osawa even here, I don't think it does anything. Right? Yeah, because it's during this same time. I am so confused, which again is why I wanted to keep it going yesterday, but... Yeah, because then what does this do? Do we just go like back and forth? That kind of seems to be it. I really think we're just going... Are we just going between two characters? I think we are. Mac and cheese and fireworks. No, we haven't, but I'm hoping today we will. Okay, for sure. I don't know if I'll be able to play today, but if you guys probably need an extra, I could try to pop in. I was definitely down yesterday, but I think the timings were off. What? Miku, how do we get you to go over there? There's gotta be a way. With Minorikawa, though, didn't we have to do something as well? You fell asleep? For sure. There's always next time for Mario Party. Normally what I'd want to do is do like 4 hours of like our main game. And then maybe try to finish off doing some Mario Party. If we could get a chance to do like 2 games, I don't see why not. But for sure. Achi. I think we're set on Achi though. There's like no way we're not. Kano? What was Kano's keep out about? We can't? And they said that there was a body there. Dude, what? Yeah, we can't go over there. Maybe we can stop her? Maybe? I doubt she's gonna listen to us because she's already way too close to the van. But she didn't appear to hear his cries. Yep. Achi started to run after her. He told me he reached the vehicle. Yeah, this is basically the same. Yeah, unfortunately. Maybe something different happens with Kanan? Right? Yeah, there's no way that this ending isn't different. But yeah, I'll turn off the AC soon again, just because it's got to get to like this, like a certain level of cold, and then it'll be that way for the rest of the day, hopefully. He could make out the outline of a body. What happened here? Achi had looked away. Did he tell me out of here? Hurry. Okay, if we think back to the very start of this hour, who's someone that can have Miku actually show up? Because this didn't make any difference. Fire. Yeah, dude. This minivan has just got to change up or something. This does nothing. And again, we can't teleport to that guy. That guy being Minorikawa, right? Or was it Osawa? What the heck? Is it really no thanks on the banana that's gonna make something different? The jump mentioned Minorikawa was trying to find Miku, but he's not doing that in the current timeline. And you said we aren't supposed to go back even further, right? So like we're stuck on hour 15? That banana is vital to the fate of the entire world. Okay, okay, we'll accept the banana. Oh! Maybe? Maybe we're supposed to go to another area, the demo sales venue. I don't think it's going to be Endo Electronics. It's probably a sales demo. Maybe we could run into her over there and then run this way together. Right? Minorikawa ran along Sensor Guide towards Nokane building, the Nokane building, where the sales demo had been held. Before there, however, a glance to his side stopped him on his tracks. Wait, no matter what, we come here? Maybe I'm supposed to run a different way. You know, I was watching someone play Fall Guys yesterday, Jeff, and they had that skin. Yeah, there's no way, there's no way, there's no way. Oh! Santa, thanks for the banana cat. That scared me, hold on. I've gotta measure out the audio before we start stream. But thanks again for the bits, man. Appreciate you. Scared of a banana. Look at how far we've come in 2024. Do we keep running into that sign, Dojinzaka? Yeah, we still keep going to that sign, right? He caught sight of a skinny figure disappearing into the throng and Sensor Guy. There was only one man he knew who was dressed like that, Dojinzaka, now he remembered. There was a second knick-knack shop. Oh! But... yeah, no matter what, we end up here. But Miku doesn't end up here. And this is the start of that, right? Would Kano's decisions here... I don't think hitting him would do much, right? I'm pretty sure we're still gonna get stopped. Maybe surveillance cameras. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. No, not what I meant to do. Sorry, there's just something I'm curious about. I'll actually continue to track. Yeah, because this way we get to see... wait, the code appeared and fall on the shop. It looks like he snatched that guy's computer. Still, they remained glued to the monitor. Oh, that's... yeah. Yeah, so this is just the same thing, right? Because there's no way that would affect our current timeline. And this is where we decided whether or not we run for it. Is it really dependent on whether or not we hit this guy? There's no way. Stanley soaked up the rage-fueled blow to his face, a mask of calm. Kano felt all the more miserable in the face of such unflinching resolve. If I weren't such a bumbling clod, Sasayama would have never... Hey, don't blame yourself, Stanley said. You guys have been doing better than I expected. More sarcasm, huh? It seems like it's just the same thing. I don't... I don't know. Punching the mayor is vital to the fate of the entire world, just as important as the banana. He's cool. Or is he? I don't know. What the heck, Miku? What the heck? That's the explosion. There's no way to... Okay. I don't know. I really don't know. Did the punch make the change? Could that be he told me? I really have no idea. I think I'm just as stuck as that one time when we were playing Zero Time Dilemma. And we were just going... Oh, actually, we got one stuck in Zero Escape too. I guess we have to say something and then hit him. This would probably make us run into things a little later, I think. I have no idea. I'm really trying to figure this out. Kinda wasn't sure what to make of that. You encouraged me. Stanley's held his arms wide. Don't know, maybe. Kuze's voice, okay? Yeah, it's the same thing. Punching him or not doesn't change anything? Damn. Okay. Just because... How do we get Miku over there? Could it be Maria? And Maria just doesn't have to talk to her? Doesn't have to spend so much time with her? Either way, though, if we run for it or don't run for it, it seems like that has to be, like, the main plot. Right? Maria's the only one who's seen interact with Miku this time back. True, but the only decision... This is the only decision we get. Is it not? And I forget, we ran into her because we stayed back, right? But maybe we're supposed to pick up that image. Or that picture. This is what we did last time, no? Okay. Okay, so this is when we run into her. And there's... I don't think this is the play. I guess we have to wait? We get some more news, right? But would that make her go over there? That was the first solution that we made, though. Or first answer, remain motionless. But I don't know. What would be more important? For her to find out basically nothing, right? Or get that picture. We have to interact with Miku though, right? I just swear that's what we did the first time. You missed the cot. This is the cot. Also, apparently, Jeff, I don't know if you were here, but that cat outfit was not supposed to be rented out at all. Because our homie who likes to cosplay ends up finding it, and he also gets stuck in it, like after we take it off. And as it turns out, when we're trying to unzip him, we do something very wrong and get sent into another reality. Like that outfit alone, I forget what it's called, what the reality is. But yeah. Yeah, it's insane, man. You know that, I guess menu song has been stuck in my head? Yeah, it's crazy. Look for some place to hide out, like I suggested, but since I don't know my left from my right in this town, it's easier said than done. Before I realized it, I made my way back. But this solution doesn't do anything, does it? This gives us a bad end. So then we have to go with her. This whole game is some trip, true. But this means we have to go back with her. There's no way we don't. Okay. Huh? Wait, why isn't this a bad end anymore? Or a keep out? Is there something different going on now? And Connell saw flames that have been accidents, so explosions, several people, okay? Wait, a high school age girl was crying, clinging tightly to a man who had been caught in the blast. Kano recognized her as the girl he talked to earlier during the traffic jam. The man looked like he might still be alive. Can I see Minorikawa at 1515? Let me see. 1515 Minorikawa. Yeah, now we have another choice because this was closed off, right? We had got into like some other ending. So this is all new. I swear we've tried this before. Kano recognized the girl as he talked to. Okay. Police, he announced. Blood was streaming from the man's mouth. He clearly suffered some internal damage. Hang in there, buddy, Kano told him. Stay with us. The man's face twisted up in pain, but somehow he managed to croak out a few words. Kano let out a gasp. The man's voice was almost too weak to hear, but what he said still shook Kano to the core. This man knew something important. Something... Wait, is this who I think it is? No! Something crucial to the investigation. Rescue vehicles arrived at the scene. The wounded man's promptly loaded into a stretcher. When he was placed inside the ambulance, Kano flashed his badge at the paramedics and got along inside with him. The man had already fallen unconscious. Kano didn't know when he'd wake back up, but he needed to hear what the guy had to say. He sensed the stranger was the key to unlocking the entire case. Mr. Reporter, but Kano kept a lonely vigil. Yeah, the man never woke again. The antivirus that had given to Hitomi, the blue minivan. So look for now the minivan exploding. So we got another bad end, huh? Okay, so yeah, we gotta go back to Minorikawa. There's a bad ending where Minorikawa gets beaten up by a horde of angry middle-aged women and he thinks Tama is the angel of death come to play rock paper scissors for his soul. A new bad end that's progress. Yeah, for sure. Kano kept Kano tried to get information from a man who was caught up in the explosion. When Ikawa had arrived too late, when Ikawa hadn't been caught on the blast, things would have gone differently. For Kano, at 15:30, somebody shouts something, and depending on what they shout, both Kano and Murikawa's fate may change. Oh. So someone else has to do this. Does this mean she's there now? Yeah, this is much better than just being like kept out and not knowing what we really had to do. But I swear I chose that solution before. Maybe I didn't play it out all the way though. Cause then Miku still has to show up, right? Let's autoplay for the meantime so I'm not like spamming like crazy. But still, that belongs to me, uh-huh. Because this is playing out how it played out before. Oh, wait, Miku's actually here. Miku stood in the doorway on the verge of tears. Mr. Minorikawa began to, then her voice choked up. Miku, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Miku drew in close to Minorikawa's side. Huh? Yanoshita's gaze darted back and forth between Minorikawa and Miku. You two know each other? Sort of. More to the point, she's the girl you said you were in love with. That's right, the one and only Miku. I have her entrance music as my ringtone. Paying no heed to Yanoshita's excitement, Miku kept her eyes fixed on Minorikawa. I lost. To a girl who knows Aiki Jujutsu. I lost! She buried her face in Minorikawa's chest. Ah! Yanoshita let out a gasp. What's this about? What in the world is this all about? He seemed to look on the verge, sir. Mr. Minorikawa, I need to learn Aiki Jujutsu. I feel so ashamed. She buried her face even deeper into Minorikawa's chest. That's so unfair. Okay, the guy in the background is my face, and I see a Greg's or a tower. Is this when you get like an actual sip, like a sip of the tower, or a sip of Greg's? With tears in his eyes, Yanoshita darted out the door. Minorikawa glared after the pathetic fellow as he scampered off. The guy sure knows how to take advantage of a bad situation. I'll give him that, he murmured. I can't let him get away. I'm gonna catch the police anyhow. I'm just glad I got my partner back. Ordinarily, he'd be inclined to pursue Yanoshita and subject him to a trial at the very least, but there was no time for that now. Like, if he did chase after him... Wait, but this explosion happens with Miku. But does Miku catch up afterwards? He explained the situation to the shopkeeper, who flashed a sympathetic smile. Ah, is that so? Lucky for you, he screwed up then. Much as I'm happy to do business, I just can't buy a computer that doesn't come with its accessories. So you have bought it for him if you didn't have the accessories? Of course. Stolen or not, it's all the same once I've sold it. The shopkeeper chuckled unapologetically. I suppose that's true, Minorikawa laughed along with him. Yeah, all the same. Like hell it is, he roared. The shopkeeper froze like a startled rabbit. I bet everything you have for sale here has been stolen, hasn't it? Don't be ridiculous. I'll warn you up front, there's no hiding things from me. I've interviewed you after all, I know you. The shopkeeper was getting more and more flustered. Well, I mean, this is just between you and me, okay? Sometimes I go around gathering stuff that people have lost and I sell it here. But it's not stolen. I just repurposed Just repurpose. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, right? This is also going to be a big plot later on. The shopkeeper smiled. Okay. Yubaka! Minotikawa stuck his finger out in the man's face. Selling lost property is a serious crime too. A potential violation of Article 252 of the Penal Code of Japan. Regarding embezzlement of lost property, which states a person who embezzled lost property, drift property, or any other property which belongs to another person and is in no one's possession shall be punished by imprisonment with work for not more than 1 year, a fine of not more than 100,000 yen, or a petty fine. A petty fine. Did you save the world yet? I was getting my mac and cheese. Welcome back, Star. So far, not yet. But we didn't explode, so that's progress. We're embezzling at the moment. Saving the world one embezzlement at the time? Yes, we are. Well, I'm not the police. I'm more into curiosity than loyalty. The fact that I find this all pretty fascinating. I mean, what sort of things have you gathered up for sale? Well, let me see. Like this and that and that and that. The man pointed at various items on the shelves, and this and that and that and that and that, I guess. Minotikawa's eyes were directed all at the shop. Everything the shopkeeper had pointed at had a hefty price tag. And you're actually able to sell things like this, Minotikawa asked? Sure, I can sell stuff. Earlier today, someone bought a big necklace. I listed it for 40,000 yen, but I discounted it to 30,000. And you can still make a profit even offering discounts? Sure, I mean, it's just something I found lying on the ground after all. Minotikawa looked back at him for a moment, and he laughed as well. Then his face turned hard. This is no laughing matter, he bellowed. You need to stop what you're doing right here, right away. Otherwise, you're going to find out what it's like to get punished by my pen of justice. Pen of justice, dude. I'm so sorry. The shopkeeper bowed repeatedly. Minotikawa glared. The truth was right now. He was so busy he had to let this guy slide. Still, the whole asinine affair had eaten up a big chunk of the time he didn't have to waste. He was going to have to finish up his copy back at the editing office. Laptop in hand, he left the shop only to stop short when a slight figure stepped out in front of him. Who? Wait, Miku? Yeah, you were still with us, weren't you? Mr. Minotikawa, Miku stood there bearing his path. Please introduce me to a dojo where I can learn Akijujutsu. I'm sorry, I really don't have time for this right now. Minotikawa tried to hurry onward, but she stubbornly refused to let him pass. You introduced me to that other dojo before, remember? I suppose so, now that you mention it. He tried to slip by her on the right-hand side, but she was quick to block him. You're the one who introduced me to the world of martial arts, Mr. Minotikawa. Well, yes, you know, you're putting me in a bit of a bind here. Trying to slip by her left side was a no-go, too. She could anticipate his every move. Please, just hear me out, Miku said. She was speaking through quiet sobs. Quiet sobs. Now, I can't stand to leave things like this. She looked Minotikawa right in the eye. Sorry, you'll just have to preserve until you're able to win again. This is a good opportunity for you to confine. You can find someone to do with yourself that isn't martial arts. But she's passionate about this. I'm sorry, I really don't have the time right now. I think so. Please punish me, Minotikawa-san. I've been an unjust girl. I need to get this copy wrapped up by 4 o'clock. This discussion. You were already champion at one pub, right? Maybe this is a good opportunity. You could just wash your hands off the martial arts world. Miku began to shake. That's deserved, you jerk. Miku delivered a blinding fast slap to Minotikawa's cheek. This is the solution I was trying not to go for. Why'd you have to put it like that? You're so mean. Bursting into tears, Miku ran off. Uh-oh. Hey, Miku, she gave no sign that she'd heard him. And didn't turn around. Minotikawa rubbed his cheek. It stung. For once, he actually regretted what he said. Maybe he shouldn't have assumed she would be willing to give up her hobby. He did in fact know of several Akijujutsu dojos. If only he had the time, he could have introduced her to easily enough. Checking his watch, he saw he only had 30 minutes and change until 4 o'clock. There was no more wiggle room at this point. Those articles needed to get written and fast. He needed to get back to the editing department, and yet... Oh, damn it, hell. I can't get work done like this. Minotikawa broke into a run, but he didn't run for Heaven Publishing. Instead, he went after Miku. We got a bad ending. Wait, we didn't? What? Did we mess up all these timelines? What? Then we get the call, right? Okay, found him. Okay. Achi shut. Huh. The guy was in the back alley of a center guy. He was talking with someone. Huh, is that? Achi blinked a few times as he leaned in closer to the screen. He told me, you have to come look at this. That's my sister. He told me, brimmed with excitement. For real? I think so. What's she doing in a place like that? And why is she talking to that guy? I'm not sure. I can't believe this is the actual solution. I'm assuming this is the actual solution. I've been an unjust coffee drinker. Burb Sons kid, Jeff. Enjoy the coffees. Looks like they're having fun. Guess since they're twins, they're both into older guys. Achi felt his mood start to sour. I have to ask, are you sure she was kidnapped? Yes, at least I thought so. And so did the police. Then what's this all about? Should we go and see for ourselves? Guess so. Oh, what about that email? Achi pointed at Hitomi's cell phone. Shouldn't you take a look at that? My sister comes first. That place, where is it? Is it far from here? No, not particularly. Ooh, Achi and Hitomi rushed from the building, heading for the alley where Maria was talking to the computer thief. It wasn't long before they were closing in on their destination, but as they headed down a narrow side street, a familiar figure suddenly appeared to bar their way. No! Uh-oh, it's him, gun in hand. The man with the cane slowly ambled towards them. Achi and Hitomi bolted down a nearby alley. We still don't know why he knows Achi's name, though, right? Taking another run, they reached the alley they'd seen on the cameras. Maria! Hitomi rushed over to her sister, but Maria just stood staring at Hitomi in silence as if she couldn't process what was going on. Meanwhile, the assassin was still in pursuit and had turned the corner behind them and was steadily drawing nearer. He pointed his gun at Hitomi's head. No shot. Come on, hurry, Achi urged. He tried to lead the two girls away, hoping to escape further down the alley. But instead, Maria charged boldly at the man with the cane. What? The assassin was caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack, but he reacted quickly, clubbing the girl in the head with the grip of his pistol. Maria, Hitomi shrieked. She stared in horror as her sister collapsed in the heap on the ground. No, then Hitomi's eyes rolled back in her head as she fainted in Achi's arms. He told me, hey, so we're gonna have to run away. But the shock had overwhelmed her. She was out cold. No, this is a bad ending for sure, dude. Slowly, the assassin lifted his gun again, aiming for Achi and Hitomi. Well, it wasn't the blue minivan this time. If only he had Hitomi to protect, Achi might have been able to pick her up and get away. But he couldn't just leave her sister here. He knew with the chilling certainty of despair that he could never save them both. Despair, dude. We are locked in. What's that game? Danganronpa. Finding Maria had seemed like such a stroke of luck, but it led to Achi and Hitomi running right across the killer's path. So never would have happened if Achi hadn't gotten distracted with the tracking weirdo on the cameras. If he'd focused looking for the minivan instead. So it wasn't Maria, though. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, Achi's definitely too pure. He's trying to save our body. You know what? But Maria's path isn't blocked off. But this means that we're still gonna answer the call, right? Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. That ringtone slaps. That's actually my IRL ringtone. Whenever I get any type of message. Somebody let out a tiny gasp. Okay, so we find the van. I think that's... Really? No. I once did have the Friends intro as a ringtone, though. Once, very, very long ago. All out run. Run the other guy who's looking for Miku. Well, hold up. Okay, so yeah. All out run for the other guy who's looking for Miku. We can actually go for Minorikawa now. And we have to stop Minorikawa, I think. Running along Kowendori in pursuit of Miku, Minorikawa heard the cell phone ringtone coming from somewhere nearby. Mod check? No! 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 God! Suddenly a massive fiery blast knocked him from his feet. Deafening roar set his head throbbing. What was it? What's going on? So... we get to this point no matter what? He smelled the foul scent of burning rubber, then came to a sound of quick footsteps rushing up to him. Mr. Minorikawa, a voice called out to him as if across a distance. Mr. Minorikawa. He forced his eyes open and saw Miku looking anxiously down at him. Mr. Minorikawa. Miku, those things I said earlier, I'm sorry, I went too far. What are you talking about? That's not important right now. Miku choked back a gasp, and Minorikawa realized he had blood leaking from his mouth. His body wouldn't move, and his mind was reeling. What? What happened? Tell me. Miku's voice was dry and hoarse. There was a minivan. It exploded. Exploded? A minivan exploded on the city street? That sounded like a terrorist attack. Or act. His reeling mind drifted back to the attempted bioterrorist attack in Kasumigaseki. 2 years, okay? An occupied minivan had exploded outside an MPD station, and afterwards a device meant to scatter a dangerous biological agent had been discovered in the subway. With sudden clarity, Minorikawa recalled what Osawa had said earlier. Yeah, our boy got... oh my god. The power balance of the entire world might be at stake here. Could there be some sort of connection between Osawa's warning and this explosion? There had to be. Minorikawa's journalistic intuition had told him it must be true. Something terrible was underway here in Shibuya. Police, a man in suit, announced. He crouched beside Minorikawa and gently lifted his head and torso. Hang in there, buddy. Stay with us. The change of position allowed Minorikawa to clear his airway and sucked in a deep breath. But as he did, an intense pain shot through his lungs. I think I might be done for. Whatever his intuition might be telling him, it didn't look like he'd ever be able to write about it. But if he couldn't get his words out into the page, at least he could tell someone else. With his last act, maybe he could still accomplish something. But he's not able to, right? Osawa, Kenji Osawa, the power balance of the entire world. As his voice failed, he heard the sound of ambulance sirens approaching. Paramedics, oh sorry, I hit the mic. Paramedics began frantically unloading stretchers. Yo, Jeff, welcome back, dude. You know, I was pretty tired earlier too, but I had to G-sub sit. I had to G-sub sit for sure. I think Minorikawa gets blown up more than anyone in this chapter, no matter what, huh? Alternate life, don't move accident victims if they are in immediate danger. Right, you gotta like leave them, right? Amongst them were a woman and a child. Emergency workers bearing a stretcher came over to Minorikawa. Forget about me. I'm beyond helping. See the others instead. Minorikawa shouted inwardly, but no one heard. Damn. They're gonna tell us the same thing though, right? Premonition of disaster. Minorikawa chased Miku as far as Koendori, only to be caught in the blast when a minivan suddenly exploded. A few simple words can change his fate. Someone who shouts something at 15:30 needs to change what it is they shout. If Minorikawa hears something that grabs his attention, he may not get too close to the explosion. 15:30. Is it Maria? Because Maria's out, right? They might have internal injuries or spinal injuries, and you might only make things worse if you move them, for sure. Is she gonna shout, "Who am I?" I asked myself again. Or, I am? Tama! I am... Tama Hitomi? Oh, you know what? Maybe I was supposed to say none of the above. Turn around the sound of an experienced voice and see Mr. Yanashita running my way, flailing his arm in a friendly greeting. You know what I think it is? Okay, flees the scene, now you're some middle-aged guy? So, look, what I'm thinking is... Because this thing's still going to be a bad end for Minorikawa, right? What I'm thinking here is... We say that we're nobody, and then she just shouts. She's upset, and she shouts, right? Unless it's just going to be Tama. None of the above. None of those fit me at all. Or wait, it doesn't matter? Okay. Unless I say he told me, and he goes a different way. Yo, Jeff, thanks to that, man. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles unsettledly. I had a great little idea, okay? Feel like I've heard this from me before, Mr. Yanashita shakes his head fervently. This time it's different. We're talking way more digits than before. Now, try not to be surprised, yeah? Spittle flies from... Yeah, spittle flies from his mouth as he rattles on. Or, it's okay to be surprised, actually. In fact, I'm guessing you're definitely going to be amazed this time, Sama. I can practically see the banknotes dancing in his eyes. Cut to the chase already. This time okay. He's gonna tell us about that ice cream thing, right? No risk, high return. In the world of equity investment, a wise investor weighs the risk against potential for a return. Many heavily risked projects, however, yield little in the way of actual returns. Such cases are called high risk, low return. The inverse, low risk, high return, is quite rare. The idea of no risk, high return is simply absurd. There's a crazy gleam in his eye. Oh man, I'm finally gonna get to be a part of the Billionaires Club. This is so ridiculous, I don't even have a snappy retort for it. Never mind, the 10 million obviously wouldn't make him a billionaire. Where are you sticking these digits? By the way, you haven't seen Chiri, have you? We're gonna need her to wrap up the 10 million yen. Chiri, No, I haven't run into her since the sales demo. Oh, it's on. Well, if you do happen to see her, tell her to get in touch with me. Sure, alright. I still don't know what he's going on about, but there's probably no harm in being helpful. Thank you, Tama. I guess I may as well give you a little hint. A hint? Yeah. Yeah, hint. Want to hear it? Let's say no, because then maybe he'll shout. No, not particularly. Okay, anyway, thanks for helping me out with the cheaty thing. Adios. And then, like a whirlwind, Mr. Yanashita zooms away, leaving me alone in the alley. It seems like Yanashita's used to this type of, like, treatment. This reaction. Suddenly, I felt totally exhausted. I let out a sigh and dropped my eyes, and that's when I noticed a notebook on the ground on my feet. Do we still get that picture? The assassin dropped this? There's a photograph tucked inside of the back cover. Okay. That's not Kano, right? Well, what do I do now? Do I go to the police? How would I even explain the situation? Okay, so we've gotten this before. Yeah, and we're all still stuck on bad ends. We got it to be continued, though. But they said something about 5:30, right? Or 15:30. Someone yelled something right before the van exploded, did they? Would it be Kano? No, right? Because the van explodes at 5:35, 5:40. Does this not matter? Because they said at 15:30, right? So, if he gives us the hint, doesn't that mean he stays with us a little bit? I really do like this soundtrack. I do too. It's filled with life. It's filled with like the current, like the mood for everything, I think. The van explodes at 15:30. Okay, so it's got to be something beforehand, but not too far behind. Also, is this the first time we actually chill with Osawa throughout this entire thing? Could it be Miku that saves us? There's no way that this is going to do something else, but it does. Oh god, yeah, we got the same ending. Cause let's see. Good opportunity to find something to do with yourself that isn't martial arts. Dude, no matter what, this is still gonna come out to be the same thing. Okay, so it's someone else. It's immediately before the van explodes? So 15:25. Would it actually be Kano? It looks like Kano's the only one who actually does something, though. Oh no. Would this be the difference? Let's see. No, we're still in a bad end. Yeah, isn't this is 5 minutes before? So would it be exactly at 12:30? There's no way. At 12:30, at 15:30. Because this is already after that. What? He's the only one that shouts something. He's the only one who shouts something, and I'm assuming it's gonna distract her? It's dangerous. Okay, stay back, don't get too close. I think this is it. Because no matter what, this still happens, but... No? You have the choice, but you have to make him yell something else. Is it not to just wait? Would it actually be Hitomi? I'd imagine just randomly saying to like, hold on. No way. Unless there's a different ending or something else that he's supposed to say afterwards. Hitomi wait? Is his name actually? Your name isn't Hitomi Minorikawa. Your name is not Hitomi. Hitomi wait. As he ran along Koendori after Miku, Minorikawa heard someone shout at a familiar name. Hitomi, that was a pretty common name. It's a very popular name. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have given it a second thought, but he remembered that one of the Miss Midoriyama winners was named Hitomi Osawa. That made him curious. That's crazy. A moment later, he heard a cell phone ringtone. He immediately recognized it as Aya Kamiki-san. Don't tell me that this person's in the car, in the van. Run, don't stop running. His reporter instincts tingled. He stopped to look around, and one young woman caught his eye almost immediately. He couldn't assume that any pretty girl he saw was Miss Midoriyama. After all, it'd be a little too convenient if he just happened to run into her now. Still, it didn't cost him anything to ask, "Are you Hitomi Osawa?" He might as well at least check. But to his own surprise, he hesitated in embarrassment. He'd never been too embarrassed to ask the question before. He didn't get a chance to contemplate that realization. Because it still explodes, right? Okay, because he still takes a hit, but it's not as intense. A massive fiery blast knocked him down on his feet, from his feet. A deafening roar set his head throbbing. What was that? What's going on? He lay in a daze on the ground, trying to wrap his mind around what had just happened. Behind him, there was a minivan, fiercely ablaze. A minivan, an explosion. The first thing to pop into his mind was the attempted by a terrorist. Okay, so same thing as before. Had paid a terrorist organization a hefty sum to keep it that way. Right now, Minorikawa was a stone's throw from the Shibuya precinct. Could this be a repeat of the Kasumi Gaseki attack? He's just well done. Damn. The entire area was in an uproar. People were running around in panic. Minorikawa could see several injured people lying on the ground, unmoving. And yet, despite the gravity of the situation, numerous onlookers were casually taking photos with their cell phone. Minorikawa got to his feet and then went on to try to get everyone away from the scene of the explosion. Hey, you guys, get back! There could be another bomb! Minorikawa looked around as he pushed back the crowd. He was getting the strong whiff of a scoop. He needed to write his copy ASAP, but he couldn't just turn his back on the situation now. The two young men were strolling toward the burning vehicle. They had the look of juvenile delinquents. Are those the Yakuza dudes? Whoa, what the heck? Is this for real? Ain't this dangerous? It looks for serious. Huh, maybe not. The pair tried to find an optimal vantage point. Hey, Minorikawa snapped, don't get any closer. He spread his arms wide to hold him back. The young men came to a halt, but otherwise paid him no heed. Oh, this is bad. This is for real bad. I think this is a terrorist thing. Yo, get out your phone. Come on. You think this is a terrorist thing? Dude, shut up. Just hurry up and call Susumu. Okay. The taller of the two, dressed in red, was ordering around his blue-clad companion. Huh? The boy in blue huffed. Man, do it yourself. Say what now? Bitch. This ain't no time to get yourself all worked up. Minorikawa stood there, arms still held wide, getting more and more annoyed at their back and forth. Yo, just make the call, man. The young fellow in red scowled. He wasn't gonna back down. Huh? Yo, what's the difference if I make it or you do it? It doesn't make any difference, so it doesn't matter if you do it. I don't know. This could decide the game. Yeah, right. It doesn't matter. It don't matter, so in that case, you do it. Look, I'm telling you just to make a damn call. And I'm telling you, okay, dude. Dude, the goods from over at Endo Electronics are gone. You gotta let Susumu know. What? The name Endo Electronics caught Minorikawa's attention. Wait, what? Yeah, huh? Yeah, but ain't that all Achi's dude's fault for getting all huffy at us? I mean, it was Kiri who told us to go find the Endo store. Yeah, but Susumu don't like dealing in stolen goods. Says it's dirty. It dirties the SOS name. Well, what a coincidence. Looked like these two are SOS members. Hey, Minorikawa called out. You two. He finally succeeded in getting their attention. Where's this Susumu fellow? I'd like to talk to him. He had no idea who Susumu was, having only heard the name just now. Still, from the way these two were talking, it seemed clear he had some position of leadership. You think I'd tell you if I knew? The fellow in red snarled. Minorikawa kept his composure. Listen, you guys know the Tenryu Gumi? Tenryu Gumi was a Yakuza syndicate that operated in Shibuya, an up-and-coming Yakuza syndicate that turned up on the scene 10 years ago. With the seemingly legitimate Takarada financing as its business front, the group offers monetary solutions for people in financial trouble. But those who accept their offers soon find out that their troubles only grow and grow. Embroiled in conflict with the Kanto Shiramine Gumi, who had been long established in Shibuya. These street kids were sure to be familiar with the name, if nothing else. I may not look it, but I'm pretty tight with the Tenryu Gumi. And maybe you two don't know it, but Susumu has been showing up on the office a lot lately. Susumu has been dealing with the Yakuza? Whoa, for real? Sweet, those two punks bought it completely. What's SOS using as their hangout these days? I've got a little something to discuss with Susumu, huh? Right now, it's this little bar called Inferno. Minorikawa made a mental note of the name. Right, and Inferno is where exactly? The two young men suddenly looked distinctly uncomfortable. Uh-oh, later! Yeah, I got a thing to do too. Backing away, they took off through the crowd. Hey, wait up! I need to know where Inferno is, but the pair had already vanished. He knows where Inferno is. There's no doubt he knows where Inferno is. Ambulances began arriving at the scene and paramedics rushed out to tend the wounded. Excuse me, would you mind answering a few questions? Minorikawa turned to see a man in a suit approaching him, flashing his badge. Okay, so we'll come back here later, because I doubt anything opened up, right? Oh, well, actually, we don't have to make the jump. So, detective the question for him, huh? How about you answer a few questions for me? Was this an accident or an attack? We still don't have many details. Let me rephrase that for you. This is a major incident, Minorikawa exclaimed. Huh? The detective looked pretty flummoxed. I've been around the block a few times, and I know all your police PR lingo. And when you start talking about the details, that is 100% indicative of a major incident. Brushing aside Minotikawa's remark, the detective tried another person. Did you happen to notice anything unusual prior to the explosion? Unusual? Minotikawa thought back to the moments before the minivan blew up. Now that you mention it, I think I heard a cell phone ringing. A ringtone. The detective tilted his head. A ringtone. No, never mind. Forget that. Did Osawa make the call? And was that cell phone Tama's or Maria's? Huh, we'll see. There's no way the ringtone on someone's phone would be audible through all that. Minotikawa struck the thought of his own mind as he said it. In all likelihood, he associated the ringtone as an explosion simply because of one hand happened right before the other. Kano. A large-statured Caucasian man had called out to the detective. Evidently, the detective's name was Kano. Thank you for your cooperation, he said with a bow, then ran over to the foreigner. Mr. Minotikawa turned at a female voice behind him. It's Miku, right? He found Miku standing there. She looked like she'd been crying. Well, she was before she even ran, right? Miku, about earlier, he trailed off searching for an apology. It's okay, that doesn't matter right now. Miku looked around the scene. Minotikawa followed her gaze. Something big went down here, he said. I know, she exclaimed. The explosion. I saw it happen with my own eyes. You what? Miku looked around nervously. Are you all right? He asked her. You're not hurt, are you? I'm okay. My ears are still ringing a bit is all. Good. So what do you see? What did you see at the time of the explosion? What did the ringtone makes the boom? That's what I'm thinking. There was this girl who was running towards the minivan, and then I saw this other Middle Eastern girl suddenly make a dive for her. Then the van just exploded. Wait, hold on, Minotikawa said. So, if I'm getting this right, it sounds like this Middle Eastern girl saved the girl who was running up to the minivan. Miku nodded. Just then, Minotikawa's phone chimed. He'd received an email. It was from Chiaki, sorry. Mr. Mino, are you still working on your copy? He checked his watch. At this point, the 4 o'clock deadline was barely 20 minutes away. Nonetheless, he decided to stay at the bomb scene. He could definitely smell a scoop here, he was sure of it. Even if he couldn't get his 6 pages done by 4, landing a major scoop should be enough to persuade the loan company. That's also what I'm thinking. Minotikawa jotted his phone number down and handed it to Miku. I'll make things up to you, he said. Give me a call later. Miku took the scrap of paper, puzzled. If you're looking for an Aiki Jujutsu Dojo, I know a few. And her face lit up. Good. Minotikawa decided to process the scene for clues. As he wandered around, he caught sight of Detective Kano and his Caucasian colleague heading down an alley. What's that I smell? Something pretty damn fishy. If they were slipping away for a private conversation, maybe there's some way I could listen in. Minotikawa hurried into one of the buildings. They're gonna kill him, aren't they? Stanley is? He looked around and found a public bathroom upstairs in the alley inside of the building. Hoping beyond hope, he slipped up. Oh wait, never mind. Maybe they might not notice him. He slipped up to the bathroom window. Voices outside. He held his breath and listened. Did he use his primal hearing? Like, Kaito? Those international criminals you mentioned. Kano's words were faint, but he could make them out. Minotikawa did a little fist bump. Correct. Roughly 8 hours ago, they infected Maria Osawa with the UA virus. Then, they let her loose somewhere in Shibuya. Hold on. By UA, you mean the discussion involved some terms Minotikawa wasn't familiar with. He focused all his mental energy on what the two were saying. This is a killer virus with a 100% mortality rate once it takes hold. 100%? Minotikawa muttered to himself. The shock caused him to unclench the fists he didn't realize he made. This wasn't just an interesting conversation, it was monumental. It was an incubation period of 12 hours, or it has an incubation of 12 hours. In another 4 hours, Maria Osawa will go symptomatic. His primal reporter senses, yeah, like a giraffe. After that, she'll begin spreading the virus through the city. It's capable of airborne transmission. If we don't administer Kenji Osawa's antiviral before the She develops symptoms, yes? Everyone in Shibuya is going to die. Minorikawa felt goosebumps rise all over his body. If they were talking about a virus in Kenji Osawa, that can only mean that Kenji Osawa, he recalled what Osawa had said earlier about the power balance of the world being at stake. There was no doubt about it. This was a tremendous scoop. Well, then we need to find Maria Osawa and get the antiviral to her as soon as possible. Would it be better if everyone is kind of carrying, like, the antiviral on them? I don't know if they made enough or if that would even be worse, because that's kind of what the other people are after, right? Just calm down, there's more to the story. It's starting to leak out. The door swung open loudly and someone came barging into the bathroom. Please don't tell me it's like a gas leak. Of course. It was Yamashita. Why him again? Why here of all places? Oh, I'm leaking here. Yamashita was on the verge of hysterics. His voice must have been audible outside. Kano and his companion went to take their discussion elsewhere. Brah. And they were just getting to the good part. You son of a bitch. Enraged, Minorikawa grabbed Yamashita and tossed him to the floor. I'm leaking. Shut your mouth. He puts all his strength into an ankle hold and gave it a good twist. A professional wrestling technique that involves grabbing the opponent by the ankle. Being caught up like this can be extremely painful. It puts a lot of pressure on the lower body, and if you're already fighting the urge to urinate, well... Yamashita wailed, ah! Are we gonna have him piss himself? The world is gonna rely on whether or not this dude pisses himself. Nirakawa left the idiot blubbering in the bathroom and hurried out of the building. He hadn't heard the whole discussion, but he had a scoop on his hands anyway. This would be a tremendous scoop for Heaven Publishing, enough to let the company rebuild. He was certain of it, and if I'm the one saying it, it's gotta be true. As he ran along, Minorikawa tried to plan his next steps. First, he had to get back to the editing office. He explained the situation to the people from the loan company. Then he'd go find that paperwork for Osawa and have Chiaki check his copy. And then after that, okay, so he still had a lot of things that he needed to do. He swatted himself on both cheeks to get himself psyched up. Oh man, his phone rang. Okay, it's Chiaki. Mr. Mino, something terrible has happened. Chiaki's voice had a broken yelp. Whoa, calm down. Over on Koendori, the minivan exploded. Ah, yeah, I'm well aware. Thanks to that, I got a big scoop. Chiaki cut him off. Just now, I got a call from Mr. Toyama's daughter, Hana. This time, Minorikawa waited for her to finish. He had a sinking feeling. She said that Mr. Toyama was in there. No way! It was a suicide? What? I don't know. Minorikawa's knees buckled. Tell me you're joking. No, I mean the van explosion is all over the news, and Hana was in tears on the phone, and... Mr. Mino? Mr. Mino, are you still there? Toyama had killed himself? Minorikawa felt the energy drain from his body. So another bad ending? Oh my god. That's the canon ending? Wow. Wow. Okay, so we still have Kano. And then we can check out Osawa. Wait a minute, that's not what I meant to do. Cause... who is that guy again? That guy is Minorikawa, right? If it's Osawa, then sure. Yeah, I think it's Minorikawa. Okay, it is. That guy was Minorikawa? Okay. Yumario was good, Yumario. Are you doing some Marino parties today? I didn't mean to press circle. I'm sorry. Okay, so that's not it. You know what? Let's just go with Kano and see what we have to do here. Strong 50-50. Okay, okay. Whoa, my controller just vibrating like crazy. Bobby popped in a little earlier. You do want to? For sure. Party time's always a great time. Something's wrong, kind of thought. That's no ordinary city noise. Call him Black Smoke. Okay, so the same thing as before. Ba-dum. Also, you know what? While this is happening, I did see we got some Pokemon cards. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing. Someone had set up an explosion. Because nothing else pops up when we go here. Alright, guys, we're going to go with a Charizard pack. Oh. Shots rose up as they're in the scene. What's going on? What happens? Crown fire, common card HQ, quickly slipped after the burning package. Okay, then it's we're gonna say that it's like a body, right? Yeah, if there was someone inside, could that be Tony? At a keep out? You've got to be kidding me. Damn, so we didn't get a Charizard, but we got a Charmeleon. It's not bad. Okay, but this is after this timeline, right? And why did we actually get like a keep out? Wait, the number 80 brings to mind Tentacruel. Its 80 tentacles can stretch and shrink freely? Tentacruel ensnares prey in the net of spread out tentacles, delivering venomous stings to its catch. We finally got 80 Pokemon cards, fellas. That is a lot of tentacles. That is a whole lot of tentacles. Yeah, I don't think I could open anything right now. Ba-da. Cool. My bad, guys. I guess I gotta do my dailies. Actually, I can still wait for this. No. You know what? We're gonna do this. But okay, who would it be? I wanted the Meowth. Oh, it's okay though. Okay. So we can do a jump here to the sister, but her timeline's already done, right? And we have another keep out over here. And then this is... Wait, did we really have to do that in order to go here? Bino, thank you so very much for that raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. Bino, how was the rest of your stream? Was good. Hold on. Yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. Welcome back, Clouds, as well. Was good, everyone. It was good. I played some Bully. Wait. Is that the game that came out in, like, 2006, 2007? It was, like, I'm pretty sure during, like, the GameCube days, right? Or was it a different game? Because I remember seeing the commercials for that, but it was a while ago. You know what? We'll save our Wonder Pick. Because I don't think there's anything I really want right now. Or it's a chance. But yeah, guys, go check out Bino for the Yakuza, for the shooter games, as well as the Tales. And yeah, Bully. Scholarship Edition. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same game I'm thinking of. Alright, let me open this up as well. But yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Niku. We are trying to get through 428 Shibuya Scramble and also start up freaking Spider-Man. But I've been hooked on this, so So we'll get around to Spider-Man, I'm sure, after we beat this. There's no way we don't. Yeah, I think I'm good on my picks right now. I think so. It's a game from Rockstar. Yeah, I think I remember. It's like an actual bully game, right? Like you're a student. You're a good kid. You fight the bullies. There you go. He's known as Bully B. What was that other name? Was it Reporter B? I'd explain. No, you're the good kid. You fight the bullies. Did she believe you? Was she like, okay. Let's get rid of the bullies together. Several people were on the ground nearby, evidently injured by the explosion. A girl in a hoodie, okay. Miku Morita. She was walking alongside, upset at Minorikawa for not introducing her to Aiki Jujutsu Dojo. She happened across the aftermath of the minivan explosion. Unable to stand idly by when faced with such horrific scene, I sort of read, she pitched in as best as she could to help the wounded. That's dope. So far, we've only fought the other bullies. Okay, yeah, I've never gotten around to playing that game, but it's because during that time, I think I was just stuck on Melee. I swore I wasn't a sweat. I swore I'm still not a sweat. But yeah, that's one of the games like I can vividly remember watching it on TV in the living room as a kid. You know, like when you had those big TVs, not these flat screen monitors that sometimes even curve us. You know, when you get curved so much IRL that now your monitors start curving you too. It's really sad. But yeah, I remember that. Kind of recognized her as a girl he talked to earlier during the traffic jam. Police, he announced. Get back. Let me handle this. The girl was visibly relieved. Help her, she said. She pointed at a figure lying on the sidewalk, a short distance from the burning minivan. It was a Middle Eastern girl. She appeared to be unconscious. Wait, she also has the tattoo. Was she with them? Was she with them? What? I think she got hurt rescuing another girl about college age. The girl in the hoodie said a college-aged girl. That might be, he told me. What happened to the girl she saved, Kano asked. A good Samaritan looked around. What was the game we were like looking at and they said a good Samaritan was related to someone offering someone a drink? And I was all like, I want to be a good Samaritan. I want to meet good Samaritans. I swear, this must have happened like a month or two ago. Maybe 3 months ago. Maybe 2 months ago. But yeah, a good Samaritan. Or was it a show? Must have been a game. I got curved 50 times in a row. Galaxy. 51's it. 51 is it. I remember my mother was horrified when she saw me playing Cock Riding Simulator. I had to explain we're a good cock and we ride the simulator. Was she like, okay, let the game cook? But my mom ain't raising no quitter. You got this, Galaxy. I believe. Huh? Where'd she go? The rescuee had disappeared. The girl here, the girl in the hoodie, gestured toward the fallen girl. I can't believe how fast she was. She spoke with a hint of awe. The way she moved to get the other girl, she was on a level way beyond mine. Kano took another look at the injured girl. Who let him cook? You know, I automatically thought of the duck racing from Shenmue 2. Kano took another look at the injured girl. He figured her figure looked rather delicate. It was hard to believe she was capable of great feats of athleticism. He started towards her, but Stanley stepped ahead of him. Leave this one to me, he said. He's gonna make sure she dies. His expression was unusually stern, even for him. Do you know her? Kano asked. The American didn't answer. He checked the girl's pulse and then her pupils. Hey, Stanley. Don't you have other things you should be doing? Stanley snapped. Fine then. Kano decided to collect some eyewitness accounts. I don't know. He knows something. He for sure knows something. Mom walks in on me playing Princess Maker 2. Oh, you're playing something cute for once, huh? Yeah, cute. She's a zombie now? You think so? Zombie. Patrol cars and ambulances arrived at the scene in a steady stream. Once the vehicle fire was under control, things gradually began to calm down. Several office workers worked to cover the area around the burned minivan with a blue tarp. Kano got his questioning underway, started by flashing his badge at a man near the front of the crowd. Excuse me, would you mind answering a few questions? Oh, right, this is where we meet with Minorikawa. Yeah. So, are we still... Yo, Colleen, thank you so very much for that raid as well. Welcome in, Raiders. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. Hold on. Oh, thanks for that, Jeff. Yeah, Colleen, thank you so much for that raid as well. How was the rest of Red Dead Redemption? Yeah, guys, go check out Colleen. Awesome streamer. Also plays the Yakuza. And yeah, I believe Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare was a game I didn't know existed. Originally, I just heard of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. But Undead Nightmare, which is like a zombie game. And Yobiko is good. Welcome. Yeah, thank you again so very much for that raid, Colleen. How was the rest of the Red Dead Redemption? Undead Nightmare was the DLC. Yeah. I guess it's kind of like the... What is it? What's that game called again? Alan Wake? Is it American Nightmare or something? I also didn't know that existed. But that I hear is like pretty freaking good too. But yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Sure you guys are having a wonderful time. I'm Niku. Currently, we're trying to get through the backlog, and 428 Shibuya Scramble is one of the crazier games, similar to 999 and AI Somnium Files, where our decisions affect the lives of those people around us. Crazy, right? And their decisions also affect everyone else's. So we're trying to make it out together. We're trying to survive, but it's been a crazy ride so far. Very, very freaking crazy ride. Oh, and you finished Undead Nightmare tonight? Yo, GG's, Colleen. And yeah, welcome on in as well, Ash. Hello, hope you're doing good. All well here, thanks, Bika. Yo, Apple as well was good. Yeah, welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, all is good here. All is good here. Just, you know, chipping away at the backlog. Hopefully everyone's doing all right. I wanted to see if there was going to be something new here or not. But so far, it looks like we can make a jump. I wonder if it's going to be to Osawa. The reason I'm also skipping this is just because I believe this is the exact same interaction, just from Kano's perspective. I heard a phone. Okay, a ringtone. Never mind that. Forget it. There's a ringtone on someone's phone that would be audible throughout all that. The man was probably right, but somehow the idea nagged at Kano. He jotted down a note in his pad. Yeah, Kano. Yeah, so we go over there with Stanley. This is new. Stanley stepped in close enough to whisper. Who was that guy? An eyewitness for the explosion, apparently. Did he have any info? He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Stanley stood silently for a moment, thinking. What about that girl? Kano asked. Has she woken up? Also, Bika, you did go live the other day, right? I swear I was doing some of the sleepy lurks. No, I'm gonna drive her to the hospital, huh? Why do that to yourself? Just looking around, Stanley said. He cast his eyes out over the scene. There were still many injured people laying on the roadside. Roadside just always reminds me of Rise Against. It seemed the authorities hadn't sent enough ambulances. But isn't your car back in Marumacho? Kano asked. Under the circumstances, I think it makes sense for me to go back for it, Stanley replied coolly. Besides, I have a few things I'd like to ask her. Kano was curious. You do, he asked. Whose phone was this? Some of the slurks. Gonna lurk have food. This looks interesting. Sounds good, Colleen. Thank you again so very much for that raid. Enjoy the good eats, and hopefully catch you again soon. Yes, Stanley answered the phone in English. As he listened, his demeanor changed. The blood drained from his face, and his hand began to tremble slightly as he gripped the phone. Kano had never seen him this shaken up. You got it, Stanley said at last. He hung up the phone and let out a sigh. What is it? Kano asked. Stanley headed into an alley without responding. So he just follows him, right? Kano hurried after him. Once they were out of earshot, the crowd, Stanley finally spoke. Okay. But are we going to make a decision right here? The call right now is from Gordon, my superior. He broke off there, and for a long while he was silent. He appeared to be struggling with some sort of strong emotion. Kano was getting impatient. What is it? If you're going to tell me something, tell me. Kano decided not to press. If it's that difficult to talk about, you don't have to. All right, Stanley said at last. I can trust you with this. Well, never thought I'd hear you say you trust me, Kano teased, but Stanley's expression remained dead serious. We were contacted on our end by the mastermind of this plot. Those international criminals you mentioned, correct. Roughly 8 hours ago. They infected Maria Osawa with the UA virus. Then they let her loose somewhere in Shibuya. Hold on. By UA you mean... Kano thought back to his earlier conversation with Stanley. These criminals were trying to get their hands on a new drug. An antiviral drug developed by Kenji Osawa that had been shown to be effective against the UA virus. Stanley hesitated before continuing. This is a killer virus with a 100%. Okay, so basically what we heard as Minorikawa, and then we step away, right? Yeah, because we find out that capable of airborne transmission. Following the onset of symptoms, individuals infected with the UA virus bleed from the lungs. Whoa. The virus is readily released into the air via coughing. The UA virus is highly resilient in the open air and can survive even after saliva and other fluids have evaporated. Simply getting within 2 meters of the symptomatic patient is said to carry a high risk of infection. Bodily fluids from deceased patients carry an especially high concentration of the virus, and anything contaminated with such fluids must be thoroughly sterilized before it's safe. Okay. Stanley nodded. If we don't administer Kenji Osawa's antiviral before it develops symptoms, yes. Kano's voice was trembling now. Stanley spoke with complete certainty. Is this when they pop up on top? Everyone in Shibuya is going to die. Okay, so we hear this. Just working, woke up sick, and hopefully you feel better soon, Ashiwa. Sorry to hear about that, dude. Get some good rest in and some good hydrations when you get the chance. And then you step away because comic relief character runs in, almost pissed himself. Yeah! Just come down, there's more to the story. This is where we hear them. Stanley was interrupted by a strange sound from the upper floors of a nearby building. Unsure of what it was, the two men hurriedly relocated. So we're still going to find out what. This reminds me, I think of an area in Infinite Wealth, but I think it's like Hawaii. It must be Hawaii. They paused when they came to a vacant lot. The place was deserted. No need to worry about being overheard here. You said there was more to the story, Kano prompted. The antiviral question is stored in Kenji Osawa's laboratory. The lab is protected by a sophisticated security system, and apparently the storage area where the drug is kept requires fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. But Tanaka's... Kano couldn't help but gasp. Tanaka was currently a fugitive and the prime suspect of the kidnapping case. There was no chance of getting any fingerprint authorization from him at this stage. What if they said that they needed 2 people, but they really could just use Tanaka? I wonder, is there any other way to get in, Kano asked. The door can also be unlocked via password. Oh! But we'd still need to know what Tanaka chose for his password. No. In any event, Stanley said it's essential that we track down and secure Maria, but he went on, his voice grave. Even if we get Maria to safety, the mastermind is now in possession of the UA virus. If they want to, they can unleash a bioterrorist attack on Shibuya at any time. To put it bluntly, the lives of every man, woman, and child in the city in their hands. Kano felt a pulse of fear deep enough to give him vertigo. He slowly tilted his head back, his head and gazed at the sky, vast and blue as always. There had to be tens of thousands of people in Shibuya right now. Rumi and Shizu were among them. And they might all be dead within a day. It felt so unreal. Kano's mind almost couldn't process it. With an effort of will, he shook himself out of his daze. Now was no time to waver. We have to try, he said. In the next 4 hours, we need to find Mario Sawa and figure out a way to stop this mastermind and the UA virus. The words were as much for himself as they were for his companion. Let's do this, Stanley. We might not always see eye to eye, but together, I feel like you and I can find a way. But Stanley averted his gaze. My job here is simply to apprehend the mastermind. Kano felt a resurgence of his earlier anger at Stanley once again. He was putting his duties above human life. I'm sorry. Stanley's voice was a quiet mutter. You should get away from Shibuya as soon as possible, Kano. Kano hadn't imagined that the American would ever be worried for him. I appreciate the warning, he said, but I'm seeing this through to the end. This isn't the sort of thing you can solve with just an effort of willpower. Even so, giving up isn't the Japanese detective way. Stanley let out a nasal chuckle. Back at that again, are we? Same to you. Kano managed a tiny chuckle of his own. Listen, Stanley went on after a moment. This is just between you and me. The mastermind behind this kidnapping case is an arms dealer who goes by the name Alfred. Right, that's the name that they gave Achi, right? Beyond simply selling weapons, illegal arms dealers are also frequently involved in smuggling weapons unlawfully obtained through deals with government or military contacts. In recent years, such enterprises have become increasingly globalized. Some dealers form smuggling networks that also deal in money laundering, drug trafficking, and more. Jeff, thanks for the lurks, dude. Appreciate you, man. Stanley a rat? You think so? Maybe. The fact that... I don't know. The fact that Kana also has that tattoo. The fact that he just left her there. I wonder. The attempted bioterrorist attack on Kasumi Gaseki, a hotel bombing in Chicago, Alfred had a hand in all of them. Huh? What do you know about this criminal? Kano asked. Stanley's expression grew even darker. Alfred is my real name. Alfred's signature is extremely meticulous. Planning, okay. But I don't mean meticulous in the same way you or I might normally think of it. So then what do we actually call it? Their plans are pretty imperfect. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, right? That they leave like holes in their plans? Alfred deliberately engineers accidents to make things complicated and unpredictable. It's difficult to get a good grasp of what's going on when the situation seems to be falling apart. People tend not to consider that coincidental mishaps might be anything but. In the end, they don't even realize that they were playing right into the mastermind's hands all along. Kano could hear the intensity in Stanley's voice. I'm afraid that's all I can say. Shake my hand. Stanley held out his right hand. See you around, Kano, if we're still alive. If we're still alive. Kano lets that sink in for a moment. Now, shake your hand. After we finish this case. With a slight smile, Stanley withdrew his hand. And they fist bump instead. Okay, that's what's up. Alright, we'll meet again, Kano. I'm sure of it. Yeah, see you then. No sooner had Stanley departed than Kuze's voice came in over the wireless. Attention all units, as of now, further investigation on the kidnapping case is suspended. Huh? The director's voice sounded strangely cold. I repeat, as of now, further investigation on the kidnapping case is suspended. Wait, hold on, sir, Kano shouted. What is it, Kano? Could you let us know why? We received information that Mario Sawa has been infected with an unknown virus and has been released somewhere in Shibuya. That matched up with what Stanley had said earlier. The anti-bioterrorism security force will probably be deployed in Shibuya. Terrorism involving biological agents such as bacteria or viruses. Biological weapons are easier to acquire and transport than nuclear weapons, and because they rely on an organism's natural ability to proliferate or infect, they can yield powerful results for low effort. For these reasons, recent years have been widespread apprehension about the possibility that such weapons might be used by terrorists. In the event that a bioterrorist attack occurred in Japan, temporary quarantine and decontamination, there we go. Facilities would be set up in the areas affected. This is no longer a simple kidnapping case. Our part in this is finished. No, it's not. We haven't managed to resolve anything. That's true. Kano, I assure you that everyone feels the same as you do. Kuza's voice had a cautionary tone. They're still performing the autopsy on the body found in the blue minivan that exploded. I'll let you know once we have a positive ID. Kuze out? Okay. Director. But the line had already gone dead. Can't you just call him back? Left at a loss, Kano gazed out at the cityscape. The sight of the bombed vehicle had calmed down briefly, but now the news networks had begun reporting the herd of onlookers was growing. Okay, hold on. Fist bumping a rat is crazy work. There was also a sizable crowd gathered outside of a large home electronics store. That's not Endo's, right? The large LCD televisions on display were showing a press conference being held by the governor of Tokyo. Kano might learn something new about the case. He decided to watch the broadcast. Kano's part in this was over. He had to hurry and find Rumi before it was too late. We'll be fine. Saru, welcome back. Kano might learn something, yeah. Closely with administration, we are keeping a careful eye on the situation as it develops. The governor's expression was solemn as he spoke. The moment he finished his statement, the reporters bombarded him with questions. This seems similar to the bioterrorist attack. Okay. Is there a connection? The governor was visibly... Okay. If this does turn out to be a bioterrorist attack, we will establish emergency shelters with a large-scale quarantine station at Yoyogi Park. However, there are still many details that remain unknown. We didn't really learn much, though the politician was clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Can you comment on the rumors we're hearing that Shibuya might be blockaded? Don't be ridiculous, the governor barked. What outlet are you with? Are you trying to start a panic when we don't even know all the details? Besides, it wouldn't even be possible to blockade the whole of Shibuya. I don't know. You ever see people in games? Wait, people in this game, Niku, and think to yourself, I wonder what he's doing now. Yeah, like this actor here. Kano left the electronics store and headed for the cafe where Rumi and Shizu were waiting. He had to tell them both to get far away from Shibuya. Did they, though? Did they listen? The cafe Lautrec seemed quiet when Kano arrived. Shizu was sitting alone. Kano scanned the establishment but didn't see Rumi anywhere. One of the staff greeted him. Welcome, just one, sir. No, I'm meeting someone, actually. Of course, sir. The hostess smiled and then went on her way. Shizu was glaring at him. Kano walked over to him and bowed deeply. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Shinya Kano. Look. Oh, wait, you look like you're even more of a knuckle dragger than I thought. What? Shizu maintained his appraising stare. Rumi had something she needed to do. She stepped away for a while. He said after a long moment. She's not the one in the van. Kano sat down across from him. She's not the one in the van. Right now the laptop is in sleep mode and there's nothing on the monitor, but just before Kano came in, Shizu was browsing an internet forum. He takes his user handle from a nickname for the apples he grows on his own farm, which are pretty little things, and nearly as sweet as honey. Would it be? Eating a hoagie? I don't know, this seems like one of those roles where the person would be cast, forget about it years later, and go on to be stupid famous. Like Resi 1. Pretty little thing, sweet as honey. Do you think it was that person on the forum? No. Just that's the only thing that's like giving me hints. Just the artist, Aya Kamiki. The waitress came by to take Kano's order, so he asked for an iced coffee. What are you using the computer for, Kano asked. I'm on the internet. Shizu's voice was low and gruff. This cafe has an internet connection. May as well start with a little small talk. So what? Again, Shizu glared at Kano. The words wouldn't come. No, actually, this is no time to be making idle chit-chat. If they got infected with the virus, Rumi and Shizu might die. Look, please, you need to leave Shibuya right away. Shizu's face contorted with confusion. What are you talking about? Why? Kano wasn't sure if he should tell the truth or not. He was strictly prohibited from discussing a case with anyone outside the department. Dude, this is on the news! As a former policeman himself, Shizu ought to understand full well the secrecy an investigation required. But it wasn't like he'd just up and leave town without a good reason. Also, don't they share this information even with people who like aren't on the case or whatever, like force? Please listen, Kano said. There's a risk of a bioterrorist attack. It's very important that you go, though I'm not at liberty to tell you. What I mean is risk of... Shizu pounded his fist on the table. Spit it out! Kano just couldn't say it. It didn't matter who he was talking to. He couldn't make himself leak the details of an ongoing investigation. Right, that is him, though. Besides, there was no guarantee to bioterrorist attack, actually. What happened? If they could just find and secure Maria Osawa before she went symptomatic. Does this have something to do with the case you're working on, huh? You're telling me to leave Shibuya. Does that have something to do with your case? Yes. So why don't you run off with Rumi then? Shizu's tone was frank. Well, I mean... When Kano didn't have an answer handy, Shizu let out a single heavy sigh. Is your work important to you, he asked. Kano hesitated. Is it more important than Rumi? Well, it's all connected, right? Because the virus? Again, Shizu cut Kano off as he waffled over how to answer. Me, I used to put my work before my family. There was no questioning my mind that combating society's ills and solving cases was worth any price. And because of that, I did some pretty reckless things. Almost wound up dead more than once. Shizu paused in a forlorn look in his eyes. My wife did nothing but worry about me, so much that I didn't even realize when she'd worry herself sick. I was so caught up in my work that I wasn't even there for her when she finally passed away. It was so also very absurd of me. That's why he hates being reminded. The waitress came by and set Kano's iced tea on the table. It sat there untouched until Shizu looked at it pointedly. With a tiny nod, Kano brought the cup to his lips. The bittersweet liquid was a balm to his parched throat. I told Rumi the same story, Shizu continued, but I didn't tell her how absurd it was. I told her that her father only did what he had to do. He took a sip from his glass of water. Rumi, she's very much like her mother used to be. Their personalities are almost identical, and I don't want her to suffer the same way my wife did. Shizu's fist clenched in his lap. Yeah, but that doesn't mean the things are going to turn out the same way. I doubt Kano makes every case be that important. Like, this is actually freaking serious. And I don't know. He did that for her, right? What was it that made you become a detective in the first place, he asked. Well, at first I got the job because I thought it would make Rumi happy. And then I guess also because I thought it would make you like me, sir. It was the truth, but Shizu simply chuckled. If your goal is to get me to like you, you may as well give up now. That's fair. I'm sorry, sir, Kano said. I can't do that. Are you this stubborn around Rumi? Shizu grumbled. I love your daughter, sir. I want to keep her safe to make her happy. And why is that? Whenever I think about her, I just feel so amazing. I'm sure that you or anyone can emphasize with that. Everyone has someone they want to protect, who makes them feel that good. It's an admirable thing wanting to be a detective and protect the happiness of people. But that doesn't mean you need to ignore your own happiness in the process. Thank you, Kano. What you say may be true, sir. Earlier today, my partner was stabbed. Oh, wait, that's what he said. And today is his wife's birthday. Shizu arched his brow. Is he going to make it? We're not sure yet. Last I knew, he was in critical condition. This is why I keep saying the life of a detective is Shizu's words trailed off into a lamenting murmur. Even so, Kano was unmoved. Dick trim number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. What's that? Something that a senior detective I admire very much said. It's the fundamental writing, by the way. It's a fundamental guiding principle I've stuck as a detective. But I was wrong about the real meaning behind it. My partner was stabbed. There are people I want to rescue. So much has happened. And now I finally understand what those words mean. When you see someone in trouble, you help them. That's not something a good detective does. That's something a good person does. Kano took a good long look at Chizu's face. He had surprised himself finding the words to speak his feelings so clearly, and he wondered what effect it had on the older man. I'm sure that, from your perspective as my future father-in-law, my being a detective means that I'm putting my life on the line, but that's not entirely true. I can only be myself. This is the kind of person I am. I care about helping people. Even if I were a baker or a brewer or a bookseller, I'd still act the same way. You're being ridiculous. A baker and a detective don't assume... anywhere near the same risks. I suppose that's true. Kano fussed with his hair sheepishly. Shizu grumbled. I think I see what kind of man you are now. He sounded oddly defeated. Which is why now there's no time to futz around. Kano sat up straighter at Suzu's weighty tone. A detective needs more than just passion. A detective can't solve all his problems with sheer determination alone. But at the same time, he needs more than just the ability to coldly assess the situation. He needs to... Whoa! Colleen? Whoa, Colleen, thank you so very much for the 5 community gift subs. Thank you so very much for being the Ponsu Fairy and gifting a sub to Bark Moon. Oh. Bark Moon, Stealth are us. I didn't press anything. To Stealth are us. Standby. Megan Mercury as well as Mad Marts. Colleen, thank you so very much. Can we get some hype up there for Colleen? Get some Ponsu up there. Get some hype. Thank you so very much. Everyone who just got gifted a sub, welcome back. You've been struck by the Ponsu Fairy. Thank you again so very much, Colleen, for being the Ponsu Fairy. And you guys know the rules. I don't make them, but I did make this one. You know, you gotta fall asleep real quick to wake up to some nice, fresh waifu Ponsu, courtesy of Colleen. Thank you again so very much, Colleen. Really do appreciate the gifted subs. And Megan, hopefully you also enjoy the emotes. Thank you again so very much, Colleen. For sure, go check out Colleen once again, guys. Which we also did get to play some Mario Party with. I forgot to mention that. And it was a lot of fun. Have you been playing Mario Party since, Colleen? But thank you again so very much, Colleen. Really do appreciate you. Speaking of food, I'm eating chicken and a bacon sandwich at the moment. That sounds delicious. That sounds really good. I need to find thicker bacon. Like, thick. And long. And put it in a sandwich. And then put it in my mouth. Cause that sounds really freaking good. Yeah, I want thick bacon for sure. In that sense, we'll be back on Saturday. Oh, okay, sweet. Do we know if Oshawa is gonna be streaming it, or are you gonna be hanging out with someone else, Colleen? A thick, long bacon is put in your buns. Yes, Megan, exactly like that. You know, you gotta get the mayo working. Maybe you get a little bit of ranch. I believe he is. Okay. If he is, I don't know if I'll be free this Saturday, this weekend. But if I catch you guys and you guys need a fourth, I definitely love to join. Hold on. There was something new in Shizu's expression now, and a gleam in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Kano almost felt like he was being sermonized by a senior officer. You got that? You need a cool mind, but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Do you mind if I write that down in my notebook here? In my dick diary? Look, Shizu said, sounding suddenly embarrassed. Aren't you in a hurry? Don't you have to get back to your case? Ah, yes, sir, please. I need you and your daughter to leave Shibuya right away. Yeah, I hear you. Kano conjured up Rumi's face in his mind. There was a chance he might never see her again. He forced the thought away as best as he could. By the way, if I may ask, Shizu said, what is it about Rumi that made you fall in love with her? What? Where's this all coming from all of a sudden? Was it her looks? No, it wasn't just that. Kano found himself tongue-tied again. I mean, she is pretty cute, even if this has been my own daughter I'm talking about. Shizu shocked him by grinning from ear to ear. Well, yeah, she sure is, Kano replied, but it's more than just that. She is also very sweet and kind-hearted. Ah, she is, isn't she? Yeah, she really is. Writing? For the first time, Kano and Shizu smiled at one another. You're a man who let his emotion show on his face, Shizu said. And for a detective, that's actually not so bad. Thank you, sir, Kano said. He bowed to Shizu as he stood up from his seat. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, huh? I like that. Wise words indeed. Kano turned to look back and then bowed deeply to Shizu one last time. Damn. Damn. I could, but I don't wanna. Just give me a kitchen to make breakfast. Sheesh. We gonna be eating good tonight. And Ashi was to stop dodging each other anyway. Yeah, it was so much fun actually playing with them. But you know, I love party and a good game, a good party game with good vibes. Oh my god, that makes for such a wonderful time in general. But like, you know, on the weekend, it's so great. And for the last time too, the ability coldly assesses the situation. Kano knew what he needed to do. There was one thing that was nagging him. No matter how hard he thought about it, it still didn't add up. Why would Tatano let Alcarawan go free? He needed to get back to the precinct and get the truth from Alcarawan firsthand. As he walked along, he considered what he did know about the facts of the case. Isn't this one ending that we get? But it was like way earlier? Just what sort of plan had Alfred put into motion here? It seemed that Tanaka and Osawa held the keys to understanding it. There had been a relay handoffs of the phony attached case. A relay that Tanaka had been complicit in. Then, there was Hitomi missing, carrying the antiviral. Osawa had confirmed that himself. Let's finish this and then we can teleport to Osawa. Oh man. Between Lost Judgment and Yakuza and now this game started thinking you could join the Yakuza and he's trying to tell us. Just like hinting. At least the actors in this was one of the Yakuzas, but as a giant spoiler. Oh, in one of the Yakuza games? Because I know you mentioned something Shenmue related too. You ever notice how there's always a Tanaka? Yeah. And a Kano. Well, Kano. There's an I, there's a Kano. And Shibuya. Kano was starting to form a vague picture of what Alfred was up to. Wait, are the dudes on the left side over here supposed to be important? To acquire the antiviral, then obtaining the cooperation of Osawa and Tanaka was vital to that plan. After all, their fingerprint verification was required to physically access the drug. In order to overcome that hurdle, Alfred had presumably managed to win over Tanaka somehow. Oh, there's also a Kiryu in this game. And had then kidnapped Maria Osawa to provide leverage against her father. No doubt that was how they'd gotten Hitomi to take the antiviral with her. Yeah, there's Hitomi Tanaka. Okay, antiviral with her tooth Hachiko. While the police were distracted by following the attached case, Alfred would then take the antiviral from Hitomi. That was the general plan as far as Kano could surmise. Oh right, there's also a Kuze. Tanaka's a ridiculously common last name. Just then, a call from Kuze came over the wireless. Right, Kuze. We're gonna find a Majima. We've identified the body found inside the blown up minivan. Orogoro. Kano's hand tingled as it gripped the wireless. Mamoru Tanaka, male, 40 years old. An employee of Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Positive ID was obtained. No. What if they just stole his ID? If Tanaka was dead, it would now be almost impossible to access the antiviral drug in the laboratory. At this point, the only antiviral they had any chance of obtaining was whatever he told me was carrying. Kano thought back to what Stanley had said earlier. Can't they also talk to whoever created that security system? Be like, you know, there's got to be something. Even if we get Maria to safety, the mastermind is in possession of the UA virus. If they want to, they can unleash a bioterrorist attack on Shibuya at any time. To put it bluntly, the lives of every man, woman, and child in the city is in their hands. No, a chill ran down Kano's spine. Dude, that spine's broken. If someone did release the UA virus, there would be no way to stop it from spreading. Also, if we have Aya in the background, I wonder why. If Alfred really was planning a bioterror attack, Shibuya would well and truly become a city of the dead. He couldn't help but feel that the whole department was playing right into Alfred's hands. Kano staggered, physically stricken by the realization of just how terrifying a foe they were up against. I have a feeling that this is like how Dead Souls played out. Oh, also Colleen. Since you did get 5 subs, normally I do like doing a Big the Cat run, where we basically just play Sonic Adventure, and we play as just Sonic up until we unlock Big the Cat, and then we just beat the game as Big. Let me know if you're interested in that. I know I still owe Jeff one of those. Oh, right. You know what? I might owe Lighthouse a good amount of those too. And the next. Yeah. That's so random. I love that. It's so much fun. And it's honestly not too long of a run. I would definitely love to get Casino Skip down so we can probably do multiple runs if that were to, you know, be a thing. Wait. Osawa. Yeah, because this is how we unlock that keep out. But yeah, that's something I like doing to be like, you know, thanks. I'd also love to open up freaking Pokemon cards like we used to back then, but I have not been buying Pokemon packs. Maybe in the future? But yeah. Because we used to do that a lot more before, but yeah. It had to be really hand-on to the case. Osawa. Osawa, you need to do this, bro. With only 10 minutes in hand, too. Before the news was shared with the Osawas. Oh, right. Yeah, you Mario. The only time we actually did a 24-hour stream was also completely accidental. I think we were watching like a direct or something. And then I forgot what else we were supposed to do. But since so many people were also gifting subs, I think. No, actual 24. We actually, like when we say, or because again, that was completely accidental. We actually did a 24-hour stream. Not a 19, not a 21-hour, not a 23, not a, oh, time moves faster now. We actually did a 24-hour stream. No scam. Not scammed. We did a direct, and then afterwards, we kept doing Big the Cat runs. It was the majority of that 24-hour stream were just Big the Cat runs. I know we swapped over to Sonic Adventure 2 Battle because BB also gifted me the game during that time. Did we do that? Was it direct Mario Maker, then Sonic Adventure Big the Cat runs, and then Sonic Adventure 2? But yeah, it was for real. Quietly briefed Detective Kajiwara. And I say accidentally because I didn't think about doing a 24-hour stream. Like, we could do 12-hour streams easy, but you know, I think we'd got into like 12 and then we were like, okay, we could do 14. Why not? And then gradually we were just like, okay, 20 looks possible. And then you're just like, oh man, okay, 24. Let's go for 24. I will say though, everything feels okay, I think up to like the 16-hour mark. But once you get to like hour 20 or 21, it's insane. Like, I think during that time, you need to eat and hydrate more and for sure go on more stretches than usual. It's insane. When we doing 24 again? I don't know. Maybe another accidental 24-hour stream in the future. But yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. Osawa and I sat at the sofa on the far side of the room watching. And before, every time we got to like a new 100 followers, I've tried to do like 12-hour streams, but I feel like we've done more 12-hour streams just randomly that I wasn't really sure what else to do. And I was like, I don't think I could do 24 hours for every 100 follows. You could see Kajiwara go pale. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief several times. Bad news, Osawa thought. Mr. Osawa, ma'am? Kajiwara shuffled his way over to them at last. We just got a word from the headquarters. I have to sneeze. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. Wait, I meant to check this out. Right now, the task force is in an uproar after a change in direction from the higher-ups. The detectives, Kano, I'm sure, who were on the scene, have been ordered to discontinue the kidnapping investigation. He hesitated ominously. Osawa braced himself. Please, let's hear it. It would seem that your daughter, Maria, is safe. What? Osawa felt an unexpected surge of relief. You mean it? The case has been solved, added I. For a moment, they almost sounded like they were a happily married couple. It was only the stern look on Kajiwara's face that gave them a pause. However, as of yet, we do not have her in custody. I'm not sure I understand what Osawa said. You said she's alive, but you don't have her. How? Deep furrows appeared in Kajiwara's forehead. I'm sorry, sir. The information we received is from up top is complicated. We've confirmed that she was able to escape confinement. It's just the detective gave every appearance of holding something back. If there's something you need to tell us, then just say it, Osawa told him. It would seem that Maria has been infected with the virus. Infected? Osawa felt as if a taloned claw had clutched his heart. It's not one I've ever heard of before, but apparently it's called a UA virus. Osawa's vision went dark. He felt as if he'd plunged into a black void of despair. Darling, I asked raspily. She didn't need to put her fears into words. Osawa felt them just as plainly as in his own gut. You're an expert on virology, aren't you, Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara said. Are you familiar with this UA virus? Osawa held up a hand to forestall further questions. There was no time for that. How many hours ago was she infected? He demanded. I wasn't told that much. Is it that important to know, sir? Depending on when Maria was infected, we may or may not still be. Osawa trailed off abruptly, as the reality of the situation struck home. This wasn't the same as when he told me he had been infected. Right now, there was no way of getting Tanaka's cooperation, which meant there was no way of accessing the antiviral storage. In other words, getting the cure to Maria would be impossible. Osawa's head swam. Detective Kajiwara, I beg of you, your people need to catch Tanaka as soon as possible. I can't share the details, but if you don't do something, something terrible is going to happen. Just then, Kajiwara's cell phone rang. He picked up quietly. What did you say? The detective's shout shattered the anxious silence that had fallen. I shuddered visibly at the outburst. Kajiwara nodded sharply. Still listening, more creases formed in his forehead. Okay? Understood. I'll let them know. He hung up. All eyes were on him. That was headquarters. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. He could feel himself quaking all over. A minivan we believe belonged to the syndicate exploded near Jinan and Shibuya. A body was found amongst the burning wreckage of the vehicle. Whose was it? Osawa interjected. Tell me! Please don't let it be Maria. Please don't let it be Hitomi. Kajiwara took a breath before speaking. We've conclusively identified the remains as Mr. Tanaka's. No! The cry was visceral. Almost bird-like, Osawa looked around in surprise. It was I. It's not true! You're lying, her shrill screams reverberated through the room. Is he mad because she is that upset about it? With Tanaka dead, there was no way to get to the antiviral. Again, can't you like hit up the people, the company behind the security system or something? Which meant that Maria was going to die. Maria. To be continued. All right. All right. I wonder when they're all going to meet up, though, and become the Yakuza 5. Just knock down or blow the doors down. True. I don't know how the shit works, but like reset password. That's what I'm thinking because they're saying Kajiwara had... Or, yeah, was it Kajiwara that had a password? So I guess we're going to have to solve what the password actually is. All right. 4 more hours to go, guys. Ooh. I think now we're probably like halfway through the game. I don't know how long these other chapters are going to be. Oh, man. We'll start off this time with Minorikawa. I don't think I normally start off with Minorikawa. We did start off with Kano. I think at a point we started off with Achi and Tama for sure, because I think that's what everyone voted for, right? And Osawa. You know what? I guess I'll just put it like another poll. The last time block is actually 2 hours 18. Oh, okay, okay. Which I'm sure means it's going to be extra long for us, right? Let me do a poll. I really wrote Mario. All right, so I'm gonna put up a poll. Cool. She takes off the katsu like it's a meme. I bet it's easier than Bowser's code. Damn, dude. That code could come in so clutch. Like, I'm sure I've seen some people actually get it right, but it's crazy, man. It's crazy when 69 fails twice. That's not nice. But yeah, I'm gonna get up and stretch, and then we'll come back with some more 428, and then I guess afterward, if we do have a party set of party goers, we can probably do another or do a game of Marino Party. But yeah. I've seen more Reddit clips of it being gotten first try. It's a 1 in 81 chance. Bro, some of these gamers. Did you see the clip where everyone that was playing the ghost minigame, the ghost key door minigame, where everyone got it on their first try? I don't know if they've also put it like on Reddit, but yeah, we have a clip of it because just good RNG. Just good RNG. But yeah, real quick, BRB. For real, yeah, I'm pretty sure we have a clip somewhere. Where can I actually... Maybe it's here? I know I put it up on TikTok because of some of our things. But yeah, I'll probably find the TikTok version and I'll post it in chat meanwhile we're BRBing. So yeah, get up stretch, all that cool stuff, guys, and we'll come back with some more 428. And yeah, make sure to vote as to which person we're going to play as next. Burba. What? So Maria won and we didn't end up in a tie? Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Okay. I know typically someone just tries to like snipe it and make it a tie. Okay. You broke the tie? Thanks, Anna. You're the best. Because I was like, I'm sure we're going to get a tie. I am sure. But all right. All right. GG's, guys. All right. Maria, it is. Oh, right, this guy. I walk counter to the throng of people heading towards the scene of the explosion. The explosion happened in Shibuya-ku, Jinan, one Kom, near the intersection of Koendori and Oregon Hill. There's a gun pressed against my back, leaving me no choice but to continue marching forward. I don't have time for this right now. There's something I need to do. My frantic sense of urgency grows and grows. Kanan. The only clue I have is that name. The other hazy snippet that have surfaced in my memory provide no answers. Please, just tell me, I murmured. Do you know who I am? When the man with the cane doesn't answer, I stop in my tracks. I'm gonna start shouting, I warn him. If you want to find out who you are, then do as I say. The barrel of the gun jabs more forcefully onto my back. Once we find Hitomi Osawa, you'll remember whether you like it or not. Guess I'll have no choice but to keep moving then. Are your memories really that precious to you? The man mutters as we start to move again. I'm taken aback by the question. Well, yes. I mean, isn't that pretty normal? There's a bit of a pause before he replies. His voice... Oh. You're not going to remember just the good times, you know? Okay. What do you mean? I mean, that sad and painful memories are going to resurface too. Isn't that just being human, though? I guess I hadn't really thought about that. But still, whatever kind of memories they're all a part of me. The person I am now because of the sorrow and pain too. Oh, Jeff, I was talking about it as well. I still owe you that Sonic run. So, we for sure... I don't know if Colleen's still chilling, but I owe her one as well. So maybe after we finish this and before we start Spooderman, we could do like a marathon of it. I doubt it'll be another 24-hour stream though. But yeah, I want to remember who I am. Because I haven't forgot, Jeff. I still owe you that Sonic. Dispassionately along a series of quiet on the side streets. Right here. I stop, okay? In front of us is an old multi-tenant office building. We ride the elevator to the 8th floor, then use the emergency exit to take the stairs up to the rooftop. A cool breeze blows across my cheek. Sit down there. I do as he says, settling myself on the outdoor air conditioning unit. The man lowers his gun but keeps it in hand. Well, we'll wait here for a bit. For how long? He lets out a rueful chuckle. Guess we'll have to wait and see. I decided there's no point in trying to fight with him. For now, I have to hope he's telling the truth, and whatever's coming will help me get my memories back. If I don't know my past, how can I know what to do about this kind of stuff or anything else? See, we've got another better endings. I stare up at the sky as I wait for whatever the assassin is waiting for. Like, isn't there a chance we'd still find out who we were, even if we were, like, super crazy rich? The silence between us is suffocating. Finally, I can't take it any longer. Hey, so I think this is yours. I hold out the notebook I picked up earlier. That's insane, for real. Yeah, I had to speed it up when Tech was playing because I knew he was just gonna like move around. But hey, it worked out. It worked out. The man's surprise is plain on his face. Where did you get that? I saw the pictures inside. He snatches a book out of my hand. Then he flips through it, looking sad. I'm afraid that another agonizing silence is about to descend when he speaks at last. This is a picture of me and my childhood friends. His voice is low and quiet. We were inseparable back when we were kids. The boy here, he liked to fiddle with machines, always doing things like taking apart radios and whatnot and putting them back together. Could that be Achi's father? He was a total bookworm too, so he got picked on a lot, but I was always there to save him from the bullies. All of a sudden, the guy's in a sharing mood, I guess. I can feel his aura of murderous rage starting to abate. The girl here was the same age as us, but she felt more like a big sister. Whatever stupid things my other friends and I got up to, she was always willing to laugh it off. I decided to stay quiet and keep listening. What's her name? I'm curious to ask. So, was this some sort of love triangle? No way! What was her name? I asked, curious to know more. Kotone. We dated when we were in high school. Oh wow, but I get the impression from that picture that the other boy must have liked Kotone too, right? The gunman's eyes widen. You're very astute. Call it a woman's intuition, I say proudly. Then I ask the obvious follow-up. So what happened to you two? I dumped her. The man carefully slips the notebook into the pocket inside his jacket. How come, I ask? I felt it was for the best. He lets out a little chuckle, then stands up and brushes the dust off his pants. He looks strangely lonely. A keep out already. Interesting. Are we not supposed to know about this? And someone's supposed to show up here sooner than later? I'm gonna go with Achi. I'm pretty sure that's what they're waiting for. Achi's so cool, man. See, he's chill. Achi could hear the ambulance police sirens wailing on the main road. He looked down at Hitomi, slumped on a park bench beside him. You're sure you're not hurt? He asked quietly, offering her a bottle of water. I'm okay, Hitomi took a sip from the bottle. Thanks. I think I managed to calm down some. Some of the color had finally returned to her face. So, Achi began hesitantly. Inside that minivan. Maria wasn't in there. This is a relief in her voice, but also a note of pathos. I gotta look in through the windshield. There was a man laid out in the back seat, but nobody else? So it actually was Tanaka? The dark cloud lifted from Achi's face. So it wasn't your sister? No, I didn't see his face. Just that he was wearing a business suit. Achi felt the tension ebbing from his body. What if that person, who's on the forum with Osawa, the one that they say that it's like some 19-year-old was actually this person in the suit? That's good then. Then it wasn't her. I'd be worried. Then I saw his face. Now I'm a believer. It was a shame about the poor devil who had been killed, though. Who was it, and why had it been there? So I guess we're out of leads. Hitomi murmured. She hung her head. We could try the surveillance center again for now, Achi said. It'll probably give us better odds of finding your sister than just walking around. I guess you're right. Shall we then? Hold on. Achi had a sudden flash of inspiration. My house is a lot closer from here. Maybe I should ask my dad if we can check the cameras from home. You can do that. We have the same system at our house. I'm sure my dad will let us use them. The two got up and headed for Endo Electronics. Endo Electronic is safe, right? His dad safe? Achi decided to let his father know they were coming. He turned on his phone as they walked along. He had it off for a while, so he first checked his voicemail. There was one message. Wondering who it might have called, he played it back. Is it Masu's? Wait. Is this Achi Endo's personal cell phone? This is Dr. Seiki from Shibuya Central Hospital. Yeah. Seichi Seiki, heart specialist and Suzune's attending physician. A permanent surgeon preeminent surgeon who has successfully performed the Batista procedure, wherein the left ventricle is reconstructed after a third of it has been removed. Achi's expression stiffened. He pressed the phone closer to his ear. There's been a sudden change in Suzune's condition. I tried calling her home as well, but got no answer. Achi felt the edges of his vision growing dim. As her brother, it would be good if you can come to the hospital as soon as possible. It's... Achi? He told me his voice was full of concern. Sorry, I just gotta make a call here. Fingers trembling, Achi dialed his house. Wasn't SOS trying to mess with Achi's place? The phone rang several times before switching over to the answering machine. Damn it, where the hell are you, Dad? I wonder. Is played by Akio Otsuka. Why does that name sound familiar? What's wrong, Hitomi asked. It's Suzune. It sounds like things have gotten pretty bad. Well then, we need to get to the hospital right away, Hitomi said. She sounded as anxious as Achi was. Those two SLS guys said they broke into NL Electronics. Yeah! We can't go yet, Achi said, and shook his head quietly. First, we have to save her sister. Hitomi bristled angrily at that. What are you talking about? She grabbed Achi by the arm and shook him. Right now, you need to be thinking about your sister. I can't. I made a promise to Suzune. A promise to help people and to see things through to the end when something important is on the line. He shrugged to get the words out. He struggled. If I break that promise, then I really am no good to her. But he told me it didn't look like she was going to back down. Oi! Get back here! A threatening shout rung out from nearby. Achi looked around, startled, and saw a boy about high school age bolting out from behind a building on the side street. Do we know them? Several slightly older young men were on his heels. Achi knew their faces too well. They were members of SOS. Yeah, we did see this dude before, right? They caught their quarry before he could make it out to the main road. Gotcha, newbie. The kid they were after must have been a member too. Let me go. Oh, well, we'll let you go, all right. After you pay up. One of the young men snatched the boy by the collar and shoved him against the wall of the nearby building. Ow, the boy's face scrunched up. What the hell are you talking about? Or what are you talking about? Playing dumb, huh? Interjected one of the onlookers. We told you that members all have to pay monthly dues, yeah? Yo, Rambo, Colleen raid? Yeah, today we got 2 raids. Beano's and Colleen's. But welcome on in, Rambo. What's good? He's the Japanese voice of Koichi Adachi, Wamu, and Solid Snake. Oh, dope! Also the government dude in Yakuza 3 who kept monologuing about revolutionary new defense system that would shift the global balance of power. He's in Persona 6. He's Heizme? Wait, you mean, what's that game called? Metaphor? That's cool, though. I kind of missed something. Achi felt his blood boil. SOS is trying to pull a shakedown on this new kid under the guise of calling it dues. Slang for extortion, a full-fledged crime. Naturally, the direct shakedown. Give me all your money, punk. Mr. Shakedown is quite unpleasant, but more roundabout ways of being shaken down can still leave a bad taste in one's mouth. Someone who is surrounded on the street by 8 people in pompadours who said, begging your pardon, could you please hand over your money? Might suffer no physical harm, but it would still be a victim of shakedown. Damn. Metaphor, yeah. Metaphor. They're gonna shout metaphor, watch. Instead of persona, metaphor! Do something like this back when Achi was running the show. Hey, he barked, let the kid go. He marched toward the group. Say what now? They turned to look at their faces, immediately going pale. Oh, hey, Achi. Let him go. Achi focused his glare on the fellow holding the kid until he released his grip. You guys always go around doing stuff like this? Archetype! None of the gang members answered. They merely turned their gazes gloaming to the ground. Hey, Achi turned to the younger boy. Since when have they been doing this? But of course, he realized there was no way the newbie would be able to tell him. Never mind, you can go. Achi gestured toward the main road. The boy was quick to run off. Watch this kid be like a new character we could play as. Achi waited until the boy was gone before turning back to the others. Does Susumu know you're going around collecting dues like this, he asked. Man, we don't gotta tell you that, one of them muttered. Not since you deserted. What did you say? Achi leaned in close, getting right in the guy's face. He was met with a defiant sneer. This ain't the old SOS anymore. Not the old SOS? Achi thought back to the other gang members he'd run into earlier, with the malicious gleam in his eye. Right, that dude. That guy. Pretty sure he said his name was Kiryu. Back when Achi had been with SOS, he'd never have a guy like that get away with acting all high and mighty. Suddenly, Achi heard a voice from behind him. Well, if it isn't our legendary founder. Oh, crap. It's him. And an instant later, he took a hard blow to the side of the head. I was just out looking for some small fry, but looks like it landed me a big one. No shot. Achi's head swam, his vision fading in and out. Before he had a chance to recover, something smashed into his knee? Don't tell me it's like a knife. Yo, what the hell just happened? He lay crumpled on the ground, unable to retaliate as kicks and punches rained down on him. Even after Achi could no longer move, the beating didn't stop. His ruptured eardrum could barely make out the sounds of Hitomi screaming. No shot. Hitomi, run. With his final plea, silence before it reached his lips, Achi felt his consciousness battered away. Bro! Okay, so it's gonna be Kiryu's ambush. Kiryu turned out of nowhere and gave Achi a beatdown with a piece of timber. But just before he attacked Achi, Kiryu had run into someone else. That person said something that changed what Kiryu did. The individual in question needs to say something different to ensure Kiryu doesn't go to Dojinzaka, while Achi and Hitomi are there. Okay. Would it be Kano? Well, let's try out Kano. Arriving back at the Shibuya precinct, Kano hurried to the interrogation room. With the investigation currently on hold, he knew that taking any official action would be tricky. If he was going to break through this stalemate, he was going to need Tatsuno's help. The abduction, the ransom, the attached case relay, Maria's release, and then Tanaka's death. Damn, maybe Tatsuno would be able to figure out how all these elements were related. But first, Kano needed to check something for himself. Tatsuno would never have let Al-Karwan go free. Kano needed the prisoner to set the record straight. Al-Karwan sat in the precinct interrogation room, looking brazen and cocksure. Okay. One glance at his face and Kano was reminded of what had happened to Sasayama. Fresh anger smoldered the edges of his mind. There were two detectives already on the road. Sure, cock. It seemed he wasn't made privy to the details. One of them told Kano. Sounds like they were following orders. Carrying that attached case around, the other added. Kano sat down across from Al-Karwan. Cocksure just means overconfident. Okay, I had a feeling he was going to be like, cocky, but I was like, okay. There's something I'd like to ask you, he said. We were just paid to do a job. I don't know anything more than that. His Japanese was imperfect, but he understood the language well enough. Tell me, how did you manage to escape from Detective Tatsuno? Escape? I didn't. A faint smile came to Al-Karwan's lips. He let me go free. Liar, Detective Tatsuno would never do that. Kano slammed the desk with his fist. I didn't have handcuffs on, did I? He took them off. Wait, he took them off for me. It had to be a lie. It's not like there weren't any other ways to remove a pair of handcuffs. After he took the handcuffs off the handcuffs, Al-Karwan continued. He pointed his gun at me. Cut the crap. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar, but Al-Karwan went on unperturbed. That's a faint smile, right? He kept the gun pointed at me, but he didn't pull the trigger, so that's when I ran. Why would Detective Tatano want to shoot you? Because I saw him. Saw him do what? Let me tell you something interesting. Al-Karawan said sardonically? Okay. There was a girl who was carrying the ransom, right? Right. Kano pictured he told me standing anxiously beside the statue of Hachiko. That guy Tatano was trying to kill her. In a fit of rage, Kano drove his fist into Al-Karawan's face. His colleagues rushed to interpose themselves. Kano calmed down, knocked to the floor. Al-Karawan gingerly fingered his split lip. After I gave you such good info too, he grumbled. Detective Tatano was assigned to protect Hitomi Osawa, Kano shouted. You can't expect me to believe your rubbish. He lunged around the table, ready to throw another punch, but his fellow detectives held him back. Al-Karawan looked away indifferently. It's your Detective Tatano you should be arresting, not me. That girl's going to be killed. You need to step in line, pal, Kano bellowed. Kano, his colleague shouted. You're the one who needs to step in line. Go and cool off for a bit. Expelled from the interrogation room, Kano immediately pulled out a cell phone and called Tatano's number. Please pick up. He clutched his phone tight, pleading under his breath, but Tatano didn't answer. Bam, 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 bam. Kano sat in a chair in the hallway in a bit of a daze. He found himself holding the present Sayama had got him for his wife. I have to do something. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. His restlessness gnawed at him like a rabid animal. Hey, Kano. It's Kuze. Kuze, are you evil too? He looked up to see Kuze standing beside him, his expression grave. I have an update on Tsuyama, the director began. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. It seems the knife went deep enough to do some organ damage. God! He's in critical condition. I see. Kano bit his lip hard. His handkerchief, red with Tsuyama's blood, clung to the wrapping paper of Tsuyama's present. Is everyone evil? Kano evil? Is Achi offered? Could be. Kano peeled away carefully. Peeled it away carefully, so not to tear the paper beneath. What's that? Asked Kuze. Sasayama had me hold this for him. It's a present for his wife. I see. I'm sorry, Director Kuze, for ignoring your orders. Kano's eyes remained fixed on this gift as he spoke. When you get down to it, none of this would have happened if it weren't for me. Some kind of punishment was surely headed his way for acting alone as he did. He probably wasn't going to get out of this one with a simple written apology. When public servants are negligent in their duties or violate regulations, they can be punished with a warning, a formal reprimand, reduction in pay, suspension, or dismissal. In the case of a warning, in addition to the remonstration from a direct supervisor, the individual must submit a formal letter explaining the relevant details and assuring that it won't happen again. You're back, Alfred, win the party. Welcome back, Yamara. No, we haven't gotten to play party with him yet. Not yet, but Kuze calmly shook his head. What happened to Sayama isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself, he said. As far as the case goes, I've been given quite the runaround myself. There was a rare note of vulnerability in Kuze's voice. The higher-ups have barely let any information trickle my way, but they're still ordering me around nonstop. It's a real pain in the ass. Kuze felt silent, ruminating. The quiet lingered between the two men for several moments before he abruptly spoke again. All right, I'd like to get your opinion on something. Is it going to be something silly? So, Mamoru Tanaka, who we found in the minivan, you know? What you think? Should we maybe release his name to the media? Kuze had slipped into his childish register. He was clearly exhausted. After dealing with the kidnapper's baffling actions and too much meddling from the higher-ups, even a veteran like Kuze is just beat. But that's not the only reason for his exhaustion. Kuze has a brother. Okay. 6 years his senior, who, despite being nominally mature, refuses to get a real job and shows no inclination to settle down with the family. He walks around town all day, day after day, dressed like a hippie and treating passerbyers to songs he's written. Kuze has been worrying about his shiftless brother for years now. The guy's become a chronic source of consternation. That's interesting. Effort captured all the protagonists and forces them to play Mario Party for the fates of Shibuya in that Bowser map? Kano was thrown by the question. It was a rare thing for the director to seek an opinion from a mere junior detective. It feels like there's something not too normal about this one. Kenji Osawa's subordinates dying, because they went on. Kano had the same thought. This felt too intentional to be a coincidence. So here's the question. I should get the media involved and try to rush for a resolution, or should I be more cautious? What would you do? About releasing the name, Kano asked. It wasn't such a simple thing to answer. There were so many factors to consider. A tired smile came to Kuze's face. Don't think about it so hard. This is just so I have a point of reference. Tell me what your gut says. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. I think releasing the name should be alright. I think we should hold back for now. I can't make that decision, sir. There was still a lot they didn't know about Tanaka. The fact that the final stop had the ransom relay was Tanaka's condo implied some sort of connection between him and the kidnappers. But they still had no idea what his role in the abduction might have been. They also didn't have any motive as to why Tanaka would be helping the kidnappers in the first place. By sharing some of what they did know with the public, they might be able to garner some new leads. You'd release the name? Alright then. Without another word, Kuze headed back towards the conference room. Is releasing his name the end of everything? On TV, the governor's press conference was still on. I just requested that each of the railroad companies, starting with JR, stop running trains through Shibuya Station until further notice. Yo, Jake was good. As far as the roads go, Route 246 has already been closed off traffic. The executive looked pale as he spoke to the crowd. Is there any possibilities of a bioterrorist attack? What about the people who are still in Shibuya? The reporters unleashed a barrage of questions. Only reason I know barrage is because of Naruto. Or that's actually where I learned it from. I think in one of the first GameCube games, he does a barrage attack. Or is it Sasuke? I forget. The governor's face scrunched up. As I've already made it clear, this is not a complete blockade. Because modern Japan does not have a system for enacting martial law, there are a few ways that the government could effectively quarantine Shibuya. In the case of a potential viral infection, the infectious disease law allows for the city to be partitioned into areas of restricted movement. If the authorities do not want to acknowledge the existence of the top secret UA virus, however, taking such an action would be rather tricky legally. This was basically Dead Souls, right? Right? How goes the scrambling in Shibuya? Not bad. One of our homies is going through it. Actually, you know what? Everyone's going through it. But we're trying to not go through it as much. Well, what's good with you, Jake? So now we're trying to stop bioterrorist plot to infect everyone in Shibuya with Super Bowl. Yeah. Yeah, there's always been a virus throughout the entire game. Yeah, there's a virus. It's called UA. Isn't what you're describing the facto martial law? Spot one reporter. Of course not, the governor snapped. You should be well aware that martial law is illegal. I couldn't declare it even if I wanted to. If you wanted to, so this is a bioterrorist issue then. I never said anything of the sort. The press conference was devolving into chaos. Kano was unsurprised, given the circumstances. Still, everyone was doing their best insofar as so they knew how. So why not me, Kano thought. It doesn't matter what I do. I just want to be doing something. Just letting time tick by without trying to take action was more than he could bear. Kano began to worry about Rumi and decided to give her a call, was worried about Tsuyama and decided to visit him at the hospital, thought about Tsuyama's wife and decided to get in touch with her. These are all... Yeah, we're not going to do anything if we're just stuck here. Hana? Okay, as he was making his way towards the hospital, Kano spotted a girl sitting on the pedestrian overpass. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. Concerned, he stopped beside her. "Are you waiting for someone?" he asked. The girl simply bit her lip and said nothing. "Are you lost? Do you need a policeman?" The relatively low crime rate in Japan, combined with rather high police personnel numbers in Tokyo, mean that officers, particularly beat cops, often have plenty of bandwidth to deal with more minor issues. Again, the girl gave no answer. "Where'd you come from?" Kano's tired, still nothing. He had just decided to go and call a female officer when the girl hesitantly spoke at last. "Heaven Publishing." After a little coaxing, she told him where that was. It turned out it was on the way to Shibuya Central Hospital, not too far from where they were now. "Why don't I take you there then?" Kano said. "I'm already headed in that direction anyway." The girl seemed a bit reluctant at first, but eventually she agreed with Kano. Okay. These all do seem tricky, yeah. I just felt like if we were, like, maybe Kano will run into, Kiryu, and that will stop him from finding Achi. Kano parted ways with the girl outside the building where Heaven Publishing was located. He noticed that she hesitated to enter at first, but eventually vanished inside. Kano's phone rang as he was about to continue on his way. When he appeared at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. Was it Tateno? Kano quickly pressed the button to accept the call. "Detective Tateno? Detective Tateno, is that you?" There was a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had he been doing this whole time? Why did he let Alcarawan go free? And what happened to Hitomi? But while he was trying to decide what question to pose first, Tateno spoke. "I've secured Maria Osawa." Huh? The word came out as a startled gasp. "Detective Tateno, you have to bring her to ASAP. Right now she's..." Tateno cut him off. "You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once." "Hitomi Osawa?" "Yes. I heard over the wireless that the man from the U.S. Embassy had her in custody." Kano hadn't been listening to the most recent wireless traffic. Apparently, Stanley had managed to find Hitomi. But that was Tateno. What was Tateno getting at? Wait, hold on. What for? I mean, why do you need me to bring Hitomi Osawa to you? There was no reply. "Detective Tateno, answer me, please." Tateno replied as if he hadn't heard Kano's questions. "There's an office building in Pedai, south, called South Hill. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. If you don't bring her, I'll kill her." No shot. With that grisly warning, he hung up. Kano's hand went limp. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Is dropping our phone how we get, like, a bad ending? Or are we at a keep out or something? Kano went to South Hill in Nanpedai alone. The building takes its name from a rough translation of Nanpedai, the name of the area where it's located. The official name is South Hill Building, but since this is awkward to say, it's frequently shortened. He hadn't brought Hitomi as Tateno had demanded, nor had he reported the situation to Kuze. First, he wanted to meet with Tateno and find out what was going on. He took the elevator to the 8th floor. After that, he had to take the stairs to the rooftop. Bro, as he made his way up the steps, he tried to imagine what Tateno might want with Hitomi. He hadn't noticed anything suspicious about the senior detective in the lead up to the stakeout at the scramble. Tateno had seemed like he was the same man Kano had always revered. So what was he doing? Why was he doing this? Why? Kano couldn't think of a reason. Reaching the top of the staircase, he at last stepped out into the open roof. Don't tell me he's gonna shoot Kano. The time for half-baked conjecture was past. Kano would lay his doubts at Tatano's feet. Then, soon enough, everything would become clear. Inwardly, Kano did his best to convince himself of conceive. A warm breeze blew against his cheek. He took a look around, but saw no sign of Tatano. Detective Tatano, where are you? Getting no response, he began to walk around the rooftop, calling out several more times. It's Kano, I've come as you asked. Where's Hitomi Osawa? Kano whirled around when he heard the voice behind him. Of course. Of course. Tatano stepped into the view from behind a water tank. He led him with a young woman. He led him with a young woman bound and blindfolded. Why didn't you bring her? He growled. Kano stared in shock. Detective Tatano, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? Tatano responded by removing the young woman's blindfold. With her blindfold removed, Maria slowly opened her eyes. Then she gazed past Kano, a panic look across her face. Wait, she shot out her arm to point? What? Kano rolled around, no surprise. There was a man on the roof in the building across the way who looked like he was getting ready to jump. Wait. Why, Minorikawa? Why? Just want to drop in and say hi. I'm Lurk and leave you open. Yo, Diggs, thanks so much for the lurks. Appreciate you, yo. Hopefully all is well. Why now? Kano thought to himself, but he couldn't just stand idly by while someone committed suicide. He felt a pang of disgust when he saw Tatano take in this situation with an indifferent glance but make no move to help. Detective Tatano, I'll be right back, Kano exclaimed. You can finish this after. Without waiting for an answer, he raced for the other building. When he got to the second rooftop, the man was still there, staring down at the ground below. Don't do anything rash, Kano warned, hurrying towards him. When the man gave no response, though, Kano quickly halted. The stranger was still several meters away. Kano braced himself, ready to lunge for the man if necessary. Let's not be hasty. Nobody is going to be happy if you jump. Still, the man said nothing, simply gazing out at the sky. Surely he could hear Kano now. The detective continued, keeping his voice low and conversational. I've got a coworker. He's one of the most absurdly devoted husbands you could meet. All he does is brag about his wife. The man continued to ignore him. He was stabbed in the belly earlier today. He's still in the hospital right now on death's door. He was happy, but now his life might get snatched away from him. Still, the man appeared unmoved. It was as if the words weren't even reaching him. Don't you think it's a waste to just go and throw your own life away? Kano waited for the man to respond. The stranger took a purposeful stride away from the fence, toward the roof's edge. Stop it, don't do it! The man unflinchingly stepped out toward the empty air. Kano sprang forward, somehow managing to grab hold of the stranger's wrist. He yanked the man back from the edge, only getting a blank stare in response. Don't go wasting your life like this! Ordinarily, Kano would have stayed and talked until he was sure the guy's death wish had passed. But there wasn't time for that right now. Maria was in just as much danger at that very moment. Whipping out his handcuffs, he shackled the man to the fence. Good. Kano too pure for real. What? I promise I'll come back. Please, just stay alive for a few minutes longer, okay? Kano left the man staring in bewilderment and raced back to the South Hall building. But he couldn't hear him because of the explosion, right? And they're gone, I'm assuming? When he got back to the roof, no one was there. Kano immediately tried to call Tatsuno on his cell, but the call didn't go through. Tatsuno must have powered off his phone. Damn it, where'd you go, detective? He needed to hear what Tatsuno had to say. He still had no idea what was really going on or the grim truth that might be. And it seemed he had just lost the chance to find out. In desperation, Kano rushed from the building. Okay. In his frantic search for the area, he saw no sign of either Tatano or Maria. Later, a precinct-wide manhunt failed to discover where the two had gone. Bad end. Bad end. From that day forward, Kano was empty inside, carrying out his duties as a detective with a bleak detachment. Okay. Of course. Yeah, Tatano didn't wait patiently for Kano to get back. Yeah. When Kano caught sight of a man about to commit suicide, it was Minorukawa, he couldn't ignore the situation and impulsively rushed to the rescue, but lost track of Tatano. I'm pretty sure, yeah, if Minorukawa went somewhere else, Kano would have been able to focus on his primary mission. Damn it! Damn it. You can see Minorukawa's side. This one, Kano never comes back to uncuff him. Damn! Damn! Alright, Minorukawa. I need you to not go up there. Wait, a message just happened? He just left with me. Yeah, he just bounced. He said, I am out of here. Or no, wait, what he told me. Minorukawa needed to get back. Oh, wait. No, yeah, that was Maria. Never mind, I'm confusing the two. Minorukawa needed to get back to the editing office right away. But despite the urgency, he barely stumbled along. He was swaying on his feet, only half aware of where he was even going. No, this is some sick joke. He just couldn't accept that. He let out a laughless sigh. A cynical smile crept onto his face. The man always did insist on having his own way, but killing himself. Okay, Minorukawa had written a piece about middle-aged schoolgirl? Okay. A middle school girl who'd committed suicide. The school had made a statement denying that bullying had been a factor. And so, most of the media had reported that she had suffered a nervous breakdown over entrance exams, a period of mental illnesses manifesting in panic disorder, stress-induced anxiety, or the like. The term is commonly used to refer to serious health issues such as schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, manic depression, as well as the buildup of more minor stresses as part of the everyday life. Because it is so broadly and vaguely defined, it is generally avoided in psychiatric context. But something about the case had kept nagging at him. I think he just dies of exposure or dehydration, bro. Wait. Had her death really been a suicide? The more people interviewed about the incident, the more doubts grew. The city news editor, however, would not allow him to conduct a follow-up investigation. I wonder why. And the reason was simple. This is the sort of thing that happened every day. They couldn't waste time on a case that was already in the books. It was more important for a reporter to find new stories than to squander time engrossed in a case that was old news. Wait, oh, this is a flashback, right? Minorukawa understood the editor's decision well enough, but that didn't mean he had to like it. He'd been sulking up on the roof, slowly nursing a cigarette, when the paper's local copy editor, Toyama, happened to drop by. At a newspaper, an employee who evaluates the quality and suitability of reporters' copy and coverage, effectively the boss of the group of reporters. However, the copy editor typically works under a section editor who has the final say that makes the page a middle management position caught between upstart reporters and an angry section chief. High school girl gets bullied to suicide and school covers it up. Someone should make a game about that, right? Did they say no to the follow-up interviews? Toyama asked about that girl's suicide. The name of the girl who killed herself was Shiharu Uyutsuki. After reading her diary, Minorukawa became convinced it wasn't an ordinary suicide. 6 years from now, Minorukawa will run into a certain teacher and the investigation into the student's deaths will be reopened. But that's another story for another time. Did they ever make a 428 too? Yeah, Minorukawa expelled a plume of his smoke along with a sigh. Nothing tasted quite as bad as a cigarette while he was down in the dumps. So what are you going to do? I'm not going to do anything, Minorukawa said. Editor told me no. Oh, editor said not to? You sound like a child. The rebuff made Minutikawa's temper flare. There were other interviews to do. I wanted to follow up on this one, but there isn't any time. No shot. You don't think they ever did? Okay. You dumbass. Toyama hauled off and hit him right across the face. What happened to I write what I feel in my heart? That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. What happened to the guy who used to bitch at me like that? Toyama's words hit their mark with painful precision. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. No, you refuse to let them be over. You go after the truth no matter what anyone tells you. Isn't that what being a journalist is all about? Minutikawa scowled at Chargan. The man was exactly right. Until you have what you need, those words had stuck with Minutikawa ever since. In fact, he'd quit the paper to become a freelancer because he couldn't do his job the way he wanted while trapped in that hierarchy. Now he wondered, what if Toyama hadn't killed himself, but had instead been the victim of a terrorist attack? But after considering the idea for a moment, he thought bitterly, so what? The reason the details hardly mattered at this point. What mattered was that Toyama was dead. Minutikawa sat down listlessly and stared up at the sky. The blank swath of blue made him feel all the more worn out. Just what had all of the days running around been for? He felt so empty, so hollowed out by loss. All his motivation would drain away. He had no idea what he should do next. Don't cry. Hey, Minutikawa. What should you do? He tried to listen to his inner voice. You've forgotten your passion. You need to get that back. Stand up right now. You need to forge ahead. Yeah, I don't know if we should stand up, because if we stay here, we probably won't go upstairs, right? A reference to another game that was an adaptation of a TV series. Oh, okay. Kinpachi Sensei. Yeah, that was his only option, really. He needed to turn back the clock to reclaim the fire that used to burn inside him. And he knew just how to do that. Before he could, however, a young man stumbled across his path, taking a nasty fall on the pavement. Is this going to be that asshole? Oh, damn, that hurts. The youngster scrambled back to his feet and turned to Minutikawa with a snarl. Oh, he's going to blame him, supposedly, right? Yeah. What are you looking at, pal? The young man clutched a piece of timber like a club. There was a nasty gleam in his eyes. I'm not looking at anything, Minutikawa sighed. I just happened to be looking in your direction. Shut your yap. Apologize, bitch, now! The punk raised his cudgel? What for? You tripped me, man. Ain't you gonna apologize for that? The kid had stumbled on his own, but was probably too embarrassed to admit it. Guess he got to vent his anger at someone. Or he's got to vent. Okay, listen, kid, Minutikawa said. It's not my fault you're such a klutz. You know, like the pedal in the cars that's got a manual transmission? Oh, that's a clutch? Okay. So then like lumps of earth or clay? Those are clods? What the you say, right? So then we're talking about a sort of social get-together for coffee and conversation, huh? Ah, right. That's a clutched? Okay? Is it when you try to fix something using stuff that really isn't meant for that purpose? That's a clutch? The hell did you say to me? I don't even know what the hell I just read. You got a death wish, pal? With a murderous glare, the punk advanced on him, brandishing his weapon. Hey, Minutikawa said. It's fun. Is it fun hitting people with that thing? Alright, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's see. The corner of the punk's mouth curled up. Oh yeah, real fun. Only a dumbass beats people with their bare hands. You just wind up hurting your fists. If you're going to enjoy some violence, you gotta have yourself a weapon. I see. In that case, maybe give it a rest with that stick, yeah? What for? The punk scowled in irritation. Don't get me wrong, Minutikawa said. I'm just saying there have to be better weapons than that. Something that could take a man down in a single blow. No shot. I get you. Yeah, you might be right about that. And I think I have just the thing. May as well go with my usual. He tossed away the piece of wood on the side of the road. Don't you go anywhere till I get back. Got it? Yeah, sure thing. Minorukawa watched as the punk headed back the way he'd come. Man, he murmured, what a dumbass. Looking around, he spotted a taxi parked close by. Is it taxi, bro? Dude, I think I just doomed Achi again, though. Coolio was good, dude. That was the most useful info thing, right? I don't know why we had to read that. But yeah, I think we... Because was he coming from Dojin Kaza? It was Kimizuka. Do you need a ride, sir? Kimizuka asked all politeness as he opened the back door. Okay, if you're headed to that publishing office again, I can get you in there in 10 minutes. Kimizuka's driving was as smooth as always. He wore his way skillfully through a series of back streets. There was some big explosion earlier, he explained. The main roads are all grid-locked. Yeah, Minorukawa muttered. Okay. Just chilling, how about you? Just saving Shibuya from Super Ebola? Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. We're trying to do the things that apparently only we can do. Still, what a terrible thing, that minivan. I hear someone was inside it when it exploded. I'm not sure if you're aware. Yeah, I'm aware. Oh no, nothing gets past a reporter like you, I see. Kimizuka flashed Minorukawa an approving smile through the rearview mirror. I gotta sneeze? Okay. Rumor has that the person who died was a middle-aged man. Uh-huh. We taxi drivers tend to hear quite a bit ourselves. Kimizuka chuckled, but Minorukawa just cast his eyes down for all. You look tired, sir. Yeah, I guess so. His reply was barely audible. Suddenly, someone rushed out into the street right in front of the cab. Look out! No way! There was a heavy thunk as the taxi crashed into the pedestrian. God damn it. Screeching to a halt, Kimizuka and Minorukawa jumped out of the vehicle to find a young man sprayed on the street. Hey, the driver called. You alright? He's dead. This isn't what we meant by a single hit, right? A fallen pedestrian was practically still a kid. He wasn't moving. Kimizuka hunkered down and jolted his shoulder. Then his expression stiffened as in alarm. Minorukawa checked the young man's pulse, but couldn't detect any heartbeat. No! You knew him? I did. Kimizuka cradled the young man in his arms. I'm sorry, but you have to find yourself another taxi. No! Getting another taxi? That's the end. That's a bad end. I'm going to turn myself into the police. Looking down at the boy's unmoving form, Minorukawa felt a pang of guilt. No, he said, I'm the one who's been asking you to drive around so recklessly all day. This is on me too, but I'll go with you to the cops. God damn it. The two men decided to head to the station together to surrender themselves. There probably wouldn't be time to work on writing articles while they were being interrogated. Okay. I was on my taxi, bro? Yeah. Oh my god. So I'm assuming I'm supposed to piss this kid off, right? So he like swings at us, but then taxi bro is gonna save us, I think. Surrendered to the police. Damn. Minorukawa's day ended in disaster when the taxi he was riding hit a young man, Achi, who ran out into the street. Why did the kid rush out into the intersection like that? The answer lies in Achi's story. Oh wait, maybe we did save him. We just got to make sure we save him twice. Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. Oh, this is already charged. Hold on. You guys might have heard a PC sound, but I didn't want to overcharge this. Achi, you're safe, right? My boy? Let's go! I think. Because now, what's his name isn't going to appear, right? Unless we just made things worse for him. Will we get back here? Okay. So let's just autoplay while we hydrate and let this all go on. This reminds me of the chase music. Was it the chase music in Yakuza 4 or 3? It's gotta have been one of those. It's just more intense in Yakuza. Wait. That guy, pretty sure he said his name was Kiryu. Okay, Wenatchi had been... Okay. Your old news pal? Okay. Ain't your business to tell us how to do things? Okay. Achi felt a confusing flood of anger and sadness that he couldn't quite control. I'm not messing around here, you guys. He grabbed the nearest punk by the collar and hefted up in the air. Then someone wait, no! Hey, what are you doing? Wait, this is a different guy, right? Achi put the guy down and turned around to see Susumu standing there. There you go, Susumu. Or Susumu. Mind telling me what's just going on here, Achi? Susumu flashed his underlings a sharp glare. They immediately took to their heels. Achi wasn't about to just let them go. What the hell's going on with SOS? Yeah, I think this is gonna be what it is. Just the hell's going on with SOS? Achi needed to talk to Susumu. I asked what was going on here. There was a threatening note in Susumu's voice. That's what I want to know. What the hell's happened to SOS, man? Susumu's face twisted with displeasure. You're an outsider now. That's none of your business. I don't give a damn if it's my business or not. When I left you in charge of SOS, shut your damn mouth, Susumu roared. Right. That's right. You left me in charge. So, don't you dare give me any lip about how I run things. His sudden ferocity left Achi at a loss for words. You're not the one busting your ass out here. I am. Susumu talked toward Achi, his face red with emotion. I've had to work so hard to keep things going with you gone. Do you have any idea what it's been like? Do you know what I've had to put myself through to keep SOS together? There was nothing Achi could say to that. He just kept his mouth shut and let Susumu talk. I think this is important though. Like very important. Reminds me of something of a deadly premonition. Let's go. You were gone. I thought maybe I could do things like you did. At once, Susumu seemed to deflate a little. He hung his head, hiding his face. And if I couldn't be like you then... Hey man, I get it. And I'm sorry. But Susumu kept his face averted. Please, he muttered. Stay out of our business. Then he turned on his heel and headed off without looking back. Achi watched him leave, feeling a painful sting. Yeah, because I felt like going about things this way would have been better, considering how we called him earlier and he just completely ignored our plea, our help, or helping us. Achi told me after Susumu was gone, are you okay with leaving things like this? Achi shrugged heavily. Susumu said, he's doing what he can. It's not my place to butt in. He turned his back on, he told me. He still needed a moment. Achi, you're being unreasonable. About what? He felt like he'd been wounded to his very core, and he wasn't sure what to do about it. Well, what? Yeah, he doesn't know about his father, his sister. His sister's situation's getting worse. Um, he ran into his old homies. At least we're not dead. You want to help people who are in trouble, right? He told me as quietly. Yeah, I guess. Achi's voice was glum. Oh, if we would have chased the dudes, do you think we would have gotten hit by the taxi? Well, I'm in a whole lot of trouble right now. Yeah, I know that. No, Achi, you don't. He told me his tone was clipped and firm. Please, go to your sister. What are you talking about? That doesn't matter now. Yes, it does. He told me his shout stopped him in his tracks. Achi, right now? The thing I'm having the most trouble with is that you won't go to the hospital. Don't you get it? How can I possibly be happy with you helping me if you have to sacrifice your own sister to do it? Achi couldn't answer that, and he knew it. Please, go to the hospital. I'm asking you to. And I'm definitely someone in trouble, so it doesn't count as breaking your promise, right? Wouldn't we both be safer in the hospital? I appreciate that, Achi said softly, and I'll remember it when this is all done. So how about we drop by the hospital for a bit? The emotions Achi's been trying to hide now came welling to the surface. We'll go see Suzume, and after that we can go look for your sister. Would that be okay with you? That would be more than okay with me. At long last, Hitomi smiled at him. Back in sync with each other, Achi and Hitomi headed to the hospital. Not running, right? Keep out. Keep out. Keep out. Not keep out. Shibuya Central Hospital was one of the foremost general hospitals in Japan, outfitted with top-notch medical facilities and staffed with highly skilled personnel. Individuals like Susune with the rare blood types were sent to hospitals from far and wide because of its cutting-edge hematology center. The hospital division that deals with blood. Its goal is to provide high-end care to patients with blood disorders, including blood screening, treatments, transfusions, the management and supply of blood products, and other related services. Achi asked Hitomi to stay in the waiting area while he headed into the hospital proper. From the visitor's entrance, he passed by the nurse's station, then entered the cardiovascular medicine section and walked along a row of examination rooms. The cardiovascular system includes the heart as well as various blood vessels that circulate blood throughout the body. Cardiovascular medicine deals with heart and blood issues such as angina, heart attacks, heart failure, irregular pulse, and stuff like that, and the like. Okay. Yo, Gizmo, dude, I just got to the part where Makoto and Tachibana reunited in Yakuza 0, and I'm bawling my eyes out, dude. Yo, yeah, that part's crazy. I know exactly what you're talking about. How have you been liking it though, Gizmo? It's a crazy ride. To those of you who haven't played Yakuza 0 yet, please go play it. Please play it and let me know what you think. I tried getting some of my IRL friends to play it, and then I just found out that some of my IRL friends just can't read, and that's why I didn't like it. But trust me, this is such a wonderful time. Such a freaking wonderful time. Also, wait, is that Jeff? Jeff, did you make a blue sky? Hold on, I just got the notification right now. It is Jeff. And that's Jeff running? Jeff, when you took that picture, were you giving a thumbs up directly to me? Was it directly to me? It's fun, but I'm sad now. Yeah, definitely play it. It's fun. That's overall just like Yakuza. There, you're all over the place. The way that Yakuza just makes really like well and fleshed out like main characters and stories. It's just insane. I hope you keep on playing the series, Gizmo, and you continue to enjoy it because it's one of my favorite franchises of all time. Also, if you like that, I don't know if you've watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I recommend it. I also recommend it. It's This is also a fun time. Catching sight of a mother and daughter sitting together in chairs in the hallway. The mother was crying softly. Oh, Takuya. He's only 15, she murmured under her breath. Huh? The name Takuya didn't ring a bell. Aren't we somewhat familiar with that? It was the only 15. It was the only 15 that got a reaction out of Achi. Only 15. He couldn't imagine anything good coming after that. To be cruelly taken away was still so young. When one is still so young, Achi could feel the woman's pain as deeply as if it were his own. When he reached Suzune's room, Dr. Saiki, the attending physician, explained her condition. The doctor did his best to keep his explanation simple, but Achi was too worked up to process much of what he said. Would Achi be the one to understand many of these terms? Takuya. Yes, I love JoJo. It's also peak. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I feel like if you like one, there's a good chance you're gonna like the either or both. You go into Yakuza thinking it's all goofy Japanese antics, then you break down sobbing over the end credits. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't know anything about it till 2018, 2019. And you know, it started in Yakuza 0 and I was following that it was like a serious story. But then the sub stories too were just so amazing. So freaking amazing. Thought best to create the blue sky. Is it to secure your name, Jeff? Because I think you said someone else took actual Jeff Yard on Twitter or something. Yeah, you never know, you know? Dude, I thought Yakuza would be about beating up people, and now I'm just sad. Yeah, it's a fun time, you know? You get to get your anger out fighting, like, random enemies. But for sure, the story, it's so good. Yakuza is one of the few series where I actually went out of my way to collect more, I guess, special edition stuff. Like, I have Yakuza 6, the After Hours edition box, and I don't think I could bring myself to open it. I haven't opened up a bunch of stuff, though. Like, we have... The only one, it's just because I was able to find it, it was already open, was Yakuza 0, the business edition, which comes with some pretty neat stuff. But, like, let's say Kiwami 2, the remastered games... I also got another copy of 6, which I think was just the Song of Life version, the one that comes with like music or a book. I think a drawing book, an art book, sorry. For sure we have Yakuza 7 in special edition, or the Ichi version, Daiichi. And then Yakuza or Ishin Like a Dragon steelbook, and then I know I have Lost Judgment steelbook as well, but those just came separate because I think they were like I don't know why they stopped making like steelbook editions where you're just, you know, where it's just sealed up. But yeah, I felt like I just had to get them. I just had to get them. Hold on, let me do this. And this. Cool. The fucking ending in JoJo Part 6 for real. Animes only go, ooh, pretty beach. Then manga readers cry their eyes out. I hate the guy who hits Tachibana. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I drop kicked him out of the window at the beginning of the game. Yeah, was it that same dude? I thought Yakuza 6. Wait, I just bought Yakuza 6 recently on PlayStation for like $4, the digital version that is. That's what I did too, just so I could keep my physical versions like closed, sealed. But yeah, one of the many perks of being a Yakuza fan, or probably just Sega in general, where some of their digital games go on sale quite often. Maybe even physical as well. But I don't know now that there are so many more Yakuza fans. You slammed his face into a urinal. Yes, how is he not dead? He's powered mostly by spite. Yeah, I hope you enjoy 6 as well, Coolio. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when I transitioned from Yakuza 5 to Yakuza 6, it was kind of bittersweet to go from those graphics to, like, the Dragon Engine. Don't get me wrong, I love both, but I knew we were never gonna come back to those old graphics, even though it's all a lot more bloodied. But still. But still. What should I play next in order after 0? Kiwami. Kiwami is just a remaster of the first game. And so Kiwami 2 is a remaster of the second game. I may just post may only post related to towers, so Blue Sky sends me a load of alcohol posts that treats me like a drunkard. Oh man. Look, see, when I did that on TikTok, I had no idea it was gonna turn out that way, okay? But if we get a soju sponsorship, I don't know. I don't know. He managed to wrap his head around a few things. Kiwami also has a bunch of references to 0, for sure. I'm not going to be on Yakuza 6 for a while. I'm still barely on 5, and it's been that way for months. Yeah, because 5 is pretty long, if I remember correctly. At around 10 o'clock that morning, Suzune had a seizure. No! For a while, it had been touch and go, but finally her condition stabilized. However, since she hadn't regained consciousness yet, she wasn't allowed any visitors. That was the gist, as far as Achi could tell. Should I make a soju command that goes directly to that TikTok? What's your father doing today? He still hasn't come by, Dr. Seki said. Achi wasn't sure what to tell him. It was certainly odd. There was no way his father would have rushed right to the hospital if he'd heard Suzune had taken a turn for the worst. I'll give you a call once she's woken up. For now, you can head on home for the day. All right. Please keep a close eye on her, doctor. Somberly, Achi went to find Hitomi in the waiting area. Do it? Okay, let me see. I'd have to post the clip first. Which again, guys, this is freaking insane. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, from the looks of it right now, the video is almost to like 30k likes. That's insane. Or actually, Jeff, if I post the link, can you make the command? Like, dude, I thought things were gonna start slowing down, but last night it was I guess it was just because it was getting closer to bedtime and everyone was sleeping. Yeah, sweet. Thanks, Jeff. Let me post it right now. If anyone wants to check it out as well, again, I'm very surprised that this TikTok went crazy. Is there anything you want the command to say? Maybe come check out the soju video that went more viral or went viral. I don't know. Is 100,000 views viral on anything? Because I don't know what they like consider, but who knows? Maybe we could get to 140k views soon. Maybe. Hold on. Let me catch up. I'm gonna go back to playing Yakuza. I'll come back with an update if I cry again. All right, sounds good, Gizmo. Please enjoy the rest of the ride. It's amazing. Yakuza 0, probably still my favorite Yakuza game of all time. Which, you know, Infinite Wealth follows close behind, but they're still both really freaking good. Let me see. You're gonna cry again, heads up. Oh no. You say Yakuza 5 is long, but I can't beat games fast enough. That is true. You did end up beating what's that game? The one with 2 booty? The one with 2B? Near, right? Yes, Val. I just like Niki's famous dude. Yeah, when I was recording that video, I had no idea. I'm glad other people found it though. You know, some people say they've found it, or the actual soju, but I didn't know it was that uncommon, you know? Yo, Jeff, thanks for making that a command as well. Yeah, I was really shocked. I was really, really shocked. Then as he walked along, the peculiar sound drew his attention. It had come from all over the base of a nearby stairwell. Like, I was tempted for sure to just say, maybe we could, you know, pulse a tower. You know? I forget. Was it like 60 ounces of Sapporo? Is definitely delicious, though. But yeah, thanks again for making that command, Jeff. Achi took a peek around the corner. What? The sight that greeted him nearly made him gasp aloud. In the dim light ahead, he saw Kanan, and she had some kind of white guy pressed against the wall, a knife to his throat. Wait, why? Achi quickly yanked his head back out of the view. Could it be? Was this the man Kanan said she was after? Achi had to resist the urge to go charging out there. Some amateur heading in half-cocked might well be more of a liability to Kanan than any sort of help. He heard her mutter something to the man in English. We know nothing about Alfred's background, nationality, sex, age. Achi could just barely make out the words, but since it was all in English, he had no idea what they meant. But we do know that whoever they are, they have connections to Langley. Okay. I love how the first comment is smiles a Mexican. Yes! Yes! Yeah, I still have to reply to everyone, but the fact that it like blew up like crazy, I haven't been able to get back to everyone. But yeah, that's probably my favorite comment for sure. Also, tech was good. Everyone knows who Alfred is. What does she mean? Is it Bowser? Slang for the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, headquartered in Langley, Virginia. Similar to referring to the Japanese government as Nagatacho, the CIA has other nicknames including the company, the agency, the second government, the invisible government, and the cope makers. Achi peeked out again, very cautiously in time to see the man raise an eyebrow at Kanan's words. Interesting. That doesn't mean you need to threaten me at knife point, though. He flashed her a thin smile. It does, actually, because I happen to know that you're a CIA agent. Technically known as officers, the CIA refers to its own spies as agents. Someone in charge of directing agents is called a case officer. Case officers are stationed at embassies across the world in public guise of diplomats, soldiers, and the like. Oh. Whoa, wait, I missed it. No sooner were Kanan's words out than the man grabbed her arm and tried to hurl her against the wall. Just before her head connected, though, she jackknifed her upper body forward, then planted both feet against the wall and kicked off with tremendous force. She used her momentum to launch herself forward, regaining her position with her knife against the man's throat. But during this brief opening, the man had managed to draw a gun from inside his jacket. Now the barrel was pressed right against Kanan's heart. Oh, you know what? I take it back. Remember earlier when I said this place, the hospital, would be safer than anywhere else? I don't think so. Achi swallowed the lump in his throat. How about we call a truce, Kanan said softly. She withdrew her knife. Yeah, Sounds like you and me are both after the same thing. The man likewise lowered his gun. With a faint smile, Kanan turned her back on him and vanished down the adjacent stairway. Achi had no idea what had just happened. They'd stopped fighting though, so this guy probably wasn't Kanan's mastermind after all. If only Achi spoke a little English, he might have been able to follow their conversation. He found himself wishing he'd taken school more seriously. Okay? When he looked again, he saw that the man too had disappeared. They're gonna kiss. I just wanted to say you're a good streamer and you're amazing reading every chat message. Yo, Gizmo, thank you. All right, now I'm actually heading back to Yakuza. Catch you later. Yeah, Gizmo, best of luck on the Yakuza. Thanks for the kind words and for dropping by, yo. Appreciate you. You know Alfred, the YouTuber / streamer? I don't think so. But I'm not familiar with a lot of other content creators. Like I just found out who Asmongold is. And I think there's like another dude named like Queso or something. Isn't that a SMM2 player? Oh, maybe. I don't know though. I don't think I've seen them. But then again, I haven't been in the SMM stuff for a while. Or at least finding newer SMM people. That's fair. It's crazy how popular it is, so congrats. Dude, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, dude. Means a lot. I was very, very surprised. Still right now, I'm all like, whoa. Okay. He told me stood up from her chair as Achi hurried into the waiting area. You know, sometimes, like, I've recorded other stuff, like, sometimes when we go out to eat somewhere, and I'll be like, okay, maybe I could, like, edit this and upload this as well. But who knows, maybe if we end up finding like some more cool stuff, maybe those could also go freaking viral, which again, I was just really, really shocked. Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't know those dudes until recently too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really branch out, I guess. I don't know why, we'll see. How's Susan, she asked. For now, she's not in any immediate danger, they said. That's good to hear. But more importantly, Kanan was here just now. What? Why? I'm not sure. I'm not smart enough to figure that. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. Achi slumped his shoulders. Huh? What? I'm not quite sure what you mean exactly. I couldn't understand anything she was saying. Hell, he couldn't even figure out how to get through to Hitomi. May I have a moment? A voice spoke unexpectedly from behind Achi. His breath caught his throat, and as he turned around, standing there was the man Kanan had been struggling with. What's up? Achi asked. He tried to sound as nonchalant as possible, but the man wasn't looking at Achi. No, you're Hitomi Osawa, is that right? Ah, yes. Hey, Achi snapped, keep your distance. He stepped protectively in front of Hitomi. This guy, he's not what he looks like. Achi clenched his fists and adopted a defensive posture. Huh? Hitomi seemed panicked. Achi said, this might be the person Kanan was warning us about. I don't know who he is, but he's not our friend. Ooh. You know Kanan, do you? The man spoke without changing his facial expression. She let a few things slip herself. Look, who the hell are you? Achi demanded. The man calmly reached into his jacket pocket. Fearing he might draw his gun, Achi braced for action. My name is Jack Sandley. I'm a security assistant officer with the U.S. Embassy. Achi held back his punch. The man held out his ID card. Diplomats are issued diplomatic passports and diplomatic ID cards by their home government. Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also issues its own form of diplomatic identification card. The CIA provides such identification to its operatives working overseas to help maintain their false identities. Embassy. What does someone from the U.S. Embassy want with me? Hitomi asked timidly. You are being targeted by a dangerous criminal. I'm here to take you into protective custody. Custody? Achi's temper flared. Buzz off, pal. We're busy here. Busy searching for Maria Osawa, Stanley asked. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. I know the full details. The trouble you're currently you currently find yourselves in. Well, alright then, Achi said. Then you should know we don't have time to get taken into custody. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation we're dealing with. We're up against a dangerous international criminal here. Taking reckless action is only going to put her life in danger. Don't be a fool. This is no time to play the knight in shining armor. Hey! Achi was infuriated, but he couldn't think of a comeback. After all, it was true that he told me had run into danger time and again when she was with him. But I'm already safe, he told me, insisted. I'm only here right now because Achi has been protecting me. She eyed Stanley sharply. I've got Achi with me. I don't need your protection. Aw, we're gonna die together. Achi felt a surge of pride that practically brought tears to his eyes. If he told me would have let him, he would have given her an enormous hug. Stanley grimaced in resignation. All right, in that case, how about I join your search for Maria? I can help keep you safe that way instead. I don't know. He told me grabbed a hold of Achi's sleeve. This Stanley fellow didn't have the most trustworthy face, Achi thought. But he realized that he might be biased after being chased around by foreigners all day. That's fair. We're gonna die together. After all, this guy is if this guy really were after he told me, he'd probably have already made a show of force. Not only did he have a gun on him, he was sufficiently skilled in martial arts to hold his own against Kanan. He'd have no trouble taking down a single unarmed opponent like Achi. He told me I get the impression that this Stanley guy is not our enemy right now. He told me he gave a slight nod. All right, I trust your judgment on this, Achi. Now then, what's the plan from here, Stanley asked. Not wandering aimlessly around town, I hope? There was a trace of snidiness in his voice. You can just keep your mouth shut, Achi replied. We can wander around town all day if we feel like it. Two can play the snarky game, he thought to himself. Yo, Arius was good. Two can play, okay. He told me he looked distressed. Very well. If that's what you want, I can stay quiet. But first, I need to inform the police that I have Miss Osawa in my custody. Is that good? Wait, hold on, he told me, blurted. That isn't a good idea. Stanley inclined his head. Why's that? Well, since you already know the most of the story, he told me, quickly explained. The kidnapper's threat and described a search for the minivan. Stanley remained quiet, listening with obvious interest. I see, he said when she finished. Still, that minivan exploded. Didn't that make your promise to the kidnappers a moot point? He told me nodded. I suppose it did, didn't it? Now let me just ask one more question. Do either of you know a detective by the name of Tatano? No, we haven't run into any detectives. Yeah, exactly. The only folks we seem to run into are guys who are after he told me. I see. A grim expression crossed Stanley's face. Right. I'm gonna get in touch with the investigation task force. I'll have them contact your parents for you. Would you mind speaking with them so they can confirm it's really you? Sure, alright, he told me said. Stanley got on his wireless and described their current circumstances to the police. You hate Saga? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mr. Endo, hold on. Suddenly, Dr. Seiki appeared running down the hallway. There's something I forgot to tell you regarding your father. Huh? I got a call from him yesterday afternoon. He asked me something rather odd. Huh? Preparations for a transplant. I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking. Seiki clutched the receiver. Daisuke Endo's brooding tone was more than a little disturbing. No, it's alright, Endo said. This is all just difficult to talk about, Doctor. Please forget I said anything. There's just one important thing I wanted to let you know. There's going to be a brain-dead woman coming your way at probably around 9 o'clock this evening, I expect? How do you know this? Her blood type is Bombay. Bombay was the extremely rare blood type that Endo's daughter, Suzune, possessed. Any transplant donor for Suzune would also need to have the Bombay blood type. Since she has the same blood type as Suzune, the transplant itself isn't an issue, Endo continued. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether the procedure can be done within the limited time window. And I hate to trouble you, but I just called because I think it would be best to prepare for the surgery as soon as possible. What? The more Seiki heard, the more disturbed he grew. It felt like he was listening to this man go on about some strange delusion. Doctor, please, just take good care of Suzune. What? Don't tell me he did something like that. Achi kept quiet as he listened to Dr. Seiki tell his story. Of course, that was yesterday, and I still haven't heard anything about a brain-dead girl turning up. After all, only God would know when someone would wind up in a state of brain death. But, still, there was just something very strange about what your father said. It was as if he was certain that someone was going to wind up brain dead, or... Just stop right there, Achi exclaimed. Stanlin, he told me, turned in surprise. They were still in the middle of their wireless call to the police. Don't get me wrong, the doctor said hastily. We're not trying to imply that your father would hurt anyone. What I'm worried about is your father's mental state in... No, Achi interrupted him again. That's not it. His own words from earlier spun within his head. So long as we have these cameras, this guy has nowhere to run. The security cameras. I'm sure this is the place. The man with the cane, he'd been on the phone with someone. That didn't mean anything. It was just a coincidence. It couldn't be true. Achi searched desperately for some other explanation. That was it. Anyone from the downtown committee could have used the camera monitoring room. Yeah, no one's been by to check today. Nothing wrong with a little nap, yeah? No dice. No one from downtown had been by the surveillance room today. It couldn't be. It couldn't. Achi began to tremble. Is something the matter? He told me, asked. Achi, you're pale as a ghost. Achi gazed beseechingly back into her face. With just one simple question, he could clear this whole thing up. Please tell me I'm overthinking this. We're not gonna get a keep out, right? He prayed inwardly before asking. He told me, would you mind telling me your blood type? Why do you ask? Please, just tell me. I have a sort of weird blood type, he told me, said. It's called Bombay. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. There was no longer any room for doubt. Achi found himself facing a sad and painful truth. I had a feeling it was going to be her. Why? Why? With an anguished scream, Achi punched the wall as hard as he could. But his fist still didn't hurt as much as his heart. Dad, why? Bam 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 bam. Okay. Okay. There was no jump, right? In Achi's story? Or at least I don't remember there being a jump. Yeah, there's no jump. But we do have a keep out here. Okay, so... Damn. Damn. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, I want to know more. Oh my god. It has been 4 hours of stream time though. But you know what? I'll put up one more poll. Just because this is getting freaking crazy. And I don't know if these stories are going to be a little bit more straightforward. So we might not be jumping around as much as we were. But we still have from 16 to 17, 17 to 18, and then the finale, right? Which is 18 to 20. Oh my god. So you know what I'm going to do? I will leave it up to vote. We'll do one more poll. Also, the 17 block only has one bad ending. Oh, okay. That's not bad at all. Hold on. Yeah, we really have like no space for polls. So basically, I'm asking just what's next. If we do more for 28, and the second option is going to be if we have, let's see. I'm just going to put 3. Okay, if we have 3 other party people. Which I do see Arius, I do see Tech, I do see Santa, but and you Mario, I don't know if you're still busy, but I'll leave it up for the votes, and whichever one wins. If we do have enough people playing, I'm down to swap. If we're all invested into the story and we're just like, you know what, Niku, we just gotta stick to it. I'm also cool with that too. I'm really cool with either which way, but this is insane. I had a feeling that he was gonna have to choose between his sister or her. I had a feeling, but we're gonna have to see. Kano right now, what he's probably gonna give the gift that what's his name? Sasayama wanted to give to his wife. And we also have to make Minorikawa do what exactly? Maria party, yeah, Sasayama. And we haven't gotten to Osawa at all. But we're gonna have to see, because we're gonna have to do something exactly at this time. It's probably gonna be Minorikawa or Osawa, right? We're gonna have to do something around this time to get Maria safe. I think we'll play Minorikawa so he doesn't go to the roof. Thus, we'll see. No, wait, actually, you know what? I think we already cleared things out. Maybe it might just be Kano, because, yeah, I don't think he's going to be on the rooftop. New Mario RPG game is going to be out soon? Right, in what, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks? He might kill himself during 20 turns. No! But yeah, BRB, everyone, get up stretch, all the cool stuff. And with whatever wins, we'll come back. Felt the need to tie the pole? Okay. We'll do some more 428 then. Was good, Shadow. We'll probably play then tomorrow for sure. I want to go grab a quick sweater too. Oh, right, my headphone. Hold on. All right. I'm too hooked on the story right now for party. Let's go, you Mario. Yeah, so I feel like this would happen when we would play some other story games as well, where you know, party is always an awesome time, but sometimes the story is just too freaking good. It's just too good. So who knows? Maybe we can also just, you know, plow through the rest of this, and then we can have a day where we do 2 Sonic runs. Big the Cat runs, you know, that also depends on if Colleen wants the run. So we could do 1 or 2, and then we'll do like 2 rounds of Mario Party. I think that would be best. So, you know, we could know what's gonna happen, you know, we could like fully digest everything and be happy. Oh man. But also, you Mario, all the way up to here, I'm sure Star knows the majority of things. Like if you have any questions, which could probably help me remember some stuff too, because I don't think up until now we knew that the dude with the cane was Tatanol. Unless I missed something. Oh, you know, slacking on homework for sure, Shadow. Hopefully the slacking off is going smooth. Just because, you know, sometimes I feel like too much tension makes it even harder to do some homework or some studying. Sometimes you're just like, yeah, let me go take a quick break, a quick breather, and then come back at it with like full force. That's how I think of things sometimes, you know? Like, you guys know when you guys come across like a problem in like a video game and you're stuck on it, right? You're stuck on it for like hours. I think this would happen before when the internet wasn't as around as much, but you know, you were all like, dude, this stupid solution, where is it? I need it. And then you just turn off the game. You're like, whatever, I'm over it. And then you come back to it like hours later and you're like, dude, it was really this simple. This entire time I could have just done this. Are you telling me it was that simple? You know, I've heard of A Quiet Place, The Road Ahead, but I don't think I've checked it out too much. My bad, guys. I was a little distracted here too. Cool. Let me do this. Let me do this. Cool. He's Tatsuno? Yeah. It's been heavily implied, has it? But there's never going to be a game where Mario has to save the Mushroom Kingdom from bioterrorists. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to do this, and we are good to go. But Niku, you're the bottom of Big the Cat, so every day is a Big the Cat run. I don't know. I don't do much running. They never showed Tatano's face in Kano's flashback. He disappeared every time he saw Kano coming. The tips pointed out that Tatano's gun. Oh, right. Yeah, Tatano's the man with the bat tat, the man with the cane. Also, the security guard in the mall taking orders, calling him sir. Okay. I never picked up on that. Yeah, I'm just placing the controller over here just so it could be a little bit more comfy. Or you know what? We could do like a slower autoplay, right? Kana sat down in the chair in the hallway in a bit of a daze. He found himself holding the present Sasayama had gotten his wife. I just have to do something. Wait, right. Yeah, his restless... Yeah, okay. And then we decided, right, what we were going to do? Hey, Kano, yeah, this is where we get the news. And we tell him that, yeah, you should put the name out, right? Yeah, there's tons of foreshadowing. I'm actually noticing new things myself. Let's go. Yeah, because we've read this before. We tell him basically to do it, right? Full send it. Jeff, thanks for the slurk, dude. I just barely popped over. I didn't know that printing was live. But I had just barely popped over, and then I saw that she was raiding out to Ink, and now I'm lurking there right now too. But have a good night, man. Thanks so much for hanging out and doing the mod duties. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you do it. Jeff is all like, you know what? I'm at work. I'm clocking in. I'm doing the mod duty here, or mod duties here and here and here. Thank you so very much, Jeff, for being 10 out of 10 mod. Always making sure chat stays kawaii AF. Always making sure things get done from the commands. Just know we appreciate you, man. And yeah, get some good sleeps, dude. May you dream of so many Sapporo Towers and Greg's tonight. Because, yeah, this is where we left off. No, this isn't. But we do give him an answer. Yeah, I think releasing the name, yeah. I will say I haven't noticed as much of the, like, the background characters just because I'm focusing on the reading. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Just requested each of the railroad companies. Okay. This is where they talk about if we're going to be locked in here or not, right? But you, Mario, honestly, if you want, like, this is a crazy story, but if you want something that's, like, similar to this, for sure, Zero Escape / 999, those 3 games, especially if you like puzzles, are insane. I also would recommend Yakuza, but it's a different play style. But it's really freaking good. There's tons of background character though. True. There's no way that we get the same ending, right? Okay, yeah, we run into Anna. Route Double has Zero Escape vibes too. It's a super long for a visual novel. Route Double, okay. Someone, crap, I took a picture of it. I don't want to actually lose that though. Where was it? I know it must have been a while back. Where are you? I think it was before I took a picture of the frog flipping people off. It must have been. Wait up. I was looking at some of the screenshots I'd taken, and I think Drakengard 3 was like on sale or something. And one of the replies to that is all like, "This game is doo-doo. Dialogue and gameplay are beyond bad, but I guess it's also something you should experience if you love Nier." And then someone's all like, "Dialogue is def not bad." And then someone, that same person responds with, "90% of the dialogue is literally horny talk." Where is this thing? Let me continue. Where? Okay, by the way, if you like Zero Escape a lot and have already played these games, I highly recommend giving Sekimeya Spun Glass, I guess? Yeah. A shot. The story is heavily inspired by Zero Escape and Uchikoshi's other works. Oh, right. They also mentioned this. I might also recommend Route Double. It doesn't have time travel, but has a similar setup to ZE. Yeah, we're still going through all this. Also, there's Infinity Series VNs, but they're kind of hard to find these days. Oh, okay. I did want to play some random spooky games. I forgot what they were called. I know Sick Muse is the one who directed me to them, but they should be on Steam. I need a list. So you can find, well, what's it called? Zero Escape. And they were on sale just up until recently. Zero Escape and Nonary games. Right here you get the first two Zero Escape games in a package. Which, yeah, if I find out that they go on sale, I will let you know, Mario. Unless you're like, you know what, I got to check out more of this story. But yeah, there's a couple of Zero Escape inspired games that I haven't found one that quite scratches the itch. Yeah, the thing about freaking Zero Escape, dude, like, all right, when I first played Somnium Files, I was like, dude, this thing's crazy. There isn't going to be anything like this. And then Zero Escape comes in. Charger. And I was like, no shot, dude. Zero Escape really freaking changed a lot of stuff for me. Wait, oh. Kano fought to remain calm. He felt like he was on the verge of falling to pieces. Bring me Hitomi Osawa and I'll let this girl go. Why? Why do you need Hitomi for? But Tatano's only answer was an icy stare. This isn't like you. It's so weird. The detective Tatano who you know, Tatano cut him off. What do you know about me? I know what sort of detective you are, sir. Because I've modeled myself after you for my whole career. The older man's expression remained stony. Don't you remember, Kano went on? That time you risked your life to talk down that man who barricaded himself inside the office. Ever since then, you've been my... Tatano interrupted him with a sudden burst of laughter. You really are gullible, you know that? You can only see things the way you want to see them. What do you mean by that? The truth is, I didn't even care if I died doing whatever I did. That's why I doused myself in gasoline. Bro's crazy. There's also voice acting in, I believe, all of the Zero Escape games. Yeah. Zodiac Trials is a really interesting take on the whole death game concept, but the true ending dragged on a little too long. Damn. Yeah, some visual novels, like, don't get me wrong, I love them, but for sure they are very, very crazy heavy invested. We have to make Nikki play How to Fool Boyfriend. I might have it on Steam. I don't know if Saber gifted it to me, because the game isn't free, right? Or is it free? Tatano's voice had gone low and quiet. That was no displays of heroics. It was more attempted suicide than anything else. I wasn't thinking about the other people still inside the building. It's just a coincidence things turned out the way they did. So then, you'd made a single misstep. Then everyone in that building might well have burned to death. You're lying, that can't be true. Kano shook his head insistently. I don't have time for this conversation. Tatano pressed the barrel of his gun to Maria's head. If you don't bring Hitomi Osawa to me, believe me, I'll blow her brains out. Please stop this, Kano shouted. But there was no hesitation in Tatano's eyes. He looked like he really would shoot Maria if he didn't do as he asked. Hurry up, bring Hitomi to me. Can't you at least tell me what's going on? Go now, or so help me, I'll shoot. Kano drew his own gun from his jacket? I know you, Detective Tatano. I know there's some meaning behind all this. Kano's words came out as an imploring croak. You think you can shoot me, Tatano spat? Letting Alcarawan go free. Taking Maria hostage. This has to mean something. Sweat made Kano's hands slick where he clutched the gun. I asked if you think you can shoot me. I've always looked up to you. You were the sort of detective I wanted to become. Kano's view of Tatano began to blur as tears welled in his eyes. Zero escape, you say? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wait, did Saber buy you CBT with Yuka Kizami? It doesn't ring a bell. But yeah, I was also going to bring up the fact that we're also going to be going through the Danganronpa games, which are also like pretty crazy. But we're going to see. It was on sale for 69 cents, so you bought it for a bunch of people. Then maybe? I don't know. When? I still have to get the games. So, all right, my plans from here on out, because November is really, I'm pretty sure it's going to go by ASAP. Finish 428, which will probably finish within this week, maybe by Friday. And then go into Spooderman. Because how long would the Danganronpa games take us? I guess I'll also have to wait for that sale to happen. But what was I going to say? I do want to play through them. And I know there's a bunch of those games. The only thing is that for sure, still for December, I still do want to play Pokemon Crystal. Forgot Spider-Man was happening? Yeah. Which I'm really excited about too. Doing his best to stare down the older man, he set his finger squarely on the trigger and pointed his gun at Tatano's forehead. Suddenly, the piercing stare vanished from the other detective's eyes. I've got to give you full marks for that, Kano. Tatano smiled thinly. I'll tell you then. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Are we at a keep out? Decision time? It all happened 17 years ago. Okay. A while since there's 3 of them? Okay, 3 mainline Danganronpas, a couple of spin-offs, and a anime. Okay. Because, yeah, I'm down to play... Who knows? If it gets me hooked, I'd kind of be down to do like a marathon of the first 3 games. Or the 3 main games, but I don't know. Like, I wasn't expecting Zero Escape to hook me the way it did. A meth addict had assaulted someone in Shibuya. Tatsuno was questioning people around Dojinzaka in search of the perp. He happened to pass by Endo Electronics. Oh, hey, Tatsuno. It was Kotone Endo. And was that Achi? Clad in pristine white, clutched to her breast was her daughter Suzune, only a few months old. It has been a long time, Kotone said. She flashed a tiny smile. Yes, it has. Tatsuno replied with a clumsy smile of his own. Are you on the job? Yes, I am. Kotone recoiled slightly at the door look on Tatsuno's face. Is something the matter? There's an armed criminal hiding out somewhere in the area. What? I wouldn't leave the shop for a while if you can avoid it. But I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. Surely you can have Daisuke go get it. Yeah. Go do it. He's away on a repair job and hasn't come back yet. Tatsuno let out one note sigh. I see, Daisuke still does things his own way. Alright, let me escort you to the bank. You mean it? I'd feel a lot safer having you with me. Kotone flashed a smile so wide that Tatsuno thought he might lose himself in it. No way! Tatsuno, Kotone, and Daisuke was the childhood friends and had gone to school together through high school. Tatsuno and Daisuke were always clowning around each other, and Kotone was always there alongside of them laughing. It had been quite some time since he'd gotten to walk along Dojinzaka with Kotone. How have you been lately? Well, with a newborn to look after, it's been pretty hectic. But there's never a dull moment. Things have been good. I'm glad to hear it. Kotone was always as bright as a sunflower. Sometimes, Tatsuno managed to convince himself that just the sight of her was enough. Outside of the bank, Kotone held Suzune out to him. Tatsuno received the baby with an anxious frown. What's with the face? I'm not good with babies. I haven't held one very often. Oh, you'll be fine, don't worry. Just hold her for a minute while I take care of things inside. Alright. He held the baby gingerly, like it was a bomb that might explode at any moment. Kotone chuckled softly. Okay. Zeus gave it a for real. Suzune stirred and squirmed in Tatsuno's arms. She kind of has Kotone's eyes, he thought. It was strange, the sensation of holding a child. She was so soft and light, and yet such a real, responsive presence. The faint warmth of her body warmed Tatsuno inwardly in turn. When Kotone returned after making her deposit, they strolled to a nearby park, Suzune back in her mother's arms. Do you have any plans for marriage, Tatsuno? I haven't thought about it. Work has me plenty busy. Oh, that's just an excuse, Kotone said. If there really were some woman you wanted to marry, you wouldn't let work stop you. Then I suppose it's because there hasn't been anyone I felt that way about. Really? Nobody this whole time? Yeah, really. Hontoni. I see. But still, seeing the two of you like this, it makes me realize how nice having a family could be. Tatsuno peered deeply into Suzune's face. Well, if it ain't Tatsuno. Oh, he looked up as a cheery voice cut into the conversation. It was Daisuke. Daisuke, yeah. What are you doing here? He asked his wife. I could ask you the same question. Come on, give me a break. I've come to make the deposit for the client. In that case, no need to worry. I just took care of it myself. I thought you'd forgotten about it. Huh, really? Kotone smiled as Daisuke reached down and carefully lifted Suzune in his arms. Beaming happily at his daughter, he nuzzled up against her tiny cheek. Daisuke, long time no see. Yeah, glad you're doing well for yourself, Tatsuno. That's how he knows Achi's name! They walked side by side. Daisuke proudly showed off Suzune's drowsing face. What do you think? Adorable, isn't she? Yeah, luckily she doesn't have your looks. Hey now, bad-mouthing me the same as ever, huh? Something's had to change since high school. Why not drop by our place for a bit, Daisuke offered. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a job, actually. Tatsuno turned to glance at Kotone. Son of a bitch. An instant later, Daisuke screamed, Kotone! A man had come up behind his wife and now held a kitchen knife to her throat. Kotone stood stiffly, frozen in terror. Let her go! Tatsuno took a step toward the man. The slightly upturned eyes, the close-cropped hair and thin mustache. All the details matched the description. This had to be the man Tatsuno was after. Shut your damn mouth. You want to try and kill me, huh? This lady here wants to try and kill me. No shot. It's what do you call it? The man was babbling nonsense. But when they're in that state, they really do think it's like a crazy next level like of anxiety or something. The reports had said the suspect was a tweaker. Right now, his mind was probably a complete mess from the meth withdrawal. Yeah. Left unchecked, there was no telling what he might do. Tateno shoved Daisuke behind him and drew his gun from his pocket. Wait, don't shoot! You'll hit Katone! But Tateno ignored Daisuke's shouts and trained his gun on the perp's shoulder. He was confident in his marksmanship. He'd never miss at this range. Tateno, please, back down, Daisuke pleaded. Suzune still clutched in his arms. I beg you. I can't, Tateno hissed under his breath. This isn't someone we can reason with. The assailant began waving his knife around. He could stab it into Katone at any moment. Tateno had to take the shot now. He aimed for the shoulder of the arm and the man held his knife in. Tateno, stop, Daisuke shouted. Don't do this! For a brief moment, Tateno's eyes met Katone's. He thought he saw her give a tiny nod. Don't shoot! Yeah, he does not seem pleased by that at all. And also, how many kitchens does this guy have? It was all over in an instant. By the time Tateno had the perp subdued, Katone's white shirt was soaked through with red. With Katone's death so too tied Tateno's heart, whatever feelings had lived inside him had been reduced to cinders, leaving only a never-ending need to atone. Countless times, he thought of ending his life in order to make things up to Daisuke and his children. The only reason he didn't go through with it was that he knew death would be the easy way out. And so he stayed on as a detective. He would carry the weight of his sins with him for as long as he lived. This was the sentence Tateno gave himself. "15 years had passed since Katone's death. For the first time, Tateno had gone to visit her grave. He was standing by the grave maker with his hands clasped when someone called out to him from behind. Sumimasen. A slender young girl stood there, flowers in hand. Tateno instantly recognized her, Suzune. She looked just like Kotone had back in her high school days. Did you know my mother? She asked. Ah, yes, we were classmates a long time ago. Oh, really? Thank you so much for coming. Suzune gave a slight bow, then gazed up at Tateno with her big bright smile. You look just like her. Tateno struggled to hold back the tears. He felt as if Kotone stood before him, returned to life. My father tells me the same thing all the time. Wait, so you're confused what happened? The dude who he was supposed to be finding... Yeah, the guy still ended up killing her no matter what. That's why I asked how many kitchens he has, or had, because he must have had a second kitchen knife on him, right? Or something. And so he's upset that he took the shot. It's just a hard position to be in though, right? Because, like, what if he hadn't taken the shot either and things just... I don't know. Like, yeah, that's the rough part, because, like, I don't know. Because this other dude wasn't in, like, his right senses, I'm sure. It's just terrifying. I'm sure once you're all grown up, you'll be just as beautiful as she was. A forlorn smile came to Susune's face. Once I'm grown up, well, I don't think that's gonna happen. I guess I really do have a lot in common with my mother, including the part where I'm gonna die young. Whoa! Don't be ridiculous, Tatsuno exclaimed. Why would you say such a horrible thing? Suzune took a step backward, looking shocked to be rebuked by a stranger. My apologies, he said hurriedly. I don't mean to startle you. No, it's alright, Suzume murmured, clutching the flowers close. Honestly, it's not something I like to talk about myself, but I'm sick. So there's not really anything I can do to change it. Sick. I have a heart condition. A transplant is the only thing that can help me. Generic expression for illnesses pertaining to the heart, also referred to as heart disease, including things like heart failure, valvular heart disease, and so forth. But my blood type is a little weird, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to find me a compatible donor. The immune system exists to get rid of foreign substances in the body. Often a patient's immune system will attack a transplanted organ, which can result in the organ failing or functioning poorly. To mitigate this risk of rejection, it is preferable for the donor and the recipient to have matching body tissue. In the case of a heart transplant, characteristics such as blood type and pre-sensitized antibodies, human leukocyte, antigens must be screened ahead of time. It was on her neck. His mistake was not shooting again, making sure he was down. Yeah, like actually, making sure he wasn't like as mobile. I wonder if that character is gonna come up again. Or something similar that's gonna make not Susune. There are just so many names. Cane guy. Then bowing her head, Suzume stepped in front of the gravestone and clasped her hands in silence. Tatsuno, there we go, felt a wrenching pain inside him, as if Kotone were being taken from him all over again. If there really was a god, why would he do such dreadful things? Is there nothing I can do? He nearly lamented out loud. I'll do anything, Suzune. I'll do whatever I have to in order to save you. Tatsuno clenched his fist as he stared into the grave. Tell me, Kotone, what can I possibly do for your daughter? Please tell me. Please. So Achi's father and this guy are in on this because they want Suzune to have that transplant. Blue was good. How was the rest of the Animal Crossing? And so the months rolled on. Everything changed just after 10 o'clock that morning. Tatsuno was on the stakeout with his cell phone when his cell phone rang. He glanced at the call display and saw Daisuke Endo's name. He hadn't heard from Daisuke in years now. Praying that something had happened to Suzune, Tatsuno answered the call despite his current tense circumstances. You had fun? Let's go. At once, he heard Daisuke wailing. Suzune had a seizure. She might not come back from this one. Tatsuno's terrible suspicion had been right on the mark. He felt himself growing weak. Please, Daisuke exclaimed. You need to shoot that girl you're with, that Hitomi Osawa. You need to shoot her in the head. We have her heart. If we have her heart, we can save Suzune. At first, Tatsuno couldn't make sense of what Daisuke was saying. Hurry up and shoot! Shoot her, please! Hitomi Osawa has the Bombay blood type. Wait, hold on, Tatsuno said, keeping his voice low. You want me to kill Hitomi Osawa? Why? Wait, he quickly scanned the area, is that what he said? Yeah. Daisuke, are you nearby? Wait, where are you? Don't worry about that. If you can just render her brain dead, we'll be able to transplant her heart into Suzune. The term brain dead refers to a state where the entire brain, including the brainstem, is beyond any recovery. In Japan, brain dead is defined by Article 6 of the Act on Organ Transplantation, which states that brain death can only be declared with the goal of authorizing a transplant and is subject to the judgment of at least 2 doctors, inspecting the patient according to a preset process at least 6 hours apart. Shooting someone in the head didn't necessarily guarantee they'd wind up brain dead. And even assuming if Tatano shot the Osawa girl here in the middle of the scramble, it would cause a giant incident. Would it now? I don't think any of this is... I don't know. By the time the autopsy was completed, the window for a heart transplant would surely have passed. Tatano, shoot her, please. Daisuke, I can't. You know I can't do that. Hurry. It was like his old friend wasn't even listening to him. Look, even if she did wind up brain dead, they wouldn't be able to perform a transplant. But Daisuke kept on shouting. It's fine. It'll be fine. I'll make the transplant work somehow. You'll make it work? Even knowing how ridiculous that was, part of Tatano wanted to know what he had in mind, if anything. I finally found it. I found something we can do for Suzune. Please, help me help her. Tatano understood Daisuke's feelings painfully well. To be helpless to stop the suffering of someone he loved, nothing in the world would hurt as much. But... wouldn't you be doing this to someone else's family? I want to save Suzune. Tatano, this is the one thing I will ever ask of you. Tatano could hear the choked weeping from the other end of the line, and that sound, something inside him shifted. Yes, Daisuke was right. The likelihood of a transplant happening wasn't the issue. What mattered was that right now, he could take action. He could do something for Suzune. He mustered up his resolve, feeling the doubt from his heart. Is this also what she would have wanted? What they would have wanted? For the daughter of the woman he loved. Tatano checked the gun, tucked inside his jacket, then slowly began making his way through the crowd toward Hitomi. Just a tiny incident? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't, but it's pretty damn likely, right? This is absolutely not what Suzune would want. Right, Suzune wants people to be helped, not to be put in danger like this. Now you know why we're here. Tatano gestured subtly with his gun, its barrel still pressed against Maria's temple. Kano's own gun wavered in his hands. He was crying inside. There was nothing else he wanted to hear from Tatano now. And now, he was sure of one thing. Words were never going to stop this man. He's placed in the same situation. Kano, Tatano said. At my age, I've seen all sorts of young detectives come and go. He fixed his lonesome gaze on Kano. And you're about the worst of the lot, you son of a... Whenever it's time to take action, you immediately do something reckless. Do you know how many formal apologies I've had to write because of you? Tatano let out a heavy sigh. But you know, Kano, because of the way you've looked up at me, to me, you saved me. And that's the truth. You sounded like a man speaking his last words. Now, come on, see if you can stop me. No shot. Bro is really like, try it. I want to see you try. Oh my god. Suzune doesn't know what they want? What's good, what? Now come on. Yeah. Hold on. Kano took aim at his former hero's head. Detective Tatano? His fingers wavered on the trigger. Shoot him. You have to shoot him. If you don't shoot him, Maria's going to die. He tried desperately to convince himself. I'm going to stop you. Tatano looked at him coldly in the eye. Do it then. Shoot me. Kano stared right back. He tightened his finger on the trigger. There's a third person there, and the third person shot, huh? To be continued. Bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum. Okay, because we're at a to be continued with Kano, with Achi. Maria's at a keep out. Okay. Marie is infected. Okay. Bum 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 ba bum. I don't want to know how people feel. All I want to know is what viruses feel. I prefer viruses. Well, some people say humans are viruses because they make no move to encroach on me from the other side of the microscope. They leave me free. I let my thoughts wander as I wish. And while it may be true to say I understand viruses, I have never been able to understand my fellow humans. I don't know them. That's what you're scared of? I don't know a single fundamental thing about them. This is, for whatever reason, reminding me of the intro of Sometime Around Midnight. With Tanaka dead, trying to use the backup password for the fingerprint scanner had become a hopeless endeavor. The only remaining means of gaining entry to the storage area was to issue an emergency unlock request to the electronic lock manufacturer. In order to do that, they needed approval from 6 members of the board. Okay. What if he used the virus on the door? Returning to his study, Osawa called Makino's personal cell phone. What is it? Makino said gruffly as soon as he picked up. Osawa informed them of the situation, including Tanaka's death and the fact that Maria was infected. The news left Makino at a loss for words. Please, Osawa begged. You need to hold an emergency board meeting. Makino was silent for a few moments. I'm afraid I can't do that? Bruh, why not? Are you just going to sit there and let my daughter die? Osawa raged. It's not, and not just her. If Maria goes symptomatic. This was still only an if, but Osawa was reluctant to put his fears into words. If she goes symptomatic, the UA virus will sweep through all of Tokyo. I realize that, Makino replied, but one of the board members is overseas on business. Holding a meeting is impossible. Despite the gravity of the situation, he sounded astoundingly nonchalant. Osawa couldn't back down now. There must be some other option, like a web conference or something. That doesn't help us if we can't get in touch with him, Makino huffed. He went missing a few days ago in the middle of his business trip. Huh? The head of Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' New York branch has been missing since April 25th at 9 p.m. local time. There have been no demands for a ransom, and so the New York Police Department is investigating the possibility of some other form of foul play. Osawa was almost too appalled to be angry. That's the most ridiculous lie I've ever heard. Would you like to speak with my on-site contact if you don't believe me? That was like arguing with a child. If Makino was deliberately working against him, he'd never know if this disappearance was real or not. In that case, can you please appoint a representative in his stead? Osawa pleaded. Selecting a representative is a complicated process. Even if we started right now, it would take until sometime tomorrow afternoon to complete. Tomorrow afternoon? By then it'll be too late for any of this to matter. Sir, can't you see how absurd the things you're saying are? What would you have me do? Makino barked. These are the realities of corporate politics. I understand, sir. You will do nothing for my daughter. That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying, Makino replied. Look, I'll see what I can do to appoint a representative more quickly. He hung up. Damn. Maria likes viruses. How much you want to bet she works for Umbrella? His tone had suggested that waiting for an appointee wouldn't be a terribly hopeful prospect. I have no more allies, Osawa thought. All I have left now are foes. You couldn't count on anyone anymore. Osawa was just going to have to get the antiviral by himself. Still, I think I answered incorrectly. Tanaka might be dead, but there still might be some way to get the lock open. Taking extra care to avoid the notice of the detectives, Osawa snuck out of the house and headed for the garage. Well, to be fair, he could still hit us up then and there. Okay, but we're at a keep out now. Where would this jump take us to? Maria. But Maria... Brum, brum, bum, bum, ba-dum, brum. Ba-dum, brum, brum, ba-dum, brum. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, brum. I hear a faint voice and realize that the man is listening to a wireless radio. I manage to secure... Okay. So... Are we gonna listen to this dude's story again? Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Then my captor hangs up. Were you serious right now? My voice wavers uncontrollably. What do you mean you'll kill me? Don't look at me like that. He steps in closer to me, his expression dangerous. That killer's edge that he'd lost during our little talk is back in full force. Just bear with me a little longer. Oh, that's why he also said the whole apologizing thing. He blindfolds my eyes with some sort of towel. I can't see through it at all. Just then, I hear Kanan's voice inside my head. My memories are like shards of broken glass, tumbling through my mind, all out of sequence. Oh, the cat thing, right? How are you able to do that when the string's so tangled up? Oh, once you know the trick, you can do it even with your eyes closed. I'm showing Kanan how to do a cat's cradle. She reaches out for the string. Huh? She doesn't get a hold of it quite right. What gives? Despite her efforts, the string gets all jumbled up. No, not like that, I say. Hook your index finger through the front part of the string. Now, I get that. Kanan's getting irritated. But after giving it a few more tries, she finally managed to pull it off. There we go, she says. Look at that. Seeing her innocent smile bolsters my own spirits. Yes, that's neat. Things are teaching me. Oh, it's nothing special. Here, as a thanks, let me teach you some skills to help protect yourself. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Abruptly, my memory jumps forward a bit. This is where she teaches us how to fight, right? Kanan has been training in some form of self-defense. Techniques for protecting oneself when attacked rather than defeating the opponent. Self-defense training generally prioritizes simply getting oneself away from danger. Some people consider behavioral tenets such as run away when you're attacked or don't go near dangerous places to be a form of self-defense as well. Don't overthink it, she says. People will either try to punch you, kick you, or grab you. If you can stay ready for those three things, then you'll be able to take it from there. She demonstrates some defensive movements as I watch. I follow suit, doing my best to mimic her. Okay, let's do this. Whoa, she was even more OP? Kanan throws a punch at me. I dodge, grab her by the wrist, and give her arm a hard twist. Incredibly, she goes whirling through the air. Did she land on her feet? She lands nimbly on her feet, a little grin coming to her face. Nicely done, she says. I stare down at my own hand. Did I really just do that? Once you repeat the movements enough, your body will treat them like second nature. That's true. Kind of like when you learn some scales on guitar. Or I guess just like on any instrument, right? Just start off slowly. And then, you know, your fingers will just gradually speed up, you know? That's true. As I do as she says, trying to repeat the movements over and over. At first it feels like a silly gimmick, but eventually I can feel the motions growing smoother. There you go. People like those thugs we met before won't get a drop on you again. Oh, you taught me a fun string game? Let me teach you how to yeet a girl to a man 20 feet away, like learning how to ride a bike? True. Thugs. Now my memory zip further back into the past. Memory zip. I was wandering the streets trying to get back to my hotel, but I'd gotten lost. By the time I realized I'd wandered into some dodgy back streets, I was already surrounded by people giving me threatening looks. They must have been thugs looking for tourists to rob. If they had caught me, I'm not sure I would have made it out alive. But they hadn't. Kinda had seen to that. Thank you so much for what you did for me. I didn't want there to be a scene here, Kanan said it bluntly, as she surveys the aftermath of the thug's attack. That's all. I'd happened to be right underneath her apartment window when I was nearly abducted. Bit by bit, my memories of Kanan are starting to resurface. Just a little more, and I'll have myself back. I'm sure of it. Detective Tatano, where are you? Oh, we're back to this? A man's voice suddenly snaps me back into the moment. It's Kano. I've come as you asked. Okay. The gunman grabs me. Yeah, okay. The blimp. I'm sure I've seen it before. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about right now. And pretty recently at that. There's a flash of revelation inside my head. Like a dam bursting. My memories come flooding back to me. Let's go! She was tased? Last night, I was at a party, a sort of mixer with the exchange students. Someone was plotting to use this party as an opportunity to abduct my sister, he told me. And so he told me the party started 1 hour later than it really did. I had a plan, to let myself get abducted in Hitomi's place. Of course, the idea wasn't to just let myself get kidnapped. The necklace I wore was outfitted with a tiny GPS. Wherever I happened to be taken, Kanan would be able to track my location. What we hadn't counted on, though, was my necklace getting torn off when I was attacked. I managed to grab a hold of it, but I hit my head in the car when I was being shoved into the car, and it slipped from my grasp. I'm not sure how far we drove after that. In my fuzzy memories, I recall gazing blearily out the car window. Ayakamaki. That was when I saw the blimp right after we parked. Yes, it went fine. There's a man talking to someone on a cell phone. Alright, I'll shut her up inside the storeroom. I'll be waiting in the room. He said he'll be waiting in the room, right? The man dragged me out of the car and shoved me into some dark storeroom. Bro, then I guess for good measure, he hit me on the head again. For good measure? That's right. There's more of it coming back to me now. You spent your life living in a country at peace in Japan. You couldn't possibly understand me. Kanan again. So it's not like she and I became fast friends right away or anything. The two of us were too different in a lot of ways. Where do you draw the line? What would you protect with your life? What does justice mean to you? A forlorn look came to her face whenever Kanan asked me any question, and I never had a good answer for any of them. My flimsy grasp on my own personal identity made it hard for us to get along, yet I kept visiting Kanan's place for the duration of my trip. I recall doing the cat's cradle there at the table one time when we didn't have anything in particular to talk about. Her eyes had gone wide when she saw me deftly manipulating the string with my fingers. Who taught you how to do that, she asked. My mother. My real mother, that is. Kanan furrowed her brow. What do you mean real? As opposed to my stepmother, I mean. My birth mother died after getting really sick. I was only 5 years old, so I don't remember her that well. I see, Kanan said. Her expression remained unchanged. What about your parents, Kanan? I don't have any. They died during the war. The bluntness of her response made my hand stop. The strings still stretched between them. Sensing that I were treading on some serious ground, I hurried to change the subject. Do you have any friends? No. Well, I used to have one. Her use of the past tense made me fear the worst, and I was right. He was killed too, by an arms dealer named Alfred. Her tone was dry, matter of fact. Taking revenge for his death is my sole purpose in life. Despite the gravity of her words, her face was an unreadable mask. She seemed almost incapable of human emotion. So, what sort of person is this Alfred? A destructionist who masquerades as a terrorist. Destructionist? I'm sure that sure wasn't a term that came up a lot back in Japan. Alfred doesn't believe in God and holds no political ideology. The chaos and destruction is just to earn money in order to carry out more terrorist attacks. So you're saying this Alfred commits terrorism because it's fun? And I nodded. That's why every now and then Alfred changes loyalties. Just when you think you found ties to some innocent terrorist organization, it turns out the job was for the American CIA. What the heck? So Alfred stands for nothing then? Kanan smiled dismissively at my little childish outburst. I couldn't help but feel a bit patronized. I twirled my fingers, turning my cat crate onto a bridge. Kanan's eyes fixed right back on the string. A tiny surge of pride replaced my annoyance. She went quiet, watching closely as I worked my fingers. The tension in the room faded as the silence between us lengthened. My stepmother's the sort of person who couldn't do this sort of thing, I said at last. For some reason, I had a sudden urge to talk about my personal life. I guess she cares about herself more than looking after her children. She's not a bad person, though. She gives me weird bits of advice, like telling me to find someone to date, or that a woman's life is defined by a man? Brah! But it's not like I hate her or anything. Would you mind teaching me? Kanan asked softly. What? How to find a guy to date? No, she shook her head. Then she pointed to the cat's cradle string strung between my fingers. Oh, you mean this? So I took her by the hand and started to teach her the cat's cradle. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? I said after a while. What's that? That friend you mentioned earlier. What was he like? Kanan's fingers went still. It's better if you don't ask. If I tell you, you won't want to come here anymore. That's not true, I insisted. Even though I'm a terrorist, she replied curtly. One who uses fear and violence to attain political objectives. The term has its origins in the reign of terror in the 18th century France, known in French as La Terreur. I swallowed a sudden lump in my throat, unable to find words. We fight for righteousness, but you people call us terrorists. In the religious sense, the state of being virtuous, free of sin, and observant of proper rules of moral conduct. Not the same as being in the right, though many people equate the two. Am I wrong? She cast a quick look at my face. But I mean, you protected me. My voice wavered as I replied. All I did was take down some thugs. I just didn't want them around. What could I say to that? I just stammered. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Huh? Kanan flashed me another slight, condescending grin. I was just joking. Don't worry about it. But I didn't get the sense that everything she said was a joke. Even if calling herself a terrorist was an exaggeration, the world Kanan lived in was unquestionably a dangerous one. I could tell that from the cold look in her eyes, a look you'd never expect from an ordinary teenage girl. Just what sort of hardship had she endured to inquire that deadly stare? Having lived in my life in peaceful Japan, I could scarcely imagine. I did read scarcely, right? Kanan tried and failed several times to get the cat's cradle right, but she didn't give up. She worked fastidiously by herself, fingers continuing to shift awkwardly about. Okay, here we go. She hooked the string around her fingers and spread her palms. But the string shape just collapsed into a jumbled mess. Confounded, okay? One more time. You can make this into a game with 2 people, you know? I plucked the string from Kanan's hands. You press the strings back and forth. Why don't we try that? It's more fun than doing it by yourself. I wrapped the string around my fingertips. What do you say? Want to give it a go? Kanan looked dubious. Intricately entwined strings were like the world in a way. What had started as a single thread was now something that couldn't be undone by just pulling on it. I held my hands out, twirling the string around my fingers. Kanan took the pattern from me and spread her palms apart. She made a perfect bridge with her hands. The shy grin that came to her face made her finally look like a normal girl. I followed suit with a childish little laugh of my own. And as if in a blaze of sunshine, the fog that had been hanging over my mind finishes receding. I remember everything. My name is Maria Osawa. My sister is Hitomi Osawa. And Kanan, makes sense they have the same last name. She's a dear friend who I had met in a far-off land. She helped me once, and it's now my turn to help her. This song kind of reminds me of like Paper Mario. I close my eyes as I reflect upon these precious memories, all the dearer for having been lost. Now when I try to picture Kanan, I can do so clearly. It's just as I thought before. My memories are what make me who I am, and I would never choose to forget them. I feel almost as if time had stopped for me, while my history was gone and now it started moving again. I'm finally back to being me. Oh, I thought we were going to go back to that other menu screen. Maria Kanan. OTP? Is this... Wait, and I have to go. I have to go back there one more time. Her saying she has to go reminds me of Yanagashita. And... end of her story. And... what do you mean, and? Okay, so we're gonna have to answer this how he did before. Just because this is what made... No, wait. Yeah, I don't know who else it's gonna be the end for. Because, what if she drops what's his name? Tane. Gun guy. Kane gun guy. Yeah, because this is going to be exactly the same. I only wish we did have like a fast forward button. The issue here, right, was that we ended up hitting what's his name? Achi. Okay. We ran over Achi, and when we didn't, Minorikawa ended up at the roof at the wrong moment. Wait, so are we doing the exact same thing? Oh, crap. Is it really going to be the same thing? Also, why the heck wasn't he listening to him? Alright, I'm sorry. Bring it on. He actually hit him. The punk swung his wooden club without a moment's hesitation. God damn it, it struck Minorikawa on the shoulder, knocking him off balance. Whoa, okay, don't really bring it on. Nah, man, it's too late for takebacks. Well, with a nasty little grin, the young fellow swung again and again, catching Minorikawa on the arm and side. Only when the journalist was curled up in a battered ball on the ground did the kid finally let up. Good to get a little warm-up before I take down the other little bitch. Wow! The weapon still in hand, the punk marched off towards Dojinzaka. Backwards, welcome back, Yumara. Yeah, Maria got her memories back. Hey, are you okay? Minorikawa stirred to find Kimizuka at his side. Once again, the man had impeccable timing. Do you need a ride somewhere, maybe, sir? The driver asked, keeping this tone polite. Yeah, I do. To the hospital. Okay, so another bad end. Boom, 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 boom. Pummeled. Wow. Hot-headed young punk gave Minorikawa a beating bad enough to send him to the hospital. Maybe our reporter friend shouldn't be quite so confrontational with this fellow. Okay. I didn't think he was actually going to do it. Call an ambulance. But yeah, for me. Because then, aren't we basically still sending him over to, what's his name, to Achi? Getting dragged into a street fight was not what he needed right now. It was better to just apologize and be done with it. Should have shown me that kind of respect from the start. The punk shook his head, muttering under his breath. Another dumbass gotta get taught some manners. With that, the young thug headed off into the direction of Dojinzaka. Wait. Yeah, I think the other solution was right, no? Because now, this is probably why he was stuck here. Full almost of the referee, no side at the end of a rugby match. The phrase called out by the referee to signal the end of a rugby match refers to the fact that no side has possession of the ball, allowing the two teams to part on sportsmanlike terms. Yeah, because now we're going to get this ending, right? So I should have taken the car? There was a suicide. Minorikawa let Chikai's words drain from his mind, overriding them in one irresponsible fact. The truth in anything and everything. The truth could not be forgotten. The truth was all that remained in the end. Minorikawa smiled grimly at himself. He come up here to reignite his emptiness with him had only grown. Yeah, I guess this is going to take a while. He sparked up a second cigarette. Huh? I think I changed everything. I have to just tell the kid to go the other way, because if not, he's still going to be fighting what's his name. So yeah, I think this is the true solution. Because okay, if we cancel the autoplay, now taking this other route, we get the true endings, right? To be continued, and yeah, and Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I really wish there was a fast forward button. Also, it looks like Ink finished Steins Gate, I think? I think I saw him tweet or post somewhere that he was close to finishing it. But I didn't know it was this close. Okay, the taxi stopped outside of Heaven Publishing. Okay, hold on. He was stumbling his way towards the building when someone called out to him. Mr. Minorikawa, For a moment, Minorikawa didn't recognize the man who'd now idling in, his sedan in the curb. But when he took a closer look, he realized it was Kenji Osawa. Oh, Mr. Osawa, sorry, but I haven't been able to look into that thing you asked me about yet. I see, that's quite alright. Osawa looked pale and haggard. Minorikawa's reporter sense started tingling. This guy is the key to something. He reached what he'd heard the detective and his buddy talking about back at the scene of the explosion. Roughly 8 hours ago, they infected Maria Osawa with the UA virus. If we didn't administer Kenji Osawa's antiviral before she developed symptoms, we dead. You're caught up in something big, aren't you? How do you know that? Because the reporter said simply, okay, I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Osawa rolled his eyes. Well, that'll make this simpler, I guess. Get in. I'll tell you everything. Minorikawa hesitated. That might be his big chance to land a beyond incredible scoop. Yet it felt like it was too late to matter. Still, landing a major story, selling out an issue of 4-star general gossip, and putting Heaven Publishing on the road to solvency, all that was the least he could do in Toyama's memory. You don't drop a story until you have what you need. Maybe it was too late to save Toyama, but Minorikawa got in the car. Okay. Osawa's tale was beyond anything Minorikawa had imagined. Watch Taxi Bro still be chasing us, like right behind us, and he's gonna come in clutch. So they send you threatening emails. Devise a plan to kidnap your daughter in order to get the antiviral, and now that it's failed, they're turning to bioterrorism. Finally, Minorikawa was able to flesh out the story behind the conversation he'd overheard earlier. As he did, he could feel a growing sense of exhilaration. So basically, they're now effectively holding all the people in Shibuya hostage and demanding the antiviral. Is that it? Before Osawa could answer, a new idea occurred to Minorikawa. Wait, hold on. Why didn't they just start by holding the whole city hostage? Why did they need to go through the trouble of kidnapping your daughter? I don't know, Osawa said, shaking his head. SMH? Perhaps they wanted the ransom money for a mere 50 million yen? I can't imagine international terrorists bothering for that much. You know how terrorists think, Osawa spat. You can't know, okay. Let's just assume, though, could there be some other reason they abducted your daughter? Osawa didn't reply. He was probably too preoccupied with finding a way to save his infected daughter to think about anything else. Still, something about the course of events didn't quite add up to Minorikawa. Terrorists kidnapped my daughter, SMH. But whatever the case, if the criminals were after this antiviral, then sticking with Osawa ought to bring him closer to the truth. Minorikawa was still mulling that over when they arrived at the laboratory. Back to the lab. No shot. Two men hopped out of the car and were immediately rushed by a pair of security guards who subdued them in a matter of moments. Hey, Minorikawa protested. What the hell is this? Unhand me, Osawa yelled. I'm Kenji Osawa. This is my lab, but evidently that didn't matter to the guards. Another man emerged from the building. He and Osawa exchanged a few brief words. Judging from the tone of the conversation, there was someone who outranked Osawa at the company. Take him away! As the newcomer looked on, the guards dragged Osawa into the building. Hey, Minorikawa shouted at the man as he began to walk away. Don't you know what's gonna happen to Shibuya? Don't you care? If you just stand by and let the people of the city die, Okoshi Pharmaceutical is gonna be held responsible. The man stopped in his tracks. And if that happens, you'll be ruined personally too, Minorikawa added. You know I'm right. That will be up for the police to decide. No shot. You're gonna regret this. Don't be a fool. Minorikawa's resolve was unwavering. His pen would mete out justice. He might have come close to forgetting what he once stood for, but now the old fire was back. I see. It seems this isn't something to leave unchecked. The man gestured with his jaw. Take him as well. Son of a... I knew it. More security guards surrounded Minorikawa. Hey, stop it, let me go. But though he struggled fiercely, there was no escape. Once he was dragged through those laboratory doors, Minorikawa never wrote another article again. Fuck. So I was supposed to swap. Minorikawa accompanied Osawa to the lab, but there was no getting past the security guards. And even Osawa can't get into his own lab. There's no real reason to go there. It's Osawa who needs to decide on a different course of action here. Alright. Where would we tell him to go, though? Bim, 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 bim. As he was driving past Aoyama, Osawa spotted a man he recognized walking along. He pulled up alongside him, called out through the window. Mr. Minorikawa. Okay, so the same thing again? Wait, the business with I and Tanaka could wait until longer. Right now, he needed to focus on protecting Shibuya. If he didn't get his hands on that antiviral... You're caught up with something big, aren't you? How'd you know that? Because, Well, the man's egotism had some justification. Okay. So I'm sure here is where our decision-making is going to come in. As he drove to the lab, Osawa filled Minorikawa in on the details. The reporter listened intently, occasionally interrupting to ask a question. So, how are you planning on getting your hands on the antiviral? He asked when Osawa had finished. I'm not sure. I figured I'd think of something after I got there. Minorikawa let out a nasal chuckle. Just improvising, huh? Ah, well, I'll back you up. Yeah, that's gonna go well. At least I know I found my way into something important. They pulled up. They pulled up, dude, outside the lab, and the two of the men got out of the car. Wait, Wasn't I supposed to maybe drive somewhere else? Immediately, a team of security guards burst out through the gate. This is my lab. What the hell's going on here? But Osawa's just as confused. Sir, tell the slugs to let me go. Wait, so not only will you not help me, you're actively gonna get in my way? Okay. Osawa glared up at his boss. Maria's life, no, countless human lives are at risk. And there's nothing that you alone can do about that. That's what I need you to understand. Makino gave a signal to the guards who proceeded to drag Osawa away. The scientist writhed and despair at his own impotence. In the end, there was nothing I could do. We still got another bad end? Makino's meddling. Osawa decided to try to get the antiviral directly, and even got some unexpected help from Minodikaro along the way. Unfortunately, upon arriving to the lab, they had a run-in with Makino and his security goons. It looks like Osawa's just not going to be able to get into his laboratory. I'll have to make some other decision. Do we just not call him then? How do we... Oh, right. These were the only two with a bad end. Right. I wonder. Osawa sat down in front of his computer and closed his eyes quietly. If only I could go to sleep and wake up tomorrow and find all of this resolved. All I'm asking for is a miracle. But he knew reality would not be so kind. He could hold his eyes shut as long as he wanted, and it wouldn't make the hopeless situation go away. He felt the anxiety welling up inside him until it seemed like he was going to explode. Needing a distraction from his hopelessness, Osawa opened up Ayanet. He knew this was a mere escapism, but he couldn't just sit down and do nothing while waiting for Makino to call back. He posted a new topic in the title, Aya Fortune Teller. So he doesn't take off when he does. Do we still meet up? I tried the Aya Fortune Teller. Oh god. I tried the Aya Fortune Teller. My results basically said I was a bad person who can't connect to the people around me. And you know what? That's exactly right. I'm only interested in my own little world. That's probably why my wife and my assistant at work got so fed up with me. It's the same with my two daughters. What sort of things are they interested in? Do they have a lot of friends? What are their aspirations for the future? I don't know. Any of those things. It never even occurred to me to find out. Okay. I'm such a terrible father. A Mario's alert or command apple? The worst time to be doing this? Right. Osawa's fingers ceased their tapping on the keyboard as he thought back to when Maria and he told me were younger. Daddy, the two girls would follow him around like a pair of puppies. Their father was everything. That much was clear just by looking at their faces. He'd felt a ticklish giddiness at having his girls cling to him. He never felt anything like this in his life, but there were times he'd also found it tiresome. Is that just being a parent? I am sick of being the person I am. There's nothing I can do about that. Though, I'm sure it's far too late for me to change. I don't know. I don't know about that one. He poured out all his negative emotions into his post. It felt like a stream of consciousness drivel, but he didn't hesitate to write it down all the same. He wanted other people to know what a miserable excuse for a human being he was. At last, when he couldn't think of anything else to add, he posted his bitter confession to the forum. He was staring numbly at the monitor when he heard a furious shout from the next room. You have to be kidding me! It was Kajiwara, and Osawa had never heard him so angry. This is new. Osawa headed into the living room and found Kajiwara embroiled in a vehement argument with the other detectives. I don't care what HQ's policy is, I will not just quietly go along with this. Kajiwara had already screamed himself right in the face. You're out of line, snapped one MPD detective. Kichi Sawatari. Yeah, with the Metropolitan Police Department's first criminal investigation section. Having heard of Kajiwara's past deeds from his friends at the Shibuya precinct, he recommended to his boss that Kajiwara be assigned to the investigation at the Osawa residence. After seeing the detective's interactions with Osawa, he is confident his recommendation was in the right. However, given the circumstances, he can't help but take a cold stance towards Kajiwara. Hold your tongue, I don't care if I'm out of line. You may have talent, I'll give you that, the other detective said. But you're a precinct detective, and this isn't your jurisdiction. It's not your place to question orders from higher up. Wait, Osawa thought, Kajiwara really is a real detective after all? God damn it. Banana Man's been pushed to the edge. Dude's about to peel out. Go on, explain the situation to Mr. Osawa. Kajiwara bit his lip in frustration at the other detective's orders. Very well, he said, but before he could say more, Osawa noticed that the police equipment had been cleared off the table. Hold on, Osawa said, what's going on? Has something happened here? Allow me to explain, sir. Kajiwara and his bitterness showed painfully on his face. We've been recalled, sir. The MPD has established a security force headed by members of its public security bureau to deal with the bioterrorist threat because the kidnapping task force has not yet found Maria, and she is infected with the virus. The task force personnel... Oh, wow. Sorry. It was my chair. I got like way too comfy. Have instead been absorbed into the security force and will continue their work under its direction. Osawa narrowed his eye, fighting to keep the confusion from his face. What do I mean by that? What do you mean by that? He was shaking, terrified to have his suspicion confirmed. I'm truly sorry, sir, for having been unable to help you. Kajiwara gave a deep, solemn bow. But Maria, what's going to happen to Maria? Another unit has been tasked with bringing your daughter into custody, sir. That much, at least, Osawa could process. You're going to place her under quarantine, aren't you? Kajiwara's lips stiffened, but he nodded. In order to minimize the spread of the virus, so I'm told. No, Osawa cried. You can't do that. If you do, there won't be any way to save her. His head spun. Please, I beg of you. You have to get Maria to me. I might be able to save her. When Kajiwara didn't respond, he turned to the other detectives. Please, you can't place Maria under quarantine. But the detectives' only answer was to avert their eyes. Why are you all ignoring me? Please, you have to listen. If you bring her to me, I can figure something out. I know I can. He plunked himself down on the floor, yelling and flailing his arms like a child throwing a tantrum. The detectives exchanged sullen looks with one another and then walked off and left him there. He knew he must be a sorry sight, but nevertheless, he kept shouting after them. Please, don't stand by and let my daughter die. This might be the true end. Only Kajiwara remained with him in the living room. I'm sorry, sir. This is beyond my ability to stop. He gave another apologetic bow. Osawa felt suddenly deflated. No, You've done a fine job, Detective Kajiwara. It's me who should be sorry. I made such a disgraceful display of myself. That's not true, sir. In fact, I'm deeply moved. I can tell how much Maria must mean to you. Osawa shook his head. If I'd really been thinking about Maria, I would have made an effort to work with you detectives more. That was all just self-absorbed shouting, a moment of emotional selfishness. And yet, as a result, you convinced me to stay here with you. Kajiwara proceeded to pull out his phone and place a request with the task force headquarters to remain at the Osawa residence. He got into a heated spat with his commanding officer, but ultimately received permission to stay on as police liaison with Osawa. Liaison. Well, the detective said when he'd hung up, you see, there are some people who are legitimately moved by a parental display of emotion. Even if I'm not certain that I can do very much in staying here with you. That's not true, Osawa replied. There's plenty you could do to help me with. He looked into Kajiwara's face and smiled. For instance, I can have a banana whenever I want. You find things that have gone missing. That fried egg rice you made me was delicious. Naughty was good. Good morning. 7 a.m. soon? Yo, nice, nice. Or wait, actually 7 a.m.? You're actually full on 12 hours ahead of me, Naughty? Because it's about to be 7 p.m. on my side. But good morning, yo. Hopefully you slept well. I can have a banana whenever I want. Kajiwara returned Osawa's grin even more brightly. Yes, yes, of course. By all means, have as many as you like. He then produced a pair of bananas from his pocket, handing one to his companion. Osawa peeled his banana back and took a hearty bite. The mild sweetness was pleasant and soothing. It was a flavor that brought back memories. I often eat bananas when I go to the park with my daughter. Kajiwara muttered between mouthfuls. I didn't realize he had a daughter, Detective. She just started grade school this year. Oh, really? She must be adorable. Well, I don't get to see her as much as I'd like. A lonely sort of smile crossed Kajiwara's face. Why is that? Doing this job caused me to neglect my family. Finally, about 2 years ago, my wife hit me with the divorce paperwork. I wanted to be able to keep our daughter with me. But, well, the law tends to favor the mother when it comes to custody issues. The detective then pulled 2 bars of chocolate from his pocket. It's good to have something sweet when you're exhausted, he said. Osawa took one, but said nothing. More recently, my ex-wife has been talking about getting remarried. Kajiwara continued, and she wants me to stop seeing our daughter. Oh, not remarried to him. Oh, he bit into his own chocolate bar with a soft snap. It's no less than I deserve, but it still hurts. Osawa couldn't help but sympathize with the man who was losing his daughter. He was someone he could really talk to. He was sure that much now. Detective, I apologize. I've kept things from you because I was worried that they involved classified corporate information. Oh, Kajiwara's eyes glimmered with interest. Earlier today, I received some emails. They could be pertinent to the case. Would you mind letting me see them? Osawa shook his head. On the contrary. Dude has a portal to the elemental plane of bananas in his jacket? True. Back in front of his computer, Osawa saw that IANet was still open. Pretty Honey had responded to his forum post. One moment, just let me read this. Maybe this is important. I got the same result. Do you really think it's too late? Don't give up. Hang in there. It's never too late. Every family has its share of problems. Like, you'll never find one that doesn't, I'm sure. When it comes to family, there's no such thing as game over. So don't let it get you down, Julie. Besides, I did learn one thing from reading your post. In the end, a father's happiness is his daughter's happiness. Kajiwara peered into the monitor. A young girl was posting to a forum for people 40 and older? It's Pretty Honey. She always replies to my threads. The detective furrowed his brow. I see. Is something the matter? No. That's the last line That last line just has me curious is all. A young girl writing something like that. Well, that's neither here nor there right now. Let me see those emails if you would. Osawa opened his email. He pulled up images of the human testing in the monitor. What is this? Kajiwara stared at the monitor as if unable to look away. Those are images from unauthorized clinical testing of an antiviral drug I developed carried out by my company without my knowledge. Images of I'm sorry, what is that? Or what was that? The detective frowned at the unfamiliar terminology. In simple terms, the antiviral is a wonder drug to combat the UA virus. Hold on. Maria is infected with the UA virus, isn't that right? Yes, UA is a species of virus discovered in South Africa relatively recently. 12 hours after infection, patients develop a cough, then a fever, then begin vomiting, and ultimately begin to bleed uncontrollably from all over, resulting in death. The mortality rate is, Osawa's reluctant to say it. Kajiwara held his breath, waiting. It's nearly 100%. Kajiwara shuddered. But wait, he said after a moment. If you have this wonder drug, then Maria... Osawa shook his head. Without Tanaka, I have no means of getting out of the lab. Kajiwara's frown deepened. I see. It may not be much to go on, but I think we can put it together, at least one piece of our little mystery here. Something difficult or impossible to explain, an enigma. You see plenty of books titled The Mystery of Such and Such and The Secret of Whatever on bookstore shelves. But when you read them, you're invariably disappointed by the mystery not being that mysterious at all. Pardon me one moment. Kajiwara inspected the email address of the sender. Then brought up the mail header. Is it going to be that same person, though? You don't see the email addresses like this much, and seemingly from a foreign country, but that may be fake. You can tell just from the email? The detective flashed a little grin. Take a look here. So if we do this and then this, his fingers flew over the keyboard, calling up the header details. Singling, out the received form field. This is our four numbers at the bottom. This set of four numbers at the bottom is the sender's IP address. Think of it as an ordinarily hidden location marker of sorts. As he spoke, the detective pulled up a website called IP Station. He copied and pasted the set of four numbers and pressed the enter key. The monitor showed the name of the provider, connection method, and other such details. A vendor that provides an internet connection service. A typical internet connection requires a dedicated line. Customers who do not already have one must make a contract with the provider. When the provider establishes your connection to the internet, you are assigned to an identifying number called an IP address. Osawa couldn't make heads or tails of most of it, but one thing drew his eye. Access point Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. Kajiwara went into the email program's options and checked the server info for Osawa's connection. Deep furrows formed in his forehead. This is the same provider that you use, Mr. Osawa. What does that mean? What kind of internet connection do you have in your house? What sort? Well, it's plugged in over there, but Osawa pointed at the router. And does everyone in your family use that same line? Yes, I think so. Kajiwara opened up a command prompt, then typed ipconfig, a literal prompt for users to issue computer control commands via keyboard instead of mouse, also frequently used to refer to the window or program of allowing such. Okay, so if the same numbers we saw before pop up here, that's a bad sign. Oh, Osawa stared at the monitor. Kajiwara pressed enter and a black window covered in white alphanumeric characters appeared. What the heck? Kajiwara muttered under his breath. What's going on? Osawa asked. He explained simply so that he could understand. Faking an email address is simple enough, but the typical person wouldn't be able to fake an IP. It's very likely that these emails were sent from another computer inside this house. The emails are coming from inside the house. Osawa had to stifle a gasp. The emails had been sent from his own house at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Since Osawa hadn't sent them himself, that left only one possible culprit. It was her. Suddenly, his phone rang, nearly startling him out of his seat. Makino's name showed up in the incoming call display. Osawa quickly picked up. Is there another update on the emergency board meeting? He blurted. Makino's voice was quiet and subdued. He tried pulling whatever strings I could, but to no avail. I'm afraid holding a board meeting today just won't be possible. Damn. The phone fell from Osawa's hand. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm getting a call. Not one of these types of calls. Hold on. All right. We're getting some fooge. I don't know what fooge, but we're getting fooge. Also, I forgot to click this open. His only possible means of saving Maria was now gone. So was this also another bad end? Okay, this was to be continued. So Minorikawa was never meant to get into the car. Interesting. So now it doesn't really matter, right? Because we're going to end up going over there no matter what. Yeah. But this makes sense because then for sure, what's his name? Was it Mikana? Ai's father and her have to be in on the same thing. Right? Like they're trying to help each other out here. Also, I just want to say how much I love that the weather is so much fresher right now. Like, you know when you get a nice fresh like breath of like fresher air and you're just like, ah. Everything just feels so much nicer. Burning. Like, I think tomorrow I'm gonna go with some more tea. Oh, right. I still gotta try that maple tea that Light sent me from when he was in Canada. Wait, to point at him isn't called work because it's fun, sir. The day will be over soon enough. Just hang in there a little bit longer. The driver finished with a knowing grin. Minorikawa cracked a ghost of a smile. Maybe his spirits had been lifted just a tiny little bit. Thank you, he replied. You're a true friend of the working man. He waved half-heartedly. Okay. Miku's turning British? It's all the Japanese. Maple tea? You've never heard of that? Really? Yeah, our friend Lighthouse Victory was hanging out in Canada, I think earlier this year. I'm sure it was like before summer. And he had gotten me some tea. Maybe I'll post the pictures on Discord. He also got me a little figure from, I think, one of the... It's like this little animal that's dressed up in... Like, it has a hat, like a red shirt and blue pants. I don't know if he's like a mascot or something. But he sent me that, and then a picture... Not a picture, another figure of, like, some tower. Like some type of clock tower. Chikai threw himself as soon as he opened the door to the editing office. News of the explosion was playing on the television. Minorikawa marched straight to his desk and opened up his laptop. While it booted up, he tried to get a handle on the current situation. Where are the folks from the loan company, he asked. They're here. Chiaki asked, I have them waiting downstairs. Do they know Toyama's dead? I'm sorry? I kind of let that slip. What about Hana? I'm not sure. I haven't heard from her since she called earlier. With a tiny sigh, Minorikawa started typing at his laptop. By some miracle, his 6 pages of the copy were nearly wrapped up. Still, he needed to do whatever it took to see this job through to the end. That would serve as his final tribute to Toyama's memory. He loaded his copy into the DTP software in order to set the layout. Bit by bit, actual magazine articles began to take shape. Then, the editing department door swung open. Not these guys! Not these guys! How long are you gonna keep us waiting, huh? Honestly, Segawa, you must be... must you be so rowdy? A middle-aged man stepped in alongside him. Are you Mr. Minorikawa then? He added as his eyes fixed on the journalist. This other guy's smile makes me think that things are not going to go well. He held out his business card. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Asa Ozu from Takara Financing. That's the Yakuza thing, right? A black market lending firm that offers a loan at an interest rate above what the law allows. Well known for taking whatever steps necessary to collect what's owed, its business card slogan, got bad credit, but you need a loan? Call anytime. We'll put together a loan that suits your needs. My deepest sympathies about Mr. Toyama. However, I'm afraid that we do need you to give us back the money he loaned. Oh, despite his polite tone, the threat in his voice was plain. Look, next month's issue of 4-Star General Gossip is definitely coming up. Couldn't you please wait for repayment until we have the funds for those sales? From those sales, Minorikawa asked. That was exactly what Toyama's plan had been after all. Well, we certainly aren't monsters. If the magazine is going to be making you money, we wouldn't mind delaying another month. You really mean it? Chiaki chirped. But I'm assuming the interest rate is going to be insanely high? That would be the case if Toyama were still alive. Releasing the next issue is all well and good, but with Toyama gone, so too is the company. That will make full repayment of what we're owed impossible, I expect. Then, what do you want us to do? Minorikawa asked coldly. How about we just cut to the chase, growled the younger man, Segawa. Dig out your ears and listen up? Chiaki recoiled in a panic, and Minorikawa held up an interposing hand. Knock it off, he said. You're scaring the young lady. A thin smile came to Ozu's face. All we want to know is where Mr. Toyama's daughter is. Yeah, that's right, Segawa said. Tell us where the girl is. No way, Chiaki squeaked in protest. Hana's just a little kid. She doesn't have any responsibility to pay back the Ozu didn't let her finish. We're aware of that. Nevertheless, we'd still like to know where she is. The law didn't matter right now. Guys like this had all sorts of ways of wringing money out of people. It was clear from the looks of their faces that Ozu and Segawa had some wicked scheme up their sleeve. Unless, of course, you would prefer to take on Toyama's debt, Mr. Minorikawa. You are quite the accomplished reporter, after all. Take on his debts, huh? Minorikawa didn't know how much Toyama had borrowed, but it only took one look at these guys to tell him it was no small sum. How about it? Ozu asked. The way you land scoop after scoop, I'm sure you'll be able to repay us in full before you die. Minorikawa fiercely returned his stare. All right, I'll take on the debt. I'll consider it. Could you give me some time? Can't we just call it even? I want to go with, could you give me some more time? We'll see. Chiaki went pale at Minorikawa's response. No, how could you even think about taking their offer, she cried. Segawa stepped in, drowning her out. No way, we waited long enough. Give us your answer now, yes or no. What's it gonna be? Now, let us just calm down. Ozu chided. He said that he'd consider it. That's a step in the right direction. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Minorikawa? Yeah, sure. Then I suppose we can wait at least a little longer. Minorikawa had hoped to put them off for several days at least, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. Yeah, definitely not going to happen. Also, are they sitting in front of a fridge? The two men from Takarada Financing plunked themselves down on the editing department sofa. Mr. Mino, you're not actually going to take on that debt, are you? Chiaki asked quietly. Minorikawa sat at his desk, looking over at the copy he'd written. That's none of your concern, he said. What I need to know is how your piece on those street interviews are coming. But I mean, those guys, they said it doesn't matter if the issue comes out or not. Don't be ridiculous. When a professional agrees to take on a job, they see it through to the end. Chiaki took his point, and scampered to grab the printout of her copy. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over. He saw immediately that the piece was lacking in structure. He then read the article a second time, checking the finer details. Several off-theme sentences jumped out at him. This is no good, rewrite it. He thrust the printout back at Chiaki. Yes, sir. She bowed her head and retreated to another desk. The TV was still on. A news broadcaster's voice suddenly broke through the silence as well as Minorikawa's concentration. We're live on the scene now, where an explosion in Shibuya has... Minorikawa gazed blankly at the screen. He found his mind drifting into a particular memory of Toyama. Huh? The door looked like it might fall apart at any moment, but Minorikawa didn't care. He pounded on it as hard as he could. The Toyama nameplate popped off and fell to the floor. It was hard to believe that this dilapidated apartment was the home of a newspaper editor who'd worked his way from the reporter. Hey, Toyama, get your ass out here! At the sound of Minorikawa's angry shouting, other tenants on the floor poked their heads out of their rooms to stare. He paid them no heed, continuing to call out. Eventually, Toyama opened the door, dressed in his sweats and undershirt. Okay, quiet down, you baka. He snapped, come in. I heard you tendered your letter of resignation at the paper. Minorikawa sat cross-legged at the tatami-covered floor. Tell me why? Toyama quirked a lopsided grin. You want to know why I quit, huh? All right, lean in close. Minorikawa peered at him dubiously. Huh, why? I don't want anyone overhearing us. Resigned, Minorikawa leaned forward and turned his right ear towards Toyama. The man's warm breath against his cheek was pretty unsettling. Okay. At first, he had trouble concentrating on Toyama's story. But when the older man got to the crux of the matter, he found himself listening with rapt attention. By the time Toyama finished, Minurikawa was unable to surpass his shock. You're starting your own publishing company? Not so loud, damn it. Toyama shushed him with a finger to his lips. He looked around warily, as if there might be spies in his own apartment. Might be, right? But a publishing company, Minurikawa said again, more quietly this time. What are you doing for your distributor account? All booksellers were required to use a wholesale distributor to circulate their publications. To do business with such a distributor, a publisher needed a specialized distributor account. They're not going to let a company with no track record open a new account with a distributor. I'm sure you must realize that. Toyama grinned, a proud gleam in his eyes. I know. That's why I bought one. You bought one? A ghost account belonging to a publisher that went bankrupt. Distributor accounts could go for tens of millions of yen. There was no way Toyama could afford that on his servant's pay alone. He must have taken a loan out in order to make the purchase. I wonder from where. But the publishing industry was in a slump nowadays. People just weren't buying books much anymore. Starting up a new publishing company was beyond risky endeavor. And I've already decided on a name for my company, Minurikawa. Toyama's face was positively beaming. Oh, for sure. Get this, Heaven Publishing. Heaven? That sounds fatalistic. The idea that the people who worked for me will feel like they are in paradise. Okay. For his kvetching about keeping quiet, Toyama was now exclaiming pretty loudly himself. I mean, I can appreciate your willingness to take the risk, but surely your wife must have had objections, Minurikawa said. She left, right? Toyama fell silent. He went and opened up the refrigerator. Minurikawa took a peek inside. The shelves were... Is that one of my favorite beers? He's got Asahi? Its shelves were mournfully spare, holding little besides beer cans and drinking snacks. The missus left me, took her daughter with her. Those scant words painted the picture clearly enough. Toyama grabbed a can of beer and tossed it to his guest. It is Asahi! It is Asahi! But no more sob stories, he went on. He briskly cracked open his own can of beer. Weak foam bubbled from the top. Oh my god! Kanpai, Minurikawa! To Heaven Publishing's big debut. He'd cast everything aside and was striving for a new beginning. If the man had braced himself for the challenge, it wasn't Minurikawa's place to tell him he was making a mistake. Even if it was an uphill battle, he had little chance of winning. The tea is good too, but, Asahi. Congrats, Mr. Toyama. Minurikawa pulled the tab on his beer can. Kanpai. The two of them clacked their cans together. Nice cans, nice cans. 1 year passed since Toyama founded Heaven Publishing. Minurikawa poked his head into the editing office, a bag from the convenience store in hand. Hey boss, how's business? How does it look like it's doing? Toyama sat amidst the veritable mountain of returned stock, his expressions bleak. Bookstores do not purchase the books they sell, but rather take them on consignment. This allows them to return to the publisher any books that they do not sell. Okay. The books were all bulky, non-fiction tomes, not exactly the sort to fly off the shelves. The man couldn't even muster a smile for their reunion. It's been like this ever since, for every non-fiction book we put out. Getting hungry? A burger, dude? What's that burger from Persona 5? Big Bang Burger? Wow, starting off right with the bleak stuff, huh? 'Cause things are bleak. The only thing that's selling is this gossip rag of ours. Minurikawa pulled some beer cans from his bag, handing one to Toyama. Is it more Asahi? Toyama lifted an issue of 4-star general gossip atop his desk. It was Heaven Publishing's one breadwinner, the only thing keeping the company afloat. But the gossip now seemed like it was buried in the red yet in the red of the publisher's nonfiction releases. I really did have higher aspirations than this, Toyama sighed, gazing in disappointment at the piles of unsold books. But here we are, with our gossip magazine as our only viable publication. The beleaguered, bookseller chugged his beer. Daddy, I'm hungry. Minurikawa was startled to hear a young child's voice. He turned around to see a little girl nestled between the stacks of returned stock. That's my daughter Hana, Toyama said. It's complicated, but she's living with me now. I see. Minurikawa couldn't press for more details with Hana right there. In all likelihood, things with Toyama's ex-wife hadn't been going well. Go on, introduce yourself, Toyama said. This is one of Daddy's work friends. Hana turned to Minurikawa with a bright little grin. Hello, my name's Hana. I'm 6. You want some of this? Minurikawa held out a packet of dry squid he'd brought to go with the beers. So, I also can confirm it really does go well with beer. Sure, Hana greedily stuffed her cheeks with the squid. Toyama flashed a sheepish grin. Do you like living with your daddy, Hana? Minurikawa asked, giving the girl's hair a gentle ruffle. I do. My daddy's amazing. He runs a company. Toyama let out a tiny involuntary sob at his daughter's ready praise. I'll keep at it, Toyama said, looking into his daughter's smiling face. Hana is more important to me than any high aspirations I might have had. I'll keep shoveling out copies of the gossip, and at least make sure she's always got something good to eat. Daddy's, this is really tasty. Hana held up the pouch of dried squid, tears welling in Toyama's eyes. Next time, I'll make sure she has some sashimi instead of something like this. Let's go. Hey, what do you mean? Something like this, Minurikawa grumbled. I'm the one who bought it. Toyama and his daughter laughed together. It was a heartwarming sight. Minurikawa thought a father and his girl getting along so well. Toyama might have been a hard-hitting journalist, but when he came home at the end of the day, he was just daddy. It was only natural for a man as a father to put his child above everything else. After gorging herself on snacks, Hana fell asleep on the sofa, looking well and truly satisfied. You know, Minurikawa, Hana's happiness means more to me than my lofty artistic ideals ever could. Toyama kept his voice low as he regarded his daughter's sleeping face. And from that day forward, Heaven Publishing had shifted its focus to scandal rags with 4-star general gossip as its pillar. Had that been for good or for ill? Whatever the case, Toyama had abandoned his pride. Minurikawa had watched him become more and more of a miserable wretch. Yeah, they are still drinking Asahi. Minurikawa snapped back into the present as a sheaf of pages appeared in front of his face. Here you go, Chiaki said, radiating anxiety. Right. Minurikawa gave her copy a close read over, then thrust it back to her. What did you even fix? He asked. Could you please tell me what parts are wrong? She mumbled, hanging in her head. What are you talking about? I don't know how much more we still have left of this story. You know what? Just because I feel like because it is getting later, there's a good chance that we might get a raid. So let me just run some ads. So then if we do get a raid, they'll be ad free. But I won't do anything story-wise. So, yeah. Just because I know sometimes the longer that we go, especially like let's say if and once we get to like the 8-hour mark or 8 p.m. if this actually goes on till 8 p.m. I wouldn't want people to pop in and be hit with ads. Ad-free rating. But yeah, hopefully everyone's been enjoying the ride so far. It's crazy to me that we actually got to this end. But who knows? It could just be because we're pretty close to the 17-hour mark. So this section here could just be over in a bit, but still, just in case. Just in case. But yeah, I really do like this song too. And commercials in progress. Oh yeah. Yeah, also just because, I don't know, if people do pop in, I just want to be completely ad-free. And I know for some people it's already like 10:30. And I always try to think of it like when it comes down closer to like the following hour. Because I know some people will be like, yeah, it's already 10, it's already 11. Let me raid out to somebody. And yeah, just to make the viewing experience that much more smoother. I also really do just like this song here. This is also what I wanted to see real quick. How does Toyama die, by the way? I missed it. Remember that blue minivan explosion? Apparently he was in there. However, they only find, I think, his like name tag or something. Like some small details that point to the idea that it could be him. Other than that, it's... I don't know. I don't think he's actually dead. I think that he just used that to like kind of get away from the Yakuza. I could be wrong, but yeah, the blue minivan, apparently he was inside there, or supposedly inside there. But we're gonna have to see. But alright, the edges are done. Let's get back to the story. It's just, well, we don't have a lot of time here, so I figured if I just fix the parts that need fixing. Chiaki trailed off into an indistinct mutter. Is that always how you're gonna go about fixing your copy? Okay, then you're never gonna get any better. If someone tells you it's no good, you rewrite the whole thing from scratch. Just making fiddly tweaks here and there is what an amateur does. Chiaki dipped her head even deeper, cringing at the reprimand. Yeah, the police identified the body as Maru Tanaka, but we're under the improvision that Toyama was in the van. Because Kano clearly saw a dead body inside the van. Yeah. And they said it was a male. I thought they had like a tag on him or something. Cringing at the reprimand, Minorikawa let out a tiny sigh. Look, what I told you, that's what Toyama told me when I was first starting out. There were times he'd have me do dozens of rewrites. At first, I thought he was just pushing me around. But after rewriting things over and over, I realized something. There are a whole lot of ways you can write about the same thing. And that's what helped me hone my skills as a writer. Chiaki raised her head back up. Oh, wow, really? If you can get that, then stick with it. Write your submission deadline as close as you have to in order to rewrite the best piece you can. Okay, I can do it. I will do it. Finally, Chiaki's face brightened with a smile. That's the spirit. I really like her as a character, like, trying to become more comfortable with things, but I know in the field that she's in, it's a little rough. but you know, you gotta get around to it, you know? The woman might have talent, but she hadn't realized it. She needed to be able to stick to an assignment even when things got tough. If she didn't have that kind of resolve, she'd never make it as a freelancer. Is that the Yakuza just clapping? Oh, how touching, Ozu chimed in, applauding. I'm almost moved to tears. They'll make a movie out of this for sure. See, we only had been acquired with that sad sap, Toyama. We never knew there was such an upstanding fellow here who was so good at tough love. Minorikawa shot to his feet and pounded his fists on the desk. That's about enough from the peanut gallery. Hold your tongue, Segawa snarled. His eyes shone with a vicious gleam. We're getting sick of waiting here. Segawa, you really are a short-tempered guy, aren't you? Ozu clutched disapprovingly at his underling, then slid a sheet of paper into Minorikawa's desk. Nevertheless, I'm afraid we do require a decision now. If you just stamp here, we'll be on our way. Chiaki stared down at the document. Is this a bond of recognizance? Yeah, that's right. That's what you write when transferring a debt. Segawa puffed himself up proudly. Minorikawa silently looked over the contract. If you don't have a stamp, we'll gladly accept the signature as well, Ozu pointed out. Wow! And so they're freaking just really being pushy. They're like, we don't care. Ozu pointed out face upon. Segawa added, if you don't hurry up and sign, we're never going to stop going after Toyama's daughter. Minorikawa snatched up a pen. Mr. Mino, you can't do this. Think about what you're doing, Chiaki shouted. If you go through with this, you'll just wind up like Mr. Toyama. I won't. Yes, you will. Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm Minoru Minorikawa, damn it. I'm gonna land so many scoops, it will make your head spin. And I'm gonna pay back this debt and rebuild Heaven Publishing. But why would you take such a risk, Chiaki sobbed. Minorikawa lowered his voice. Because I owe him so much. I can't stand by and let those scumbags kill his daughter. Watch Toyama just be outside of the building being all like, dude, Minorikawa, just sign it. Just sign it, bro. Before Minorikawa could sign, Segawa startled him with a sudden exclamation. Looking up, Minorikawa saw that the loan sharks had seen a little Hana standing by the door. Get her! On it, boss. Ozu and Segawa rushed at the girl. Run, Minorikawa shouted. No! Hana bolted right back out the door, but Ozu managed to snatch her up just as he reached the stairs. Let's be on our way, shall we? A vile grin came to Ozu's cruel face as he headed down the stairwell. Stop! Let her go! Minorikawa rushed after them, trying to grab the girl, but Segawa drove a punch right into his face. Wow, we fell. The pain staggered him. Nevertheless, he managed to press on. Get your hands off that girl. No shot. Shut your damn mouth. Something hard slammed into his chest. His vision went dark. He felt himself slipping from consciousness. Just before he blacked out, he heard Hana's voice. I'm sorry, Uncle Minorikawa. Sorry? No, I'm the one who should apologize. But before his thoughts got any further, Minorikawa passed out. Okay, so I'm assuming I have to agree to it sooner than later? Hana showed up at the office only to get caught by the moneylenders, and Segawa drop-kicked Minorikawa into unconsciousness when he tried to save her. Turns out, Hana had been at the police station just before this, trying to decide if she should tell the police her father had been killed by the explosion. Then someone brought her to Heaven Publishing, which was clearly a mistake. That was Kano, huh? Because the only one who interacts with her is Kano, right? Where do we see her? Is it actually here? Like, I'm supposed to stay? But would this affect anything else? He called Suzuma's home phone, but nobody picked up. Perhaps she'd gone to the hospital. With that in mind, Kano called up Shibuya Central Hospital and asked them to transfer him to Mrs. Susuyama. On the way to Nanpedai? Was that... Oh, I changed this altogether. Hold on, her voice, okay. My name's Shinya Kano. I work with your husband on the force. What happened? He didn't know what to say. He couldn't find the words. I wish I'd been there when he'd gone to make the arrest. He blurted out at last. I should have tried to get in there and back him up sooner. If I hadn't been too late, he trailed off, hoping he hadn't said too much. Susuyama's wife answered in her gentle, quavering voice. Thank you so much for your concern. I'm glad that my husband is lucky enough to have a colleague like you. No, I couldn't. I married a detective, Mr. Kano. I prepared myself for the possibility that something like this might happen. But she certainly didn't sound like she was prepared. Kano felt a biting pain in his chest. Your husband gave me something to hold on for you. I'd like to give it to you if I can. Oh? Well, certainly. But I'd like to stay here by his side today if possible. Of course, I'll head over to the hospital to myself then. I hope you don't mind if I pay a visit. Oh, of course not. Sorry to trouble you like this. Thank you so much. But then we don't go... Oh, are you lost? You need a policeman? No shot. Either way. Okay, hold on. So I don't call her. Wait, huh? Where does this thing take us to? Huh? To Maria? I don't have to go that way, though. I guess if we make the call, then we stay inside. Let's see. Connor should have left the girl alone on the street with no parents or guardian. SMH? The phone rang several times before it went to voicemail. The fact that she hadn't picked up made Kano all the more anxious. Okay. We get a call back. He was still staring at the phone. We got a call of his own. When he peered in the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Tateno's name. Kano quickly pressed the button and accepted the call. Detective Tateno, is that you? There's a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had Tateno been up to this whole time? Why did he let Akarawan go free? And what happened to Hitomi? While he... Okay? Wait, isn't this like the other... Are we just gonna rush over there instead of like... I don't know. The fates of Japan rest on abandoning that little girl. Damn. So that's why I'm hoping we just have to rush over there, please. Tateno replied as if he hadn't heard Kano's question. Yes. You'll be waiting. Uh-huh. If you don't bring her, I'll kill Marie. Kano on the South Hill. Okay, he hadn't brought Hitomi as Tateno demanded. Okay, so we completely just ignore her, right? Okay. So I think we did good. Let's go. Yeah, this way Kano doesn't meet her at all. So, does he not meet her because he rushes out? Because I wasn't looking at the clock. Because he rushes out and doesn't even stop to see her? Or were we further into the future where she probably leaves? Because the end result kind of looked the same, except we completely skipped her. Chikai dipped her head even deeper, cringing in the reprimand. We know Kawa let out a tiny sigh. Yes. I'm assuming we're going to have that same talk with the, what's the name? The Yakuza? He doesn't meet her because he doesn't head towards the hospital. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So she's safer out there. Okay. I'm sure they're still going to try to make a sign. You know, thinking back to Asahi, I know Asahi is also in the Yakuza games. She's safer out there and not here the pair of Yakuza debt collectors? Yes. If you don't have a stamp, yep. I'm assuming I have to make that decision again though, right? I thought that was someone's breathing, like, quickly. Okay, Minutikawa reading his pen and sent a document. Alright, Sagawa cheered. He wrote a fake name, maybe? Now we're talking. A satisfied grin came to Osu's face as he reached for the contract. I hope someone rips this contract up. But before he could pick up, Chiaki snatched it from the desk. Yes! I'm not letting you do this! Crumpling the paper, she stuffed it right into her mouth. Hey, Sagawa snapped. What the hell are you doing? He tried to force Shikai's mouth to open. Don't you dare, you... Whoa! But despite his frantic efforts, Chiaki managed to get the whole wad of paper down. Let's go! Sagawa blinked a few times. Oh, you did not just do that. Ozu looked on, dumbstruck. You guys can wait for the process to happen. Maybe you'll still find his name on there. Guess we gotta get a new contract from the office box. Or office boss. Bring as many as you want, Chiaki declared. I'll just keep eating them. Girl, you some kind of damn goat or something? The mental image of a goat eating paper is a common one. Dating back to long ago when paper was made solely out of plant material. If a goat were to eat a modern paper, the wad of chemically treated pulp would go undigested and possibly cause an intestinal blockage. So please do not feed paper to goats. That's the reason that they made it out of different material because of goats? I'll take the contract and eat it! Sagawa shoved Chiaki up against the desk. Oh, cut it out, that hurts. Eat, die! As she struggled to resist, Chiaki lurched towards the desk, planting one of her hands on top of the TV remote control. One of her fingers happened to land on the volume button, up button. Oh! I'm sure this is gonna get the attention of like the neighbors. The sound from the television soon hit max volume. We have just learned the identity of the victim killed in the explosion. Shibuya resident and pharmaceutical executive. Shibuya resident? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Toyama didn't live in Shibuya. Once again, the victim of the explosion was Just in case you didn't hear correctly, Minorikawa, once again, The victim of the explosion was Shibuya resident pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka. The cause of the explosion remains unknown. The police are still in the process of following up several potential leads. The site of the incident remains an alarming scene, with relief workers continuing to tend the wounded. The 4 people in the editing office spoke in near unison. Huh? Who's Tanaka? Is this going to be true end? You've got to be kidding me. Beat him, beat him. Basically, it would have been really bad if the cops hadn't released his name. Oh, so when we played as Kano and we said, you know what? Screw it, release his name. That saved us here? Was that fire in her eyes? More bananas? Okay. So we have less characters to play as by 1. Oh, man. You know what? Screw it. Let's get to the 7-hour stream mark. Wait, why can't I keep going that way? That's interesting. I can't keep holding left here. But I know Achi is a fan favorite, and we got to figure out how he's feeling throughout all of this. But yeah, we have like about 15 more minutes. So let's see what we could do. Achi told Stalin he told me what his father had done. As she listened, he told me hung her head. Her face was swallow. That was correct, right? Yeah. Solo. I'm so sorry, Achi told her. I'm not really sure what to say. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles popped, struggling to keep his emotions in check. So, if I were rendered brain dead, you could help your sister, he told me, murmured. Technical issues, you can't rotate other... No! Interesting. This still appears here, though. How do I go back to the other option? I guess back to title screen? It's not gonna let me select, is it? Okay. Yeah, like right here, I'm holding left. There's no way to go all the way around, but if I hold right here, it just goes by itself. And it just stops right here at Osala. Wait, where did the 5th one go? We reached the end of her story, which was Thomas/Maria. It said we reached the end of her story and didn't tell us anything else. A state where the brain function has ceased irreversibly. In Japan, there are 2 conditions for declaring brain death. Wait, breath death. The first is that the patient must be comatose and in a state of apnea, no longer breathing due to damage to the brain. The second one is the root cause is diagnosed and is deemed that no reasonable treatment will restore brain function. Please, don't say things like that. A sad look came to Hitomi's face, and she pressed her right hand on her heart, to her heart. I mean, to find out like this. She turned to Achi, tears glistening in her eyes. I want to help your sister, but we have other things to worry about right now. This time, it was Stanley who cut her off. Remember, Alfred is after you, he told me. Isn't that what Kanan told you? Yes, she said I was the mastermind's target. He told me he wiped her tears away from the fingertips. So, Alfred and Achi's father are after the same thing, Stanley said. Is that just a coincidence? It didn't sound like he thought so. Hold up, Achi growled, leaning in front of the back seat. Yeah, my dad's way out of line. But he did what he did for Suzume. He wouldn't work with terrorists. I'm not saying he's deliberately aiding terrorists, Stanley replied coolly. It's just common sense that a pro wouldn't get an amateur involved with their plans. That makes it too likely that the clumsy misstep will cause things to fall apart. But then again, that's not the way Alfred thinks. So actually, the likelihood of failure could be part of the plan. Please don't tell me this guy dies too. Maria announced I have to go back there. She ran out of the story. Yeah. What happened at the end of her story? Remember when we walked all the way up some building as Kano? And we see Tatane? So we hear a gunshot. And the image is blacked out. So that's all we get there. We're still left in misery. If you achieve your goals using accidental means, the outline becomes blurred, and it makes it harder for anyone outside looking in to grasp what the actual plan is. Not only have they put together a perfect plan, they've purposely left certain tiny holes in it. So, if we assume the plan has failed, this slip-up might be exactly what Alfred wants, Stanley muttered. Sort of an intentional hole. Then, Achi said. Stanley snorted. Kanan told you guys that too, huh? If that's the case, then you really are a fool. What did you just call me? Achi barked. If you've known all along how formidable this opponent is, you should have given Hitomi over to the police custody right away. It's only a matter of dumb luck that either of you are still alive right now. Look, luck or not, me and Hitomi have managed to get by safely. That's all that matters. What exactly is the relationship between you two anyway? Are you guys dating? Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. When Hitomi hesitated uneasily, Achi decided he'd better speak up. But no, it's not like that. We just happened to run into each other earlier today. Guess I'm not the kind of guy who can abandon someone in trouble. Can't abandon someone in trouble, huh? You sure you're not trying to make yourself feel self-important? There are plenty of people out there that you can see who are also in trouble, who are also suffering. Son of a bit, dude, this guy's at least helping somebody. If you only help the ones close at hand, then that's what's really the point. But the world's a lot bigger than you can imagine. There's a lot you're blind to. Dude. So what if I see someone who's in trouble? I'm supposed to ignore them? Nah, I can't do that. If I see someone who's collapsed from hunger, I'm not just gonna walk on by because there are people starving somewhere else in the world. It'd be, hey, let me treat you to a beef bowl or whatever. Yeah. You couldn't have come up with a smarter example, Stanley replied with a tiny laugh. Okay, so I'm an idiot, Achi scowled. My bad. Stanley laughed again. Today's been an interesting day, he said. I was with another fellow earlier who's just like you. Meaning what? Was he an idiot too? Yeah, he was an idiot. Do all you Japanese have that? Whoa! Whoa! Hardly. My little sister's so smart, she'd make your eyes pop out. Well, I'm sure relieved to hear that. If everyone in this country were as dumb as you guys, whoa! I might actually start to like this place. What does that even mean? Talks like I can understand, man. Achi shot back, but Stanley didn't respond. Instead, he stuck his head out the car window, peering at the road ahead. They were close to Shibuya Station, and now the traffic had ground to a halt. Gridlock again, Stanley grumbled. It's probably better to walk the rest of the way to Endo Electronics. He pulled over the side of the road, specifically the shoulder that runs along either side of the traveled portion of the roadway. A place where trash tossed out the window of moving cars tends to accumulate. Okay, tossing cigarette butts and empty cans out into the street can potentially hurt people. It definitely makes a mess. Please don't litter. Bing, 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 bing. Achi got out of the car, feeling his gut knot up with worry. Pretty soon, he was going to have to confront his father. Stanley gave Achi a look. Are you scared about meeting with your father? I'm not scared. First things first, I'm going to punch him right in the face. Then we can have ourselves a little chat. Don't let your emotions get out of control. Your father might be one of the key players to this case. I don't give a damn about that. Achi he told me by the hand and started walking. Yeah, don't litter. It makes Achi very sad. Very, very sad. They'd gone up and down Dojinzaka so many times today already, but this is probably the last time he and Hitomi would make their way up the hill together. His anger rising, Achi picked up speed as he marched onward, wanting to confront his father as soon as possible. Achi walked at an easy pace, wanting to delay the end of their time together just a little longer. Yeah. Once they reached his home, this kidnapping case would be all over, because his own father, Daisuke, would be arrested as the culprit. Kidnapping for ransom carries a potential life sentence, with a definite term of imprisonment no less than 3 years. 3 years, huh? Bringing Daisuke down would be easy. Achi wasn't worried about that part at all. If he didn't hold back, there'd be a good chance he'd wind up hurting his father. Holding back. Getting hurt. A memory from long ago rose in Achi's mind. A pure white karate-gi. Thrusting out with his left fist, Daisuke collapsing onto the floor. Wait, one of the many memories of his father that Achi could not forget. Wait, did he knock him out before? Kneeling before the memorial altar of his mother, Kotone, Achi wept uncontrollably. He clutched his ohajiki tightly in his hands. A toy made... Oh, I remember these. Wait, maybe not. Wait, yes, maybe. A toy made of small coin-shaped glass beads, somewhat similar to marbles. The typical game involves flicking one's pieces into the opponent's with a fingertip. Specific rules vary greatly by region. Achi had always been rather clingy with his mother. When she was alive, she had often joined him for ohajiki, origami, and the like. On this particular day, Achi had come home miserable after getting bullied by the neighborhood kids for acting like a wimp. Achi. He turned to see his father holding 2 cups of shaved ice. Come here for a bit. They sat on the stairs together, eating their sweet frozen confections. Coin marbles? Yeah, like one side is round, right? And then the other side's like flat. I guess it has like some lines under it. But yeah, I remember that. Wow. I don't see a lot of those games anymore. You want to get tougher. So one of the reasons I do also enjoy playing these older games is because they talk about some stuff that just isn't as common. Daisuke's words were soft and simple. How about you and me get tougher together? Achi looked up at his father, frowning in confusion. How are we going to do that? Well, for starters, how about we learn some karate? Karate? Achi's face twisted up unhappily at the idea. He couldn't even imagine himself punching or kicking anyone. It'll be alright, his dad said. I'll go with you, don't worry. Daisuke flexed one of his scrawny arms. His biceps bulged up the tiniest bit. Achi was well aware that his father wasn't much of an athlete. There had been an athlete's meet at his grade school. Even now, the memory of Daisuke tripping clumsily during the parent participation relay was buried into Achi's mind. A type of children's event where the parents who have come to watch the children compete are asked to join with them. Daisuke took part in the tug of war, only to get tangled up in the rope and dragged over the line. Achi was understandably disheartened by his father's embarrassing display. But after eating the lunch that his father had made him, his spirits quickly returned. Daisuke had made rice balls that were clumsily oversalted, but Achi could tell how hard he'd worked to prepare them. Don't be sad, son. Let's learn how to punch people as a family. Yeah. I guess, I mean, if you're going to be there. And so the two began training together at a local karate dojo. Yo, Cripples was good. Achi put on his white gi and fastened his obi tightly. As he did so, he felt as if his feelings were being anchored in place as well. Ichi, ni, san. Achi's gi sleeves made a whooshing sound as he thrust out his fist in time with the sensei's chant. Even simple kata practice made him feel like he was getting stronger somehow. His dad, having left Suzune in the care of their neighbors, was working up a sweat alongside him. But he was out of shape, and his technique was shaky. He was soon exhausted and went to lean up against the dojo wall. Achi stepped out of the training circle and called out to his father. Dad, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just going to take a little break. Daisuke sounded like he was on the edge of hyperventilating. Oh, by the way, it says BRB. Oh, that's probably what I forgot, yeah. Yeah, thanks to that. I forgot to take off the burb. I always forget, at least on the TikTok side. What for? For asking me to come take karate lessons with you. Achi was sure he'd never have dared to go to the dojo alone. Hey, just as long as you're liking it. Now, go on and get back to training. With a deep bow, Achi resumed his kata practice. As they were walking home from the dojo, Achi turned to his father. How come you want to get stronger, Dad? He asked. I mean, you're not getting bullied by your friends. Daisuke was quiet for a few moments, and before answering, his words came out awkward and embarrassed. I was picked on a lot when I was your age too, Achi. I had a friend who would always come to bail me out. A friend? Yeah, a friend. A distant look came to his father's eyes. He was a real fighter. I always looked up to him. I wanted to be strong like him. His expression turned lonely. I don't get to see him anymore, though. Why not? No, nothing like that. Then did you guys have a fight? Something like that. Daisuke smiled sadly. Oh, he's talking about Tatane, right? He stared out into the sky for a whole while before speaking up again. His name's Tatano. There you go. My friend, that's his name. Achi's father increased his pace. Come on, he said. We have to go and pick up Suzune. After that, despite Achi's questions, Daisuke would say no more about his old friend. By the time he was almost done with grade school, Achi had grown up fit and strong, almost unrecognizable from his younger self. Perhaps he had the physical knack in him all along. He was chosen as a representative for the boys' karate team, even managing to take second place in a national tournament. Nobody bullied him. One time, Daisuke suggested the two of them do some sparring. Achi may have been a national competitor, sure, but he was still a grade schooler squaring off against an adult. His father had been training for close to 2 years now as well, and his confidence has grown accordingly. Achi was excited to be able to face off against his old man. Early in the karate training, Achi's kumite had served rather hopeless. He'd been shocked that his out-of-shape father was able to overpower him, but also pleased to get a sense of how strong the man was. This time, Achi thought he might well lose again, but he was going to go all out. As they adopted their fighting stances, Daisuke's face was full of confidence. The instructor gave the signal to begin, and Achi opened with a sharp low kick. Daisuke didn't guard against it. The blow caught him in the thigh. It looked to Achi like he'd allowed himself to take the hit, not fearing the effect of a child's kick. Achi proceeded to unleash several more low kicks at the same spot. Bit by bit, Daisuke's face revealed his discomfort. Finally, he yanked his leg away. Was that a shadow? That's when Achi realized his father wasn't letting himself get hit on purpose. He was just unable to keep up with the speed of his son's footwork. If that was the case, Achi felt bad about exploiting his dad's weakness. He decided to leave his leg alone. Instead, he aimed a punch at his father's midsection. He just said, let's get this over with. He was shocked by the impact as the blow struck home. He hadn't attacked with a great deal of force. He just thrown a light midsection punch as a check. KO! But as Achi pulled back his fist, Daisuke crumpled up to the floor, writhing in pain as he clutched his guide. So what game is this? This is 428 Shibuya Scramble. It is a crazy visual novel where you play as multiple characters, and the decisions that you make as some characters carry on over and can either kill or do some other stuff to the other people that you play as. Dude, yeah, he deadass killed him. Achi started in disbelief at his own hand. That was the last day that Daisuke went to the dojo. But there's a very crazy story behind it. Involving kidnapping, involving illnesses, involving a lot of stuff. So kind of like Doki Doki. I think your decisions matter more here, because there's like a rhythm to work with it. Your dad's pathetic. Yeah, he's such a loser. Achi was on his way home from practice, and some older students from the dojo had started ribbing on him. What did you just say? These kids were middle schoolers, but Achi wasn't about to back down. He thrust out in quick punches, stopping it just short of one boy's nose. Okay, go on. Say that again. I'll kick your ass. Wait, you finished Lost Judgment? Yeah, we finished Lost Judgment and the DLC. Yeah, this story starts off with kidnappings, and now we're trying to stop bioterrorism from infecting all of Shibuya with Super Ebola. Yeah. But this small victory did nothing to bolster Achi's spirits. His father had looked so small and lonely heading away after quitting karate. But Achi didn't think there was anything pathetic about that. Sure, maybe by now he was better at karate than his father, but really, what difference did that make? In growing stronger, he learned something. Using force to win over someone else didn't mean anything. Strength alone didn't determine a person's worth. Achi loved and respected his father for going to the dojo with him. Beating him in a karate match didn't change the way he felt. Achi resurfaced from his memories to hear Stanley talking on the phone. I see, so that's what's going on. Once we're finished with things in Dojinzaka, I'll bring Hitomi right back to the precinct. Curious, Achi turned to the American. Who were you just talking to? What was that about just now? By bring Hitomi, what do you mean? You're gonna arrest her? Achi couldn't think of any other reason to take her to the precinct. I'm just gonna move her someplace safe. With that, Stanley proceeded to wrap up his phone call. Guess I'm not gonna get much out of this guy, Achi thought. Move her someplace safe, huh? Was he actually serious or just being evasive? And I miss playing Persona all day, every day. Literally one of the best experiences. Yeah, it's definitely a fun time. Have you played Metaphor? Because I know it's like, what, Persona 6? Achi couldn't really tell. If they did try to arrest Hitomi though, Achi intended to stop them one way or another. He needed to protect her all the way to the end. Inwardly, he reaffirmed the vow he made earlier, to keep her safe wherever it took. You haven't played Metaphor? Okay. Yeah, maybe it'll go on sale soon too for more people who want to try it. By now they could see Endo Electronics up ahead. Achi was about to hurry inside when Stanley stopped him. I'll go in first. You two wait out here. No way, this is my dad we're talking about, and don't you think it's dangerous to bring Hitomi right to him? Well, alright. We'll wait here for a bit, and once we know it's safe, we'll head on in. You cool with that? I'm cool with that. Stanley stepped inside. Achi fussed about, impatiently staring at the entryway. The palm of his clenched fist was sweating. Never before in his life had he wanted to just duck his old man. Hitomi watched him uneasily. Hitomi. Yes? I'm sorry. I really don't want you to have to see this, but I think you're about to witness the crowning shame in Endo family history. Achi, don't say that, Hitomi said. She squeezed his hand. She's like, that's my father-in-law you're talking about. He found his other fist clenching. Please, You have to try to talk to your father. Yeah, I know. But what if he's not here? Suddenly there was a loud crash from inside the building. The time for waiting had passed. Let's go. Achi and Hitomi raced inside, barging into the living quarters. Without bothering to shed his shoes, he heard his father's voice coming from the workroom. Watch that not be his actual voice like then and there, but it's like a recording he left. It's actually him! Otasan! Achi hurried through the workroom door and saw Stanley holding his father pinned across a desk. Let me go, please, let me go! Daisuke thrashed about both of his legs. Stanley, please, let my father go. I want to talk to him. Stanley snorted dismissively, but did as he was asked. Daisuke stood up, rubbing his sore wrist. I mean, you could still put cuffs on him. Dad, please, you have to tell me. Where's Maria? Maria? What are you talking about? Daisuke wouldn't meet his eyes. Don't play dumb with me. Achi pointed at Hitomi. You know who this is, don't you? Hitomi Osawa, the girl you've been after. Maria is your sister, but Daisuke remained silent. You're gonna pretend like you didn't call the hospital? Nothing about maybe being able to get your hands on a heart? I mean, seriously, it's all so simple. Even I can tell what's been going on. You've been watching me and he told me through the surveillance cameras. You're telling that guy with the cane where we were. The blood began to drain from his father's face. Don't you dare go quiet on me. If I'm wrong, then go ahead, tell me the truth. Daisuke's arm shot out suddenly, knocking an external hard drive from his desk onto the floor. It was over before Stanley could stop him. Huh. I'm living on Persona 3, but it doesn't hit the same anymore. I don't play it every day, like I did with P5. Okay. Did you play P4? Seems very slow to me, but if the story is great, I don't know. Wait, with Persona or this one? Stanley hunched down and picked up the shattered device. Or drive. I'm guessing there was an important detail on here. Footage from the cameras, maybe. I have no idea what you're talking about, Daisuke said. You can't do this to an innocent person, Dad, Achi shouted, grabbing his father by the collar. There was a sound of footsteps from out in the shop. Someone was quickly getting closer. Stanley grabbed Hitomi by the hand and pulled her back against the wall. Is it... Wait, Achi stiffened as he turned his gaze to the door. Of course we get a keep out. Of course we get a keep out. I don't know, it could be Tatane. It could be Tatane. I want to know what happens. Same. But maybe tomorrow we'll be able to finish it up. Oh, man. Have not tried for P4 yet. Have it though? I say you give it a try. Yeah, we're gonna have to tune in next time. It's been crazy. You're talking about this game, P3 is great. Just got Persona fatigue. Ah, that's also fair. That's also why I didn't go into another Persona game. Yeah, this game's crazy. It also came out originally in 2008. So for the story to still be like so freaking great is like, damn. Okay. Let's see this. You wonder if Achi's gonna get any bonus stars? True. He's got to get the 2 bonus stars to get the dub. Wait a minute. Yeah, because I want to see who I haven't raided in a while. But apparently, I think everyone that's on right now I haven't raided in like over 2 months. Holy crap. But yeah, I'm going to end things first over on TikTok side. Thanks everyone for popping through. Take care, cripples. Hopefully P4 treats you better than P3. And hopefully we catch you again soon, yo. Take care. Let me do this. But yeah, I don't think I've raided out to Renzi in freaking forever. Yeah, I don't think I've had the chance to raid out to him. But I believe Renzi's playing Resi 3? I don't know, it seems like it's The Last of Us, or the title is The Last of Us, but I'm sure it'll be Resi. Dorkin before we got yeah, I don't know, maybe tomorrow we'll finish this game up. If we do a full day of it, I think we'll finish it. So then we could finish this up tomorrow, and then on Friday we could do the cat runs and Mario Party. Party then or no tomorrow? I don't know. Depends on if we finish this early, then maybe. But we still have a pretty big while to go. But yeah, for today, Colleen, thank you again so very much for the 5 community gift subs and the raid. Bino, also thank you for the raid. Santa, thank you for the bits. Yeah, appreciate everyone hanging out. Mario, Coolio, Kendall, Star, thank you so very much, everyone. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the ride so far, and man, I don't know what's gonna happen. Cause I'm done by tomorrow? Okay. Yeah, for sure, if we finish early, which I don't know, I'm assuming it'll probably take us like maybe the same amount of time, if not 4 hours, maybe more. But yeah, even if it takes us 5 hours, maybe we could swap over after. But yeah, we'll see. Take care, everyone.